Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker, give me a specific.
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Motherfucker.
Come on out, you rapist!
Dude, I want you to be as smart as I am.
Me.
That have just seemed like blown up since the election and definitely since January. What was gained from the black gender war? The big gender war that was going on when I came onto YouTube in 2017 with all of this anti-black, black women aren't this and black women aren't that and black women aren't fit to be married and black women aren't this. What was gained by all of that? I don't see anything that really tangible. Well, this is what I see. This is what I get from it. Black men did a very good job of letting the world know that they didn't think very highly of black women. And I'm talking about these men on social media, the manosphere and the MGTOW and the Save Yourself Black Men and the Red Pill crowd. They did a very good job of letting the world know that they didn't think black women were good enough for them and that black women really were the problems in the black community and blah 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 blah. So they did a really good job of letting the world know how they felt. They really did a good job of complimenting Latino women and white women and Asian women too when they had a chance. So this was done in real time on this platform with these black men. Now, what they did do was turn black women off. I think that they succeeded. If their goal was to turn black women off, they did a very good job of that because now black women refer to themselves as the 92%, the 92% that voted for Kamala Harris, and I'm a part of that. But they did a real good job of letting the world know what they thought about black women. Now, what that did was gave the white men who like black women the opening that they wanted. So now when I go on Facebook and I see Facebook reels, I see all of these black women marrying white men. Even when I go on my YouTube platform, I see these black women from all parts of the world marrying white men. They're not dating. They're not talking about dating or going 50-50 or whatever the problems are that they might have with black women. They are not talking about that. They're talking about marrying these women. So they gave the white men an opening that the white men, I think, have always wanted. And even Asian men, I see black women with Asian men. And if black men say, well, I don't care, we don't care, well, you showed that. You told the world that. So everybody knows you don't care. But if you want to write it in the comment section, that's fine with me. But everybody knows that you don't care. But as far as the black community is concerned, I don't see that anything positive was gained by that. I really don't. Some of those men have been taken off social media. Some of them are dead. And some of them have tried to rebrand themselves, but they're not doing a very good job of it because that hatred for black women is still coming through. Now, the dilemma that Black Americans are in now is that we are under an administration that we really don't know what's going to happen. It would be a very good idea if the time that was spent talking about how much you can't stand Black women and how much Black women are a problem, if people have been in med school or been trying to get in law school or trying to find a way to be productive in society, as Black women are trying to do with their education, with their job skills, with their work ethic. It would be a good idea if Black Americans were looking for ways to be productive in society, as opposed to 55 and 60-year-old men sitting around all day talking about who they date. Approximately 42% of Black women in the United States have never been married. Black women represent the greatest number of women not married in the country. When asked about their preferences for a partner, roughly 55% of Black women said it was very important for a husband or partner to be well educated, and half of Black women said that financial stability should be an important precondition for marriage. So when we listen to that, we understand why Black women are the least married. I know there are those men who would like to say, oh, well, Black men don't want to marry them. Well, they don't want to marry you either because you don't have a stable financial situation and you're not well educated. So now 75% of the student body at Howard University is women. And of the 25% men, only 19% of those are Black American men. So not well educated and don't have any money. So not a good marriage prospect. So instead of sitting up on social media all day talking about what's wrong with somebody else, maybe try to figure out how you could do what you could do to improve yourself. Am I right about it? What is gained from the Black Gender War? So what is gained from the Black Gender War? Well, maybe Black women decided that they were going to have to take care of themselves and went to school or stayed in school. So now Black women are one of the best educated demographics in the United States. So Black women are better educated. Black women have better jobs now. And Black men make more money when they work. They make more money. But Black women have better jobs. They have better jobs. And let's just, as a sidebar, the Black women in the legal profession are making a lot of waves. Um, and as a sidebar, it is good to have Black women in the legal profession because the judge that let the young man off in Texas, who was under a bond, who was on $1 million bond, who was under whose bail was set at $1 million, the young man who claimed self-defense, a Black woman judge lowered the bail for him, and now he's out of jail, at least for now. So Black women, I guess, decided that they were going to step up and do the best they can. A woman can never take the place of a man, but a woman can do what has to be done to move a society ahead. And that's what some Black women seem to be willing to do. Hopefully, the gender war is coming to a close or it's over, but nothing was gained. We have a zero net gain from all of that energy and animosity and hatred, really. Nothing was gained. We have a zero net gain from all of that. So that should be a lesson to us, especially in this environment now, where we don't know where this country is going. We don't know what direction this country is going. And it would be better for us if we were unified and together, as opposed to dividing, as opposed to being divided and being conquered over and over and over again. So that's what I wanted to say. I don't see anything positive that was gained from the gender war, aside of the fact that Black women are better educated and probably have more money. But this is a lesson for us going forward. And all of this coming on social media talking about how much you can't stand Black girls and you can't stand Black women, that's all well and good. Go on about your business and hope you can have a good life with a woman of your choice, but you still don't have to wish ill will on your own people. So anyway, I'm going to speak on this subject again in the very near future. But for now, thank you for listening. Let me know what you think about the video. Give me a thumbs up and have a good day.
Good morning, everybody. I don't know. I don't know. I think I'm going to start the morning with make sure you respect your elders. They aren't all uh, crazy or old or boomers or what have you. I actually have noticed that there is just a general disregard or disrespect of our elders and the young folks these days, and I'm trying to figure it out. I wonder if it has something to do with the whole phenomenon of single motherhood and all that stuff, broken homes, that sort of thing. Um, I don't know. I'm interested in Deacon Dave. I see that you used the word old mammy. Why do you think she's an old mammy? Is she saying something you don't like? She sounded reasonable to me. By the way, like I said, her name's she calls herself Lady Boulay, and I don't agree with some of what she says, but by and large, she's I think having the perspective of a mother and grandmother is as useful as some of the foolishness I hear coming from the young crowd these days. Uh, Gender war, I don't, to be honest, I don't really care one way or the other. I think people with a brain, people with some sort of level set, critical thinking, whatever you want to call it, they kind of bypass these gender war issues, if you want to call them that. Anyway, I find what she says reasonable. Don't know what she said that would suggest she's an old mammy, but whatever. I ran across this article a couple days ago. By the way, make sure that you hit the like button, and if you're new to the channel, subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. Also, if you would, the Stanley Cross channel. It's Stanley Cross 6000. Just kind of a housekeeping note. I haven't been on the past couple of days. I was actually on early. I guess it was yesterday or the night before. Over the weekend, that debate on Saturday, I kind of got out of my sleep rhythm, and it's taken me a couple days to kind of get back on my normal weekday schedule. Again, this is something that I do pretty much for the fun of it. Support your show, support your host by supporting the show. Also, make sure that you support our wonderful executive producer. Once again, the show wouldn't exist if it weren't for Portia J. So make sure that you show her some love as well. I'm an old man, kinda, and because this isn't like a work a day, punch a clock sort of job, I had the luxury of kind of getting back on a sleep rhythm, so I don't have to do the show tired and grumpy. So I'm pretty well refreshed, pretty well rested. So for the rest of the week, I should be, the show should be happening around 3:30 or so. So that's why I haven't been on. So this next story caught my attention. I haven't really thought much about ankle monitors and all that sort of stuff, but I figured I would play this first just to get an idea of what kind of bail reform they're talking. Some issue, it says proponents say the devices have helped address inequities in the criminal justice system, but many defendants have experienced unintended consequences. And I'm kind of curious to know, excuse me, what are the unintended consequences of wearing ankle monitors? So we'll see what's going on here. Kind of a longish article. If it starts repeating itself, as these long articles often do, we'll stop it, analyze it, and move on to the next article.
Amid calls to reform bail, judges in St. Louis embrace ankle monitors. This article is by Taylor Tiamoyo Harris and read by an automated voice. In the heat of an argument last spring, Kyla Mason raised a handgun into the air on a neighbor's porch. She was acting in self-defense, she said, and never fired, but the confrontation was captured on video, and some children were nearby. Ms. Mason wound up in a St. Louis jail charged with unlawful use of a weapon. Just a few years ago, someone facing the same charge in St. Louis was likely to pay a small bond and resume life as usual until trial, local attorneys said. But Ms. Mason, who was then 21, was released from jail with a box the size of a deck of cards strapped to her right ankle. It tracked her every move. For weeks, the device alerted officials each time she missed her court-imposed curfew or left her house without approval. Sometimes she was buying food or diapers for her 2-year-old son or taking him to the hospital, she said. After more than 24 violations, she was sent back to jail. She remained there for a month. More and more defendants across the country are being placed on electronic monitors, part of an ambitious effort to prevent overcrowding in the nation's jails and keep people from being imprisoned while awaiting trial for minor offenses. Like courts in Baltimore, Dallas, and Los Angeles, the St. Louis City Circuit Court is among those that have embraced electronic monitoring as a powerful reform of the cash bail system. The number of new monitors activated here more than doubled from the first half of 2021 to the first half of 2024, when it surpassed 550, a New York Times analysis found. But in that time, St. Louis has had to grapple with some unforeseen complications, including technological mishaps, privacy concerns, and high costs that offer lessons to other courts. More significantly, the devices are now worn by hundreds of people who most likely would not have stayed in jail anyway. The Times analysis found that about 3/4 of the people monitored in St. Louis in the first half of 2024, including a small number ordered to download monitoring apps, were charged with misdemeanors or lower-level felonies, such as unlawful gun possession, driving while intoxicated, and third-degree assault. In the past, people facing those kinds of charges would generally have been offered a cash bail, 4 local criminal attorneys said. The devices have subjected some defendants to more scrutiny than those individuals would have otherwise faced. They have also made it more obvious that the defendants were accused of a crime, and several said that having a visible monitor cost them a job or made it hard to attend school or care for a child or an older relative. In a statement, Joel Currier, a St. Louis City Circuit Court spokesman, acknowledged that monitoring was an imperfect tool, but said that the court's program balanced the rights of the accused as well as the safety of crime victims and the community. Michael K. Mullen, a retired St. Louis City Circuit judge who supports monitors, said the devices were better for defendants than jail. "That's what they have to be reminded of when they come in front of me," he said. But Matthew Mahaffey, who runs the city's public defender office, which represents people who cannot afford attorneys, said that monitoring was too often required of people who posed no flight risk or threat to public safety. Making matters worse, he said, the devices have occasionally malfunctioned and provided inaccurate readings. Until it gets cleared, it looks like a violation, which can put the client in a tricky spot, Mr. Mahaffey said, adding that defendants had been sent back to jail or issued harsher sentences as a result. Research has also shown that electronic monitoring can lead to isolation and prejudice from landlords and employers, said Kate Weisbird, an expert on surveillance and technology who teaches at UC Law San Francisco. She raised further concerns about privacy. As there is a growing appetite to end incarceration, there's this knee-jerk reaction to want to substitute incarceration with something, she said. We can't just strip people of their privacy rights the moment they are arrested for a crime. Dead batteries and missed curfews. Last year, the Times sat in on dozens of pretrial bond hearings, which are held to determine whether a person who has been arrested will be released or held in jail, and interviewed more than 20 people who wore ankle monitors. The charges against them ranged from harassment and property damage to domestic assault. James Neal wore a monitor for about 6 months last year after he sped away from a traffic stop. He was later charged with fleeing, resisting arrest, and drug and firearm possession, court records show. Mr. Neal, 42, was not allowed to carry a weapon because of a past felony conviction. He said he kept one anyway because of the city's high crime rates. Once the monitor was installed, Mr. Neal had to charge the device by connecting it to an outlet and sitting tethered to the wall for hours at a time. That was especially difficult while he was looking after his young son, he said. Mr. Neal received violations because the battery died and because he left his house without the court's permission, court records show. Once, he was cited for spending 2 nights at his mother's house after a death in the family, the records confirm. Mr. Neal pleaded guilty in July and was sentenced to probation. Ms. Mason, who was sent back to jail last summer for the violations her monitor flagged, fell behind on her rent while she was incarcerated, she said. By the time she was released in August, she had been evicted from her North St. Louis apartment. She was in the 2nd trimester of a new pregnancy. Ms. Mason said the monitor affected her life in other ways. After wearing it to the hospital where she worked as a dietary worker, she lost her job. The hospital said she was let go because of poor attendance, but Ms. Mason said she had covered her absences with sick time. In the months that followed, she said, potential employers zeroed in on her ankle at job interviews. I can't really get a job or any good opportunities because people instantly judge me, she said in October. In December, a judge reduced Ms. Mason's felony charges to a single misdemeanor. If she stays out of trouble for 2 years, the remaining charge will be expunged from her record. She had the ankle monitor removed 2 weeks before giving birth in the new year. Least restrictive conditions. The St. Louis City Circuit Court began using devices with GPS technology to monitor a small number of defendants about a decade ago. At first, the initiative drew criticism because of how it was funded. The private company running the program charged defendants installation and surveillance fees, and those who could not afford those fees could be sent back to jail. The program remained small for years. But in 2019, amid a wave of bipartisan bail reform policies, the Missouri Supreme Court directed judges across the state to seek out alternatives to incarceration for defendants who could not afford bond. In St. Louis, the number of people ordered to wear monitors spiked, data shows. The numbers held steady during the pandemic, when public health officials called for fewer people to be held in jails, and then surged when Gabe Gore, who cast himself as a law and order candidate, became circuit attorney and ramped up prosecutions. In the cases the Times observed last year, prosecutors regularly recommended monitoring for people being considered for release. In a statement, Mr. Gore's office said that monitors were not the default, and that prosecutors evaluated the facts of each individual case. While defense lawyers can weigh in on the recommendation, judges ultimately decide whether a defendant will be detained or released, and whether monitoring is necessary. Judges are supposed to impose the least restrictive conditions to ensure public safety as well as the defendant's return to court. Mr. Currier declined to make Judge Christopher E. McGraw, who became the court's presiding judge in January, available for an interview. In many ways, the St. Louis court has done more than most to make the monitors less disruptive to defendants' lives. It now covers the costs of monitoring for those who cannot afford to pay, something many other courts across the country, including the neighboring St. Louis County Circuit Court, do not do. In recent months, the city's circuit court has paid for almost 90% of people who are being monitored, data shows. In addition, the court's pretrial services office offers bus passes and mental health and shelter referrals to people with pending cases, Mr. Currier said. Total Court Services, a company based in Michigan, is the court's contractor for monitoring services. It rents a small office across the street from the courthouse. There, 4 or 5 employees keep tabs on more than 400 defendants at a time. The vice president for sales and marketing, Jason Tizides, said the company was trying to make monitoring less intrusive. It recently released a smartphone app that judges in the St. Louis City Circuit Court have started to use in a limited number of cases. If folks are lower risk, you don't want to over-monitor them, Mr. Tizides said in an interview. If you over-supervise, over-monitor people that don't need it, it's essentially setting them up for failure. As for the privacy concerns, Mr. Tizides said, the company shares people's location data only with court officials and law enforcement officers who have warrants. He blamed the job loss and the discrimination people with monitors sometimes face on unsympathetic employers. David D. Hempel, who works in home renovation, said he felt that discrimination while wearing a visible monitor last year. After landing fewer contracts than he expected, he fell into a depression. Mr. Hemphill, 38, said that he had been arrested after failing to pull over for a traffic stop and leading the police on a 30-minute chase. He said that the officer who had initiated the stop was a neighbor, and that he did not trust the police. 4 months after the arrest, the charges against Mr. Hemphill were dropped, he said. But in that time, Mr. Hemphill became increasingly paranoid. His monitor beeped constantly and issued loud voice alerts. Sometimes he did not know whether the noises meant that the equipment was faulty or that he had unknowingly violated the terms of his release. Once he began wearing his monitor, he noticed just how many of his coworkers on construction sites were wearing the same kind of device. He started talking to them about their experiences and realized that many felt the same as he did. Each violation plays on your mental, he said. You don't know what the outcome is going to be. These people have your life in their hands. A record budget. Though many see it as a reform, electronic monitoring has drawn wide-ranging criticism, both in St. Louis and across the country. Blake Strode, the executive director of Arch City Defenders, a St. Louis civil rights law firm that has challenged the use of cash bail and inhumane jail conditions, called the city circuit court's monitoring program an incarceration scheme that set people up to be jailed for technical violations. Mr. Strode acknowledged that judges used cash bail less frequently now, and that the jail population had shrunk. But electronic monitoring starts punishing people as soon as they are charged with a crime, he said, not after a finding of guilt. We should ask whether that trade-off is worth it, Mr. Strode said. The policy has also faced a different critique, that letting people accused of crimes await trial at home undermines public safety. Some critics have also said that court officials and prosecutors have not been aggressive enough in punishing people for violations. In St. Louis, that argument gained traction in 2023 after a man awaiting trial on robbery charges sped through an intersection and struck a car that then seriously injured a teenage pedestrian. The defendant, Daniel Riley, had amassed dozens of GPS violations before the crash, but was never ordered to appear in court over the infractions. The city's circuit attorney at the time, Kim Gardner, resigned amid the controversy. National proponents of electronic monitoring like Carl Wickland, a former executive director of the American Probation and Parole Association, continue to see the value in the system. But Mr. Wickland said that people with the devices must be able to hold jobs, secure housing, and be involved with their families, churches, and communities. Without those things, he said, defendants become higher risk because they have nothing to lose. According to the St. Louis Circuit Court's 2023 annual report, the most recent it has published, nearly 87% of defendants who wore monitors completed their pretrial periods without a new arrest. The figure was nearly the same for defendants who awaited trial at home without monitors. The court cautioned against using the statistics to draw conclusions about the effectiveness of monitoring, saying that the figures did not account for factors such as age, criminal history, and substance abuse. Court officials' investment in the program continues to grow. This fiscal year, the city budgeted more than $850,000 for the initiative, a record high for St. Louis. Budget documents show the court is on track to spend more than $1 million on the initiative. In the spring, the court plans to solicit proposals from contractors interested in providing monitoring services after its current contract expires. Mr. Tizid said Total Court Services was likely to submit a bid. Justin Mayo contributed reporting. Susan C. Beachy contributed research. This article was reported in partnership with Big Local News at Stanford University. About the analysis. To calculate the number of new ankle monitors activated in St. Louis, the Times analyzed hundreds of pages of monthly invoices that Total Court Services sent to the St. Louis City 22nd Circuit Court from October 2020 through June 2024. The invoices, obtained through a public records request, show how much Total Court Services billed for each defendant, identified by case number, who used 24/7 ankle monitoring services. The Times excluded defendants monitored only via the company's smartphone app, CourtFact, which has a limited GPS component. The invoices specify start and end dates, as well as whether the court or the defendant was responsible for payment. To calculate the share of monitored defendants who were charged with misdemeanors or Class D or E felonies, the Times analyzed the court's monthly pretrial data reports. The reports, which are available online, include monthly counts of defendants released from jail with GPS monitors broken down by class of charge. Discrepancies between the invoices and the court's reports are because the reports indicate the month judges ordered defendants to wear GPS monitors, while the invoices indicate when the monitors were activated, and the two dates can be different. Additionally, pretrial data reports included defendants released with court-fact smartphone monitoring in the totals. Beginning in June 2024, the reports included only defendants with GPS ankle monitoring.
It's a pretty interesting article, actually. Cyber or Dave, next time I run into Truism, probably it'll be on B Brave's channel. I'll ask him if he's got a short, because I'm actually kind of interested in his hierarchy. I don't know. It's an interesting thing to basically create a hierarchy based on your misogyny. But things like that I'm actually interested in. Maybe next time if I run into him, we can do the short and I can get him to come up here and discuss it. Probably the only interesting thing that I've come across that he does. So we'll see how that goes. And Deacon Dave, did he use any source material or did he just make it all up? Nothing wrong with making it all up. I have no problem with someone actually, thinking about it in hierarchies. I'd actually be interested in his thinking on it. So let's see. Yeah, but Cybertoxin distinguishing between the worthy and the worthless. I tend to be kind of a credentialist. What qualifications does he bring, to this sort of classification? That'd be something I'd be interested to know as well. The only comment that I have on that article is, I'm thinking of John Galt and his comments on what's his name, Carmelo Anthony having his bail dropped by a little bit more than half, and then the GoFundMe money or whatever the website was. He seemed to have a huge problem with it being dropped from $1 million to 450,000. So it'd be interesting to hear John Galt's comments on this. I would tend to agree with Stank D. Bails tend to be a little bit excessive. I do think that the ankle monitors, though, basically it winds up being some sort of house arrest is a solution to overcrowding. I'm not sure I have a problem with that. And if it's a private company kind of running an ankle monitoring program, not sure I have a problem with that either. At least somebody is doing something, about the over incarceration. So it's interesting to know. It's a pretty interesting article, actually. Let's see, Cybertoxin. Let's see here. Mahogany Roots. Let's see. Misogyny indicates a misapprehension applied to females with prejudice. People really love abusing that word. I'm one of the ones who loves abusing the word. However, I tend to think about what I say, and yeah, it strikes me as misogynistic. Given some of the comments that I've heard Truism use, he doesn't strike me as someone who has an excessive respect for females, Black females in particular. So, all right, well, on to the next story. Don't want to spend a whole lot of time on this, but I thought it was interesting. Pete Baracco, never heard of him until now. who helped gut foreign aid for Trump, leaves State Department. It says here, Pete Morocco oversaw the cutting of thousands of contracts at U.S. aid and the firing of most of its roughly 10,000 workers. Aid agency employees have accused him of mismanagement. Let's see what all this involves. It says Pete Morocco, who worked with Elon Musk's team to oversee the gutting of foreign aid and the dismantling of the main U.S. aid agency, has left the State Department, administration officials said on Monday. The abrupt departure comes in the middle of the department's efforts to merge the remnants of the aid group, the U.S. Agency for International Development, into the department by mid-August. Mr. Morocco has been acting as head of foreign aid at the department and would have overseen the remaining aid operations, which amount to only a fraction of those active before President Trump took office. Mr. Morocco is expected to take another job in the administration, U.S. officials say, so he's not entirely leaving. State Department did not provide official comment on Mr. Morocco's departure, but a statement from the department's press office that was attributed to a senior administration official praised Mr. Morocco for finding egregious abuses of taxpayer dollars during his tenure. The department provided no examples of such abuses. Mr. Morocco's critics say they plan to continue scrutinizing how he and Secretary of State Marco Rubio have gutted foreign aid. Let's see. And then there's a timeline here. Fired U.S. workers on April 5th. March 19th, named 2 officials who helped dismantle U.S. aid as agency's new leaders. Mr. Pete Morocco's tenure brought chaos to U.S. aid, which, in my opinion, is intended. Reckless and unlawful policy at the State Department and dismantled longstanding U.S. foreign policy. Bruce Schatz, Democrat of Hawaii, said in a statement, adding, his actions deprived millions of people around the world of life-saving aid and jeopardized U.S. credibility with our partners. Let's see, anything else interesting in here? Nothing here that we don't already know. Just for the record, I actually have no problem with scrutinizing where aid money goes. I've said in the not too distant past that we do probably need to cut back on the amount of aid that winds up going places. Especially, a lot of this U.S. aid winds up in the hand of, in the wrong hands, aid money going to dictators, coffers, that sort of thing. So my only wish is that someone more deliberative, another administration that's, in my opinion, a little bit more responsible and less cruel, do the shearing. But it's something that probably needs to be done. And whether I agree with some of the priorities of the Trump administration, it does need to be looked at and cut where necessary. Someone will write a book on black nurse theory. Didn't know there was a black nurse theory. Respect is a reciprocal perspective. Having an excess of respect for anyone is foolish. It was a joke, Cybertoxin, a joke. So take it as that. I don't care enough about truisms, theories to get wrapped around the axle. So staying with the Trump administration, the next several stories are going to be about Trump administration policies. Something near and dear to my heart, education. It says here, Trump administration will freeze $2 billion after Harvard refuses demands. Harvard is probably the one or two of the colleges that, they've got a big enough endowment that, they can stand up, and stand up they should. Forcing realignment of how education works. I don't know why the Trump administration is picking this fight, especially if in theory they only have, 3.5 more years to do it. I don't know that this was a fight that needed to be picked, but again, this is something that has been decades in the making. Trump's goal, and many of MAGA, his base will approve of, trying to steer colleges to, be a little bit more balanced in how they teach, especially the, courses in the arts, versus science. My thoughts are schools should teach the way they want to teach. And I understand tying federal aid to, this sort of thing works. But in my opinion, this is just further proof of the right's especially the right populism, and probably left populism too. They are basically anti-intellectual. They have a problem with competence. And I think the way Trump and who Trump has hired into his administration is just further proof. So let's hear what this has to say. Because I haven't really, other than the headlines, I haven't really dug deep into this. So let's see if there are any details that are interesting.
Trump administration will freeze $2 billion after Harvard refuses demands. This article is by Vimal Patel and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration acted quickly on Monday to punish Harvard University after it refused to comply with a list of demands from the federal government that the school said were unlawful. On Monday afternoon, Harvard became the first university to refuse to comply with the administration's requirements, setting up a showdown between the federal government and the nation's wealthiest university. By the evening, federal officials said they would freeze $2.2 billion in multi-year grants to Harvard, along with a $60 million contract. Other universities have pushed back against the administration's interference in higher education, but Harvard's response, which called the Trump administration's demands illegal, marked a major shift in tone for the nation's most influential school, which has been criticized in recent weeks for capitulating to Trump administration pressure. A letter the Trump administration sent to Harvard on Friday demanded that the university reduce the power of students and faculty members over the university's affairs, report foreign students who commit conduct violations immediately to federal authorities, and bring in an outside party to ensure that each academic department is viewpoint diverse, among other steps. The administration did not define what it meant by viewpoint diversity, but it has generally referred to seeking a range of political views, including conservative perspectives. No government, regardless of which party is in power, should dictate what private universities can teach, whom they can admit and hire, and which areas of study and inquiry they can pursue, said Alan Garber, Harvard's president, in a statement to the university on Monday. Since taking office in January, the Trump administration has aggressively targeted universities, saying it is investigating dozens of schools as it moves to eradicate diversity efforts and what it says is rampant anti-Semitism on campus. Officials have suspended hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funds for research at universities across the country. The administration has taken a particular interest in a short list of the nation's most prominent schools. Officials have discussed toppling a high-profile university as part of their campaign to remake higher education. They took aim first at Columbia University, then at other members of the Ivy League, including Harvard. The announcement of the funding freeze was issued by members of a federal anti-Semitism task force that has been behind much of the effort to target schools. Harvard's statement today reinforces the troubling entitlement mindset that is endemic in our nation's most prestigious universities and colleges, said a statement from the task force, posted by the General Services Administration. Harvard, for its part, has been under intense pressure from its own students and faculty to be more forceful in resisting the Trump administration's encroachment on the university and on higher education more broadly. The Trump administration said in March that it was examining about $256 million in federal contracts for Harvard, and an additional $8.7 billion in what it described as multi-year grant commitments. The announcement went on to suggest that Harvard had not done enough to curb anti-Semitism on campus. At the time, it was vague about what the university could do to satisfy Trump administration concerns. Last month, more than 800 faculty members at Harvard signed a letter urging the university to mount a coordinated opposition to these anti-democratic attacks. The university appeared to take a step in that direction on Monday. In his letter rejecting the administration's demands, Dr. Garber suggested that Harvard had little alternative.
Let me talk a little bit. DiCapriono brings up an interesting point. Again, CRT was never taught as like a general course. I know in high schools, for instance, a lot of courses like AP, African American Studies, might cover CRT. CRT happens to be something that I know a little bit about, mostly through my own reading. DEI, like CRT, started out as good ideas. The guy who's kind of credited with CRT, he didn't call it CRT. It was Derek Bell. Like DEI, CRT, and other things, the one time I will agree with folks is that, once something gets adopted by, say the government as a policy, government tends to ruin things like CRT and DEI because they take it too far. DEI basically started out as something, I don't even remember the name of the company, but it started out small and it worked really good, at its origin. CRT, the same thing. Once CRT escaped the legal academy, it just kind of mushroomed into something that, that got ruined basically. But at its root, CRT especially, I agree with Derek Bell's assessment. And maybe one day I'll do a show on it. There've been plenty of people that have done, YouTube videos about CRT. So, I wouldn't be adding anything original. I don't have a problem with CRT. I don't have a problem with DEI, at least the philosophies behind them. And by the way, they're not necessarily related directly, but DEI has some aspects of CRT, at least in spirit. And I'll just go on record. I have no problems with either one of them. It's just once the government gets its claws into something like this, just winds up, mushrooming into a monster, basically. So that's where I stand on that.
The university will not surrender its independence or relinquish its constitutional rights. He wrote, "Neither Harvard nor any other private university can allow itself to be taken over by the federal government." The government's letter to Harvard on Friday demanded an extraordinary set of changes that would have reshaped the university and ceded an unprecedented degree of control over Harvard's operations to the federal government. The changes would have violated principles that are held dear on colleges' campuses, including academic freedom. Some of the actions that the Trump administration demanded of Harvard were conducting plagiarism checks on all current and prospective faculty members, sharing all its hiring data with the Trump administration and subjecting itself to audits of its hiring while reforms are being implemented, at least through 2028, providing all admissions data to the federal government, including information on both rejected and admitted applicants, sorted by race, national origin, grade point average, and performance on standardized tests, immediately shutting down any programming related to diversity, equity, and inclusion, overhauling academic programs that the Trump administration says have egregious records on anti-Semitism, including placing certain departments and programs under an external audit. The list includes the Divinity School, the Graduate School of Education, the School of Public Health, and the Medical School, among many others. The demands suggested that the federal government wanted to intrude on processes that universities prefer to have control over, like how they admit their incoming classes. It also touched on issues that conservative activists have used as cudgels against academics. Plagiarism accusations, for example, are part of the reasons that Harvard's former president, Claudine Gay, was forced to resign. Harvard has in recent years failed to live up to both the intellectual and civil rights conditions that justify federal investment, the Trump administration letter said. Last month, after the Trump administration stripped $400 million in federal funds from Columbia University, Columbia agreed to major concessions demanded by the federal government. It agreed to place its Middle Eastern Studies Department under different oversight and to create a new security force of 36 special officers empowered to arrest and remove people from campus. The demands on Harvard were different and much more expansive, touching on many aspects of the university's basic operations. Representative Elise Stefanik, a Republican from New York who had questioned university leaders, including Dr. Gay, over allegations that they had tolerated anti-Semitism on campus, said that the Trump administration should defund Harvard for defying the federal government. "It is time to totally cut off U.S. taxpayer funding to this institution," she wrote in a social media post on Monday. In Harvard's response on Monday, it said it had already made major changes over the last 15 months to improve its campus climate and counter anti-Semitism, including disciplining students who violate university policies, devoting resources to programs that promote ideological diversity, and improving security. Harvard said it was unfortunate that the administration had ignored the university's efforts and moved instead to infringe on the school's freedom in unlawful ways. The forceful posture taken by Harvard on Monday was applauded across higher education, after universities had drawn widespread criticism for failing to resist Mr. Trump's attacks more aggressively. Harvard itself had been under fire for a series of moves in recent months that faculty members said were taken to placate Mr. Trump, including hiring a lobbying firm with close ties to the president and pushing out the faculty leaders of the Center for Middle Eastern Studies. A Harvard faculty group filed a lawsuit last week, seeking to block the administration from carrying out its threat to withdraw federal funding from the university. Nicholas Bowie, a law professor and secretary-treasurer of Harvard's chapter of the American Association of University Professors, the group that filed the suit, applauded Harvard's rejection of the Trump administration's demands. "I'm grateful for President Garber's courage and leadership," said Dr. Bowie. His response recognizes that there's no negotiating with extortion. Ted Mitchell, president of the American Council on Education, which represents many colleges and universities in Washington, said Harvard's approach could embolden other campus leaders, whom he said were breathing a sigh of relief. "This gives more room for others to stand up, in part because if Harvard hadn't, it would have said to everyone else, 'You don't stand a chance,'" said Dr. Mitchell, a former president of Occidental College. "This gives people a sense of the possible." He described Harvard's response as a roadmap for how institutions could oppose the administration on this incursion into institutional decision-making. He added, "Whether it's anti-Semitism or doing merit-based hiring or merit-based admissions, the basic texture of the academic enterprise needs to be decided by the university, not by the government." Ethan Kelly, 22, a senior at Harvard from Maryland, said that Monday's message from Dr. Garber was a relief. He said that he and many of his classmates have been concerned.
Go ahead and stop that here. DiCapriono, this is actually, you bring up an example of where I feel CRT just kind of mushroomed out of control. Derek Bell, again, he didn't call it CRT. The name was given to it, I think, by Kimberly Crenshaw, who was a student of his at Harvard Law. Bottom line is it was a critique of the American legal system. When people started applying CRT to education and, I think it kind of spawned like a philosophy of race that's actually like a branch of philosophy now. It was never intended to go much farther than the legal system, in my opinion. People just found it, useful, a useful way of looking at American race relations. But the race relations were specifically Black American. How a colorblind legal system. It was kind of a way of saying, hey, colorblind laws aren't enough because downstream you still have things that the results of some of these colorblind laws result in unintended discrimination. I think one of the basic premises is that to fix, say, discrimination against Black Americans or systemic racism, we'll just call it that, you need you need to be proactive, just depending on colorblind law to fix downstream problems. It doesn't always work, and sometimes there are unintended consequences. It was never meant to escape the shores of the USA. CRT, say in England or France or somewhere, wasn't, it's not that kind of tool. It's very US history oriented. So, that's my response. And to Cybertoxin's point about the illusion of seclusion, it was actually years ago, probably almost 20 years ago. I lived up in the Blue Ridge Mountains in Northern Virginia. And one of the reasons I moved up there, actually, was just to see what it was like living in the mountains. But, ever since then, I've kind of enjoyed living kind of a secluded life. However, if you decide, hey, I want to live up in a cabin in the woods, you're never actually secluded. So that's the title. What I wanted was seclusion, but it was actually an illusion. There's no way, unless you become like a Ted Kaczynski, and even he wasn't totally secluded, obviously. He had access to the mail system. Anyway, that's, it was kind of a joke title, but it was only half a joke. I could, I've never actually sat down. It would be more a memoir, if anything. Basically, you're never really alone in the United States. I'm not sure that total seclusion, like a Jeremiah Johnson, is even possible in 2025. So anyway, this is actually Obama talked about Trump's crackdown on Harvard and other schools. His comment, I guess, was it's ham-handed. And I don't know that I disagree with that. Bottom line is, it's funny. The right for decades accused, say, the American, judicial system, activist judges, activist progressive judges. They're basically using the same methods that they accuse the left of doing. We are basically, in an era where the activist judges these days are like Kismarik or whatever his name is, the Fifth Circuit down in Texas. They were definitely activist judges on the right. And as far as what Trump is doing, basically handing ultimatums to these elite universities, including his alma mater, by the way. Trump graduated from the University of Pennsylvania. So, even stuck some demands on them, which they acquiesced to. But, basically tying behavior or policy, making the federal funding dependent on it. Same thing the left used to do. If DEI was something that money depended on, or if you were going to do business with the government, it's something that, the left administrations were kind of forcing on companies. Trump's just doing the same thing, except, he wants a more right-facing policy. He wants to tie a philosophical change to federal funding. So I don't know how he's any better than the left. Same methods, different orientations. So I'm not impressed, quite frankly. And I also think that, I'm not sure I ever agreed with the left. Basically what it is it's like infringing on First Amendment stuff. And I always had that problem with the left tying policy to funding. I have the same problem with the right. Essentially, they're going right up against the First Amendment and right up to the line, if not outright crossing it. So I'm unimpressed. So anyway, Obama has this to say. And I'm not going to read the whole article, but I was kind of surprised he even said anything about it. But Harvard's, he's an alumnus. It says here, former President Barack Obama praised Harvard University's decision to resist the Trump administration's conditions for federal funding and encouraged other institutions to do the same. Unfortunately, other institutions don't have Harvard's endowment. The White House is freezing $2.2 billion in grants and $60 million in contracts towards the Ivy League school after it rejected demands to implement a mask ban, which I don't even know. I kind of understand why they want the mask ban, but the government shouldn't be doing it. The schools should. Making changes to programs and departments that fuel anti-Semitic harassment and eliminate diversity, equity, and inclusion programs. In a statement late Monday, Obama applauded Harvard, where he attended law school, for rejecting the stipulations. Harvard has set an example for other higher ed institutions, rejecting an unlawful and ham-handed attempt to stifle academic freedom while taking concrete steps to make sure all students at Harvard can benefit from an environment of intellectual inquiry, rigorous debate, and mutual respect, he said. Let's hope other institutions follow suit. I'm kind of surprised he said anything, but kind of not surprised either. He says, in conclusion of this article, there's no room in the United States for the rest of the world's terrorist sympathizers. Let's see. Oh, this is a Trump administration statement. There is no room in the United States for the rest of the world's terrorist sympathizers, and we are under no obligation to admit them. Oh, this is slightly off subject. Essentially what Trump is doing is, masked under, national security and supposedly it's supposed to be addressing anti-Semitism and that sort of thing. And Harvard, by the way, is kind of famous in its history for anti-Semitism. So, that's that. It's going to be interesting to see how this turns out. Harvard might be the only university, that has the means to resist Trump's demands. So, sticking with the Trump administration news, this article is talking about Trump in the courts, which does have me worried. This says in showdowns with the courts, Trump is increasingly combative. It's an analysis, not necessarily a news story. Adam Liptak is he's the guy for the Washington Post that covers the courts and the Supreme Court specifically. So I'll go ahead and play this. I don't think we're going to go all the way through it, but this actually does concern me. Trump basically ignoring courts. That is problematic. And for people who are, quote, law and order, this should be concerning even to the right. And I think in some cases it is. The right is a little worried about this.
In showdowns with the courts, Trump is increasingly combative. This article is by Adam Liptick and read by an automated voice. The Trump administration's compliance with court orders started with foot-dragging, moved to semantic gymnastics, and has now arrived at the cusp of outright defiance. Large swaths of President Trump's agenda have been tied up in court, challenged in scores of lawsuits. The administration has frozen money that the courts have ordered it to spend. It has blocked the Associated Press from the White House press pool, despite a court order saying that the news organization be allowed to participate. And it ignored a judge's instruction to return planes carrying Venezuelan immigrants bound for a notorious prison in El Salvador. But Exhibit A in what legal scholars say is a deeply worrisome and escalating trend is the administration's combative response to the Supreme Court's ruling last week in the case of a Salvadoran immigrant. The administration deported the immigrant, Kilmar Armando Abrego Garcia, to El Salvador despite a 2019 ruling from an immigration judge specifically and directly prohibiting that very thing. Until recently, none of this was in dispute. The United States acknowledges that Abrego Garcia was subject to a withholding order forbidding his removal to El Salvador, and that the removal to El Salvador was therefore illegal, the Supreme Court said on Thursday in an unsigned and to all appearances unanimous order. The justices upheld a part of an order from Judge Paula Zines of the Federal District Court in Maryland that had required the government to facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return. He had by then been held for almost a month in one of the most squalid and dangerous prisons on earth. The administration's response has been to quibble, stall, and ignore requests for information from Judge Zines. In an Oval Office meeting on Monday between Mr. Trump and President Nayib Bukele of El Salvador, both men made plain that they had no intention of returning Mr. Abrego Garcia to the United States. In remarks in the Oval Office and on television, Stephen Miller, Mr. Trump's top domestic policy advisor, said the administration's earlier concessions, made by several officials and in a Supreme Court filing, were themselves mistaken, the work of a rogue lawyer. He added that the Supreme Court had unanimously endorsed the administration's position that judges may not meddle in foreign policy. Ed Whalen, a conservative legal commentator, said that was a misreading of the ruling. The administration is clearly acting in bad faith, he said. The Supreme Court and the District Court have properly given it the freedom to select the means by which it will undertake to ensure Abrego Garcia's return. The administration is abusing that freedom by doing basically nothing. White House officials did not respond to requests for comment. The administration has also responded to court orders blocking its programs in other ways, speaking to audiences outside the courtroom. Mr. Trump and his allies have waged relentless rhetorical attacks on several judges who have ruled against the president, at times calling for their impeachment, and at others suggesting that Mr. Trump is not bound by the law. Assessing whether, when, and how much the administration is defying the courts is complicated by a new phenomenon, legal scholars said, pointing to what they called a collapse in the credibility of representations by the Justice Department. These days, its lawyers are sometimes sent to court with no information, sometimes instructed to make arguments that are factually or legally baseless, and sometimes punished for being honest. Defiance, then, may not be a straightforward declaration that the government will not comply with a ruling. It may be an appearance by a hapless lawyer who has or claims to have no information, or it may be a legal argument so outlandish as to amount to insolence. Sanford Levinson, a law professor at the University of Texas, said the Trump administration had exposed dual fault lines in the constitutional structure and in the limits of permissible advocacy. I would like to think that at least some of the Trump administration's arguments have crossed that line, Professor Levinson said, but frankly, I don't really know where the line is. Courts generally give government lawyers the benefit of the doubt, presuming that they are acting in good faith, even when they make ambitious arguments for a broad conception of executive power. We are beyond that point, said Marin Levy, a law professor at Duke. It is alarming that we are even having to ask whether the government is failing to comply with court orders. Just hours after the Supreme Court ruled in Mr. Abrego Garcia's case, Judge Zines asked the government 3 questions on Thursday night. Where was Mr. Abrego Garcia being held? What steps had the government taken to get him home? And what additional steps did it plan to take? At first, the administration's lawyers refused to respond, saying in a court filing on Friday that they needed more time, and at a hearing that day that they had no answers to the judge's questions. Judge Zines wrote that they had failed to comply with this court's order, and she called for daily updates at 5 p.m., a deadline the administration has treated as a suggestion. On Saturday, an administration official grudgingly acknowledged that Abrego Garcia is currently being held in the Terrorism Confinement Center in El Salvador. The official said nothing about what the government was doing to facilitate the prisoner's return. Mr. Abrego Garcia's lawyers have urged Judge Zines to consider holding the government in contempt. Ilya Soman, a law professor at George Mason University, said the administration was certainly close to defiance in the Abrego Garcia case. At the very least, he said, they are taking maximal advantage of possible ambiguity in the meaning of facilitate. It is not plausible to interpret that term as meaning they need make no real effort. In a brief filed on Sunday, the administration argued that the Supreme Court's requirement that it facilitate Mr. Abrego Garcia's return meant only that it must remove any domestic obstacles that would otherwise impede the alien's ability to return here. That argument, Michael Dorff, a law professor at Cornell, wrote in a blog post, does not pass the laugh test. Still, last week's Supreme Court decision gave the administration some room to maneuver, notably in instructing Judge Zines to clarify her initial ruling with due regard for the deference owed to the executive branch in the conduct of foreign affairs. The decision added, for its part, the government should be prepared to share what it can concerning the steps it has taken and the prospect of further steps. The dispute seems certain to return to the justices if the administration sticks to its hardline approach. Should lower courts order Mr. Abrego Garcia's return or hold officials in contempt, the administration will surely again ask the Supreme Court to intervene. And if Mr. Abrego Garcia's lawyers cannot secure his return, they too will seek further help from the justices. Other disputes have also raised questions about whether...
I'll go ahead and stop it there. I think that it sounds like what Trump is saying is, hey, you know what? I will only listen to, the apex of the judicial system. And this story kind of confirms that. This next story kind of confirms, that conclusion. The only comment that I have, and I guess I should make it after this story, but the problem is that I'm not absolutely sure that this sort of slippery slope that Trump has constructed it's going to wind up boomeranging, because what he's doing can easily be it can easily boomerang. You get a Democrat in office in the presidency who kind of has that same chutzpah that Trump seems to have. It can work the other way. The pendulum can swing the other way, and I don't know that this is wise, but we'll see how it all works out. This next story, basically, the House of Representatives, basically the Republicans, passed a bill restricting district court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions. Trump basically, obviously feels that, hey, if you're not the Supreme Court, I don't have to listen to you. And that is a slippery slope. But I can't say Trump is original here. The state of Alabama kind of did the same thing a few years ago when the Supreme Court ordered them to come up with a new redistricting plan. Alabama just outright ignored it. So we'll see how this turns out. But in my opinion, when the courts become neutered, we basically, slide towards a lawless state, where, you know, the term "we are a nation of laws" seems to be in doubt these days. So we'll listen to a little bit of this article here.
House passes bill restricting district court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions, by Rebecca Bache. The House on Wednesday passed a bill restricting district court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions in a move that would vastly diminish the ability of courts to block President Trump's policies. Dubbed the No Rogue Rulings Act, the legislation from Representative Darrell Issa, Republican from California, would limit judges to providing relief only to parties directly involved in the suit. The bill passed in a 219 to 213 vote. It would bar district court judges from issuing nationwide injunctions, even when the matter has an impact across the country, undercutting numerous lawsuits challenging Trump's directives. Since President Trump has returned to office, left-leaning activists have cooperated with ideological judges who they have sought out to take their cases and weaponize nationwide injunctions to stall dozens of lawful executive actions and initiatives.
One thing that I think Justice Roberts might have addressed is this court shopping, where you go and you find a judge who is likely to share your ideology. The Fifth Circuit's famous for it. I forget which circuit Rhode Island's in, but I think their moves, I really wish the law would basically stop this judge shopping. I think it's a policy that Roberts, kind of put in place, but it'd be nice to have a law. I don't know that I agree with this, restriction on nationwide injunctions. But anyway, we'll finish listening to this.
Issa said. These sweeping injunctions represent judicial activism at the worst. To Democrats, however, a recent string of Trump losses in court reflects not rogue judges, but rather the lawlessness of his actions. My colleagues on the other side of the aisle want you to believe that somehow these nationwide injunctions being issued by courts across the country against Donald Trump's illegal and unconstitutional actions are unfair, Representative Pramila Jayapal, Democrat from Washington, said. Here's the message. If you don't like the injunctions, don't do illegal, unconstitutional stuff. That's simple. Both parties have introduced bills to curb nationwide injunctions, but Republicans picked up the mantle this year after U.S. District Court James Boasberg temporarily barred the Trump administration from deporting Venezuelans to a Salvadoran prison under the Alien Enemies Act. Trump has called for the judge's impeachment, while other GOP voices have complained about the ability of one judge to hamstring a White House policy from being implemented across the country. But Democrats argue the injunctions properly protect from harm those across the country, even if they are not directly involved in the suit. Many have cited Trump's order attempting to block birthright citizenship for those not born to citizen parents. Judges appointed by presidents of both parties struck down the order, finding it violated the Constitution's guarantee of citizenship for all born in the U.S. Democrats argue it makes no sense that the parents of each child would need to sue individually. Nationwide injunctions play an essential role in protecting our democracy and holding the political branches accountable. Without them, millions of people could be harmed by these illegal or unconstitutional government policies, Jayapal said. Judges have increasingly issued nationwide injunctions over the last 25 years, a trend accompanied by growing scrutiny of their legitimacy. Judges issued 6 nationwide injunctions during President George W. Bush's administration, according to an analysis published in the Harvard Law Review. The number doubled to 12 during the Obama administration, before skyrocketing to 64 during Trump's first term. During the Biden administration, the number of nationwide injunctions fell back to 14, a figure that has already been surpassed in a matter of weeks in the second Trump administration. Judges are asserting this authority by themselves, and it's an outrageous abuse of public trust and judicial power and opened the Pandora's box that threatens the constitutional order, said Representative Tom McClintock, R. California. The Congress is elected to make law. The president is elected to enforce it. The judiciary is appointed for the sole purpose of resolving cases and controversies brought to it by individual injured parties. But Democrats say that Trump, who has already issued more than 100 executive orders during his second term, has far surpassed his predecessors in seeking to shape policy through executive orders beyond the scope of his powers and crafting illegal policy. Federal judges have issued at least 68 court orders that block or pause the administration's lawlessness to prevent irreparable harm in the country from his unconstitutional actions. The judges deciding here were appointed by 5 different presidents, both Democratic presidents and Republican presidents, said Representative Jamie Raskin of Maryland, the top Democrat on the House Judiciary Committee. Senator Chuck Grassley, Republican from Iowa, has introduced a similar bill in the Senate that would also limit judicial rulings to the parties directly involved in the case. It's unclear, however, when the legislation might advance.
All right. Let's see. Versus Wong Kim Ark is giving green card holders a run for their money, it seems. Well, I don't think may is the word. Visa holders already have. There's some other stories that I'm not going to cover. You've even got University of Houston has a math professor who has had his visa revoked. I don't know exactly why, but there's another female student who's a Jane Doe in this article that I saw. She's 6 weeks away from graduating from MIT, and they're wanting to deport her. And the court has enjoined the administration from doing it. That's an excessive punishment. From what I understand, she plans on leaving after her graduation, but I guess they want to just boot her out now. I think that Trump's basically, going too far with this sort of stuff, but it is popular. His popularity, specifically because of immigration, has gone up. I'm going to do a video essay on Trump's popularity in the next day or two. He is, under 50%, but he is, riding high. Higher than he ever has, first term plus this term. So there are people who are still, thinking he's doing what they voted for, at least as far as immigration goes. So this is basically an essay talking about Trump's policy of sending these folks to the Salvadoran gulag. Shows utter contempt, not just for the Constitution itself, but law itself. And I thoroughly agree with this. Part of the reason the courts are set up this way, and, the district courts and, these lower courts, I think at the beginning of the country, the Constitution, once the Constitution was adopted, I think there were circuit courts and the Supreme Courts. The district courts were more or less an afterthought. So basically, Trump wants a faster track for doing what he wants to do. The reason the reason the courts are set up this way is basically intentional to slow things down and a more deliberative process. The way the whole government, the federal government is set up, is to basically be more deliberative. And I will admit that it is so slow sometimes that things don't get done in a timely manner. But the president does have the ability to at least get the Supreme Court to rule on injunctions. I just don't know that he's going to be able to speed the process up. But he's trying to figure out a way, that's for sure. So let's have a look at this again. I'm not sure that we'll listen to the whole thing, but I agree that what Trump is doing is basically coming right up to illegal, if not outright illegal. But he doesn't seem to mind that.
Trump's policy of shipping innocents to the Salvadoran gulag shows utter contempt for not just the Constitution, but law itself. His repudiation of due process, civil rights, and basic rules of justice means there is no check on who he can disappear next, citizen or non-citizen. By Andy Craig. The Trump administration has sent an innocent man to the notorious terrorism confinement center, Secot, in El Salvador, using it as a kind of outsourced contract prison. The White House has openly admitted that it was an administrative mistake in violation of a court order specifically protecting him from removal to El Salvador. Now, the government is in openly contemptuous defiance of a court order requiring that it rectify the matter, backed by a unanimous Supreme Court ruling. Kilmar Abrego Garcia's case is the most striking example, but he is by no means the only victim. A CBS investigation found that, of the nearly 250 Venezuelan migrants who were deported in March from the U.S. and committed to a maximum security prison in El Salvador ostensibly for terrorists and gang leaders, an overwhelming majority have no apparent criminal convictions or even criminal charges. Trump's El Salvador scheme is more than just flouting American constitutional law. It repudiates the fundamental principle of due process with roots dating back 4 millennia. It is, as a Reagan-appointed judge on the Fourth Circuit searingly put it, a path of perfect lawlessness. End quote. A history of habeas. Almost 4,000 years ago, the Babylonian king Hammurabi promulgated a set of laws, the oldest extant written legal code we have. It wasn't pretty by modern standards, much of it concerning slavery and patriarchy, and the punishments were severe. But even then, it took for granted a principle, at least regarding non-slaves, which was already by then well understood. For someone's life or liberty to be taken, an accusation must be made and then adjudicated. There was, in other words, a right to due process, a right so fundamental that the very concept is inseparable from what it means to have laws and judges. In ancient Rome, the tribunes, from which we get tribunal, had the power to interdict, overrule any executive magistrate's unlawful actions against a plebeian who made up the vast bulk of the population. This power was not a mere formality. It was grounded in a collective belief that the tribunes were sacrosanct and any violation would be met with instant violence from the people themselves. Over time, as Roman law expanded beyond Rome itself, a formal written order, a writ, was developed that was known as de homini libero exhibendo. Literally, present the free man, in order to physically produce the...
I want to just insert here. This is kind of a history lesson, but since I like history, we'll see how bored I get. But I think this is actually kind of important, going over the history of habeas corpus, things like that.
It's the person being held, so that the authorities couldn't just disappear someone. When the Emperor Justinian sought to codify the sprawling precedents and statutes of Roman law, this was the first precedent discussed. And it was this system of laws that was in effect for the 4 centuries of Roman rule in Britain, and remained in place long after the Romans were gone. In 1166, the Assize of Clarendon was issued by Henry II as a statement of English law as it stood, again recognizing this inherent judicial function for protecting personal liberty. And when King John was forced to agree to the Magna Carta a few decades later, it stated, Nullus belivis ponit alicum ad legem, simplici sue loquila. That is, nobody ought to be subject to legal punishments on the mere say-so of an executive officer. There must be evidence and a process, a chance to vindicate your rights before an impartial arbiter. Over time, English common law came to carry out this function by means of the Great Writ, under the name we know it today, habeas corpus. Echoing the ancient Roman equivalent, this is in order to literally produce the body of a person being detained before the court so a judge can rule on their incarceration. In 1640, in the lead-up to the English Civil War, Parliament enacted a statute providing that even the king's authority could not interfere. This legacy was of acute importance to the American founders, and protection for it was entrenched in the original Constitution even before the amendments adopted in the Bill of Rights. Of course, it has always been recognized as a matter of practical reality that in some cases of extreme urgency the courts would be unavailable. But in American law it has been firmly settled that this kind of exception only applies when courts are shut down by being in a literal war zone or an equivalently disruptive catastrophe. And even then, within those narrow confines, the right can only be suspended according to a law passed by Congress. In some cases, habeas has been supplemented with other laws and causes of action, such as those giving individuals standing to sue over civil rights violations. But the heart of the matter has always remained. Nobody can simply be disappeared by the government without an opportunity to seek relief from the courts. It is the core feature from time immemorial distinguishing free people from slaves, the latter a category we have now abolished altogether. Disappearing due process. This brief march through the history of legal protection for personal liberty is not just an intellectual curiosity. On Monday, it came crashing down in the Oval Office, in the meeting between Donald Trump and his client autocrat, Nayib Bukele, the president of El Salvador. Abrego Garcia was abducted by the federal government and rushed on a flight to El Salvador's notoriously brutal terrorism confinement center, Secot, along with more than 200 others. These flights proceeded despite a federal judge ordering them to turn around while they were in the air. Abrego Garcia's lawyers obtained a district court order for the government to facilitate his return to the United States, in part because the government even admits his removal was illegal and in violation of a court order. Abrego Garcia, who fled to the United States as a teenager, was the subject of an immigration judge's order that he not be sent to El Salvador. This ruling was appealed to the Circuit Court, where a 3-judge panel unanimously affirmed it in a blistering ruling denouncing the administration's blatant lawlessness. This was then appealed to the Supreme Court, which again unanimously upheld the order. Though slightly tweaking its terms, all 9 justices agreed that the court could and should order the government to return Abrego Garcia and answer the judge's questions about what they had done and what steps they were taking. Since then, the government has openly defied the courts, refusing to take any steps to facilitate Abrego Garcia's return and, even more flagrantly, refusing to provide any clarification about the nature of its agreement with El Salvador. The migrants condemned to the El Salvador prison are not being held under any accusation of breaking Salvadoran law. Rather, Secot is functioning like a kind of contract prison for the United States. For all his bluster, Bukele has stopped short of denying this, and has never said that he would refuse an order that the U.S. issued him regarding a prisoner's release or return. His flippant suggestion that returning Abrego Garcia would require him to smuggle a terrorist into the United States implies he has not received an order from the U.S. to return him, since, definitionally, returning a prisoner at the U.S. request would not involve smuggling. The origin and source of this problem is not in El Salvador, but in the White House. Trump and his subordinates have been resolute in refusing to issue any instruction or request to rectify their egregious error, despite a direct and unambiguous court order. Instead, while Abrego Garcia languishes in Secot amidst actual gang members, and while his young son remains without his father, Trump and Bukele were in the Oval Office laughing and lying about being powerless to free an innocent man. Worse, Trump openly mused about his desire for American citizens to suffer the same fate, under the same logic whereby the government can rush somebody out of the country to a foreign torture camp, admit they did so unlawfully, but then sit back and claim there's nothing courts can do about it. To describe this as a constitutional crisis would be accurate, though it would actually understate it. In a way that's never happened before in American history, a president and his subordinates are openly defying not just a court order, but one upheld without dissent on appeal, all the way up to the Supreme Court. The most basic way in which the judicial and executive branches of government interact has been shattered. But more fundamentally than that, Trump has repudiated the very foundation of law itself. Its deep roots are at the core of human civilization as we know it, and Trump has trampled over them with no remorse. We are staring into the abyss. Any person, citizen or not, can now be shipped off to a gulag from which they have no hope of release, no opportunity for judicial review, no protection of any law. This could be done not just to criminals, not just to those falsely accused of a crime, but to anybody who attracts Trump's personal displeasure, which is no short list of names. Our most ancient ancestors would have recognized this for what it is. If they could see it, and have left us a legacy stretching back millennia, there is no excuse for acquiescence or looking the other way. If this scheme is not repudiated root and branch, we are not merely no longer living under the Constitution. We will have forsaken the very idea of law and courts, the most elementary notion of what law is. The choice is stark. We now face, directly in its purest distilled form, the question of if we will be ruled by the unchecked absolute power of a single man. Thanks for reading The Unpopulist. Subscribe for free to support our project.
DiCapriono, I don't know that acquired is the right term. Confirmed would actually be closer to my understanding, or at least my way of seeing things. All the Reconstruction amendments did was confirm something that should have happened, or something that should have never happened. Even if I took the point or the position that these rights were acquired, I would actually say they were granted, not so much acquired. So I'm not a solid believer in natural rights, but let's just assume that freedom is a natural right. These rights to being free, or not being a slave or enslaved, those were confirmations. These people should have never been slaves in the first place. So confirmed is like the rights, the Reconstruction amendments basically confirmed the right. If you're actually someone who doesn't think natural rights, there are a lot fewer natural rights than most people, on the right would say there are. It was granted. Black people did not acquire anything. So, it's a semantic sort of argument, but it's how I see it. Lupin, basically, this show is being streamed to my channel and the John Galt channel. You might be the only one in my chat. So that's why you may not see any other chatters. I think it's just me and you in there, and maybe someone else, maybe Lead or somebody. So most of the chatters are actually in the John Galt chat. If you want to swing over there, you'll be able to see what everybody else is saying. The two chats are separate. They're not joined. I think that's by design, actually. So let's see. I can see both chats in StreamYard. So anyway, any comments on this? I think that basically, if you want to think of democratic norms, Trump is definitely anti-democratic norm. And it all goes back to the unitary executive, which is, I've seen it called a novel legal theory. And maybe what we ought to do is at some point go back and have a look at exactly what the unitary executive is. I can do it now if people want to explore it. Just let me know in the chat. Let's see. The next story, we're kind of changing over to Trump's tariffs And still, again, the next few stories are going to be more or less are going to be still focused on Trump news. DiCaprio says, no one wants to be in bondage, but the cost of acquiring the right proved they were not as simple as walking across a border. Not sure I'm not sure I get what you're saying. African slaves didn't walk across the border. They were forced and brought here. So I'm not sure where you're going with that. No one wants to be in bondage. That's true. But the cost of acquiring the right proved they were not as simple as walking across the border. I don't think the right was acquired. I think the right was either granted, if you're a little bit of a pessimist, like I tend to be, or they were confirmed, basically meaning that slavery shouldn't have happened in the first place. So I'm not for using the word acquiring. I'm not saying that you don't have an argument. I'm saying I just don't agree that they were acquired. Blacks didn't buy it, or they didn't petition. Well, they did petition, for the ending of slavery, but basically look at those Reconstruction amendments as righting a wrong. So doing the right thing is not the same thing as acquiring. But again, it's a semantic argument. I'm not saying you're wrong. I'm just saying I would frame it differently. So anyway, China halts critical exports as trade war intensifies. Beijing has suspended exports of certain rare earth minerals. So let's listen to this. This dovetails on another story that I ran across, and maybe I'll go back and see can I find it. But apparently, we've discovered some rare earth materials here in the United States. So that could be behind, some of Trump's focus on dealing with China the way he is.
China halts critical exports as trade war intensifies. This article is by Keith Bradsher and read by an automated voice. China has suspended exports of a wide range of critical minerals and magnets, threatening to choke off supplies of components central to automakers, aerospace manufacturers, semiconductor companies, and military contractors around the world. Shipments of the magnets, essential for assembling everything from cars and drones to robots and missiles, have been halted at many Chinese ports while the Chinese government drafts a new regulatory system. Once in place, the new system could permanently prevent supplies from reaching certain companies, including American military contractors. The official crackdown is part of China's retaliation for President Trump's sharp increase in tariffs that started on April 2nd. On April 4th, the Chinese government ordered restrictions on the export of 6 heavy rare earth metals, which are refined entirely in China, as well as rare earth magnets, 90% of which are produced in China. The metals and special magnets made with them can now be shipped out of China only with special export licenses. But China has barely started setting up a system for issuing the licenses. That has caused consternation among industry executives that the process could drag on and that current supplies of minerals and products outside of China could run low. If factories in Detroit and elsewhere run out of powerful rare earth magnets, that could prevent them from assembling cars and other products with electric motors that require these magnets. Companies vary widely in the size of their emergency stockpiles for such contingencies, so the timing of production disruptions is hard to predict. The so-called heavy rare earth metals covered by the export suspension are used in magnets essential for many kinds of electric motors. These motors are crucial components of electric cars, drones, robots, missiles, and spacecraft. Gasoline-powered cars also use electric motors with rare earth magnets for critical tasks like steering. The metals also go into the chemicals for manufacturing jet engines, lasers, car headlights, and certain spark plugs, and these rare metals are vital ingredients in capacitors, which are electrical components of the computer chips that power artificial intelligence servers and smartphones. Michael Silver, the chairman and chief executive of American Elements, a chemical supplier based in Los Angeles, said his company had been told it would take 45 days before export licenses could be issued and exports of rare earth metals and magnets would resume. Mr. Silver said that his company had increased its inventory last winter in anticipation of a trade war between the United States and China and could meet its existing contracts while waiting for the licenses. Daniel Picard, the chairman of the Critical Minerals Advisory Committee for the Office of the United States Trade Representative and Department of Commerce, expressed concern about the availability of rare earths. Does the export control or ban potentially have severe effects in the U.S.? Yes, he said. Mr. Picard, leader of the International Trade and National Security Practice at the Buchanan, Ingersoll and Amp Rooney law firm, said a swift resolution of the rare earths issue was necessary because a sustained disruption of exports could hurt China's reputation as a reliable supplier. In a potential complication, China's Ministry of Commerce, which issued the new export restrictions jointly with the General Administration of Customs, has barred Chinese companies from having any dealings with an ever-lengthening list of American companies, particularly military contractors. One American mining leader, James Latinska, the executive chairman and chief executive of MP Materials, said that rare earth supplies for military contractors were of particular concern. Drones and robotics are widely considered the future of warfare, and based on everything we are seeing, the critical inputs for our future supply chain are shut down, he said. MP Materials owns the sole rare earths mine in the United States, the Mountain Pass mine in the California desert near the Nevada border, and hopes to start commercial production of magnets in Texas at the end of the year for General Motors and other manufacturers. A few Japanese companies keep rare earth inventories of more than a year's supply, having been hurt in 2010 when China imposed a 7-week embargo on rare earth exports to Japan during a territorial dispute. But many American companies keep little or no inventory because they do not want to tie up cash in stockpiles of costly materials. One of the metals subject to the new controls, dysprosium oxide, trades for $204 per kilogram in Shanghai and much more outside China. Rare earth magnets make up a tiny share of China's overall exports to the United States and elsewhere, so halting shipments causes minimal economic pain in China while holding the potential for big effects in the United States and elsewhere. Chinese customs officials are blocking exports of heavy rare earth metals and magnets, not just to the United States, but to any country, including Japan and Germany. Enforcement of the new export license requirement, though, has been uneven so far among different Chinese ports, rare earth industry executives said. Most but not all rare earth magnets include heavy rare earths, which are needed to prevent magnets from losing their magnetism at high temperatures or in some electrical fields. Some rare earth magnets are made only from light rare earths and are not subject to export restrictions. Customs officials at a few Chinese ports are tolerating exports of magnets if they have only tiny traces of heavy rare earth metals in them, and if the magnets are not going to the United States. Officials at other Chinese ports are taking a more stringent stance, however, demanding that exporters run tests to prove that any batch of magnets does not have heavy rare earth metals in them before the magnets can be loaded on a ship for export. The Chinese export restrictions began taking effect before the Trump administration announced on Friday night that it would exempt many kinds of consumer electronics from China from its latest tariffs. Magnet exports continue to be blocked this weekend, 5 rare earth industry executives said. Like most goods from China, the magnets are also subject to President Trump's latest tariffs when they arrive at American ports. Until 2023, China produced 99% of the world's supply of heavy rare earth metals, with a trickle of production coming out of a refinery in Vietnam. But that refinery has been closed for the past year because of a tax dispute, leaving China with a monopoly. China also produces 90% of the world's nearly 200,000 tons a year of rare earth magnets, which are far more powerful than conventional iron magnets. Japan produces most of the rest, and Germany produces a tiny quantity as well, but they...
Let me stop it right there. This Next article I just found, basically the U.S. is kind of starting up its own supply chain for rare earth minerals or elements. I'll read just a little bit of it. Mountain Pass, California. From the smartphone in your pocket to magnets powering a growing number of electric vehicles on the road, rare earth elements are the foundational components for some of the most commonly used technologies today. But over the last 3 decades, Beijing has held an iron grip on the world supply chain for rare earth elements, such that nearly all materials, no matter where in the world they are mined, travel to China for refinement before they're used in technologies. That's the other thing I didn't know. China, and I guess that little mine or refining facility in Vietnam. I didn't know that the stuff was refined there as well. Skipping ahead a little bit, it's an issue that poses vulnerability within the United States supply chain and poses potential national security risks, considering Washington's strained relations with Beijing. Skipping ahead again, despite being labeled as rare, the 17 different elements known as rare earths are relatively abundant in the Earth's crust. The Biden administration considers them, this must be an old article. Biden administration considers them one of the strategic and critical materials and minerals for their use in several modern commercial and defense technologies, including smartphones, medical equipment, and highly specialized magnets used in electric vehicles, fighter jets, and drones. Let me see, can I skip down to the part? Let's see. It says here the second stage of production starts with the process of drying, roasting, leaching, and purifying the mixture of rare earth concentrate. Then the rare earths are fed into one of several towering tanks located in a building longer than an American football field. In these vats, a solvent extraction process separates the mixture into individual rare earth oxides. Let's see here. Okay. Apparently, there's the U.S. is opening a refinement facility in Mountain Pass, California. And the next thing is to find out if it's online yet. Yeah, I guess what I'll do is I'll have to go back and look at this closer. But I did see an article that I can't find right now that talks about a new deposit of rare earth in the U.S. That basically the U.S. is going to be starting up its own supply chain. And, this is something that should have been done years ago. Same thing. I think pharmaceuticals are going to be the next frontier. This next article talks about Trump wanting to tariff computer chips and drugs. And again, on the positive side of Trump tariffing these things, encouraging some of this industry, some of these manufacturing and refinement processes being moved to the United States. In my opinion, it's been a national security issue, and it didn't come to light how serious, the chips, the drugs, and obviously rare earths, how vulnerable we were until COVID. So I don't disagree with Trump tariffing some of this stuff. Probably should have been done years ago. So this is basically talking about Trump moves to put new tariffs on computer chips and drugs. Citing a national security statute, the administration has begun a process to investigate the impact of imported semiconductors and pharmaceuticals. And I think, the pharmaceuticals are, an obvious vulnerability. The Trump administration took steps on Monday that appear likely to result in new tariffs on semiconductors and pharmaceutical products, adding the levies President Trump has put on imports globally. Excuse me. Federal notices put online Monday afternoon said the administration had initiated national security investigations into imports of chips and pharmaceuticals. Mr. Trump has suggested that those investigations could result in tariffs. The investigations will also cover the machinery used to make semiconductors, products that contain chips and pharmaceutical ingredients. So let's see. The new semiconductor and pharmaceutical tariffs would be issued under Section 232 of the Trade Expansion Act of 1962, which allows the president to impose tariffs to protect U.S. national security. So that's that. Again, I'm not sure that, some of this stuff should have been done years ago. We'll see. Now, Lupin, that's a good point, but I also think that age will catch up with him. It's inevitable. Whether he'll even be in shape to run or to attempt to run for a third term, we shall see. So let's see. We're going to switch gears and talk about Doge, the never-ending saga. Doge is far short of its goal and still overstating its progress. So Elon Musk, I think he said he'd be leaving in June. Let's see if he even lasts that long. Other than this story, I haven't heard a lot from Elon in the past few days.
Doge is far short of its goal and still overstating its progress. This article is by David A. Farenthold and Jeremy Singer Vine and read by an automated voice. Last week, Elon Musk indicated for the first time that his Department of Government Efficiency was falling short of its goal. He previously said his powerful budget-cutting team could reduce the next fiscal year's federal budget by $1 trillion and do it by September 30th, the end of the current fiscal year. Instead, in a cabinet meeting on Thursday, Mr. Musk said that he anticipated the group would save about $150 billion, 85% less than its objective. Even that figure may be too high, according to a New York Times analysis of Doge's claims. That's because when Mr. Musk's group tallies up its savings so far, it inflates its progress by including billion-dollar errors, by counting spending that will not happen in the next fiscal year, and by making guesses about spending that might not happen at all. One of the group's largest claims, in fact, involves canceling a contract that did not exist. Although the government says it had merely asked for proposals in that case, and had not settled on a vendor or a price, Mr. Musk's group ignored that uncertainty and assigned itself a large and very specific amount of credit for canceling it. It said it had saved exactly $318,310,328.30. Mr. Musk's group has now triggered mass firings across the government and sharp cutbacks in humanitarian aid around the world. Mr. Musk has justified those disruptions with two promises: that the group would be transparent and that it would achieve budget cuts that others called impossible. Now, watching the group pare back its aims and puff up its progress, some of its allies have grown doubtful about both. They're just spinning their wheels, citing in many cases overstated or fake savings, said Romina Bocha, the director of budget and entitlement policy at the Libertarian Cato Institute. What's most frustrating is that we agree with their goals, but we're watching them flail at achieving them. Mr. Musk's group did not respond to questions about its claims sent via X, his social media platform. Mr. Musk previously acknowledged the group might make errors but said they would be corrected. The White House press office defended the team, saying it had compiled massive accomplishments, but declined to address specific instances where the group seemed to have inflated its progress. Mr. Musk actually promised an even larger reduction last year. When he was Mr. Trump's most prominent supporter on the campaign trail, he said he could cut $2 trillion from a federal budget of about $7 trillion. After Mr. Trump was elected and Mr. Musk's group began its work, Mr. Musk lowered that goal to $1 trillion. Even after Mr. Musk's comments in Thursday's cabinet meeting, a White House official indicated that this target had not changed. Budget analysts had been deeply skeptical of these claims, saying it would be difficult to cut that much without disrupting government services even further, or drastically altering popular benefit programs like Medicare and Social Security. Mr. Musk's group has provided an online ledger of its budget cuts, which it calls the Wall of Receipts. The site was last updated on Tuesday to show an estimated savings of $150 billion. The ledger is riddled with omissions and flaws. While Mr. Musk said on Thursday that his group would save $150 billion in fiscal 2026 alone, the website does not say explicitly when its savings would be realized. The site also gives no identifying details about $92 billion of its claimed savings, which is more than 60% of the total. The rest of the savings are itemized, attributed to cancellations of specific federal grants, contracts, or office leases. But these detailed listings have been plagued with data errors, which have inflated the group's savings by billions. Mr. Musk's group has deleted some of its original errors, like entries that triple-counted the same savings, a claim that confused billion with million, and items that claimed credit for canceling contracts that ended when George W. Bush was president. Still, some expensive mistakes remain. The second largest savings that the group lists on its site comes from a canceled IRS contract that DOJ says saved $1.9 billion. But the contract it cites was actually canceled when Joseph R. Biden Jr. was president. The third largest savings that the group claims comes from a canceled grant to a vaccine nonprofit. Mr. Musk's group says that saved $1.75 billion. But the nonprofit said it had actually been paid in full, so the savings was $0. In other cases, the itemized claims include savings that would not happen in fiscal 2026, or might not happen at all. They start with the largest single savings on the group's website. Mr. Musk's team says it saved $2.9 billion by canceling a contract for a huge shelter in West Texas to house migrant children who cross the border alone. That figure is pumped up by assuming things that might never happen, according to a New York Times analysis of federal contracting data and interviews with people familiar with that contract who spoke on condition of anonymity because they were not permitted to discuss it with members of the media. One assumption was that the government was going to renew the contract every year for 3 more years. Another was that the shelter was going to hold hundreds of children every day from 2023 to 2028, triggering a higher payment rate. Both of those assumptions seem less than guaranteed, given that the number of unaccompanied child migrants began falling last year. Around the country, shelters like this had emptied out even before Mr. Trump took office. The Texas shelter had been empty since March 2024. The government paid a lower rate of $18 million per month to keep it on standby, compared to $55 million per month if the facility had been full, people familiar with the contract said. By canceling the contract, the government did save the cost of keeping the facility ready until it expired later this year. But only a fraction of that money, about $27 million, would count as savings in fiscal 2026. That was about 1% of the savings that Mr. Musk's group had claimed. Nat Malkus, a senior fellow at the Conservative American Enterprise Institute, said this approach, casting uncertain events as certain, was common in the data published by Mr. Musk's group. It's like if your kid drops out of college and you tell your wife, "Whoa, we saved money on medical school." Well, that doesn't make any sense, but that's the same idea, Mr. Malkus said. How do you call it savings? In another example, Mr. Musk's group said it had saved $285 million by canceling a contract with a South Dakota company, Project Solutions, Inc., to perform safety inspections in federally subsidized apartment buildings. but that presumed the government would spend money it had not promised to spend. Robin Miller, a project solutions manager, said that the higher figure was calculated using a ceiling value, the maximum amount that the government could pay. In reality, she said, the government had agreed to pay only $29 million, of which $1.8 million had been disbursed, and another $3 million.
I'll stop. I'll stop it there. We don't need to get that deep into accounting practices, but my argument is that Doge will save zero. All they're doing is not paying money that Congress appropriated. So I think it was Ryan who talked a little bit about this. All this is going to do is, that money's just going to sit, in Treasury Department accounts. I think he said that, it may wind up being used to pay down the deficit or something. So the money's appropriated. It will be spent for something. As near as I can tell, there are no solid plans to return it to taxpayers. I'm guessing, it's either going to go to pay down the national debt, or it's going to be used towards tax cuts. So right now, in my opinion, the money's just kind of sitting there. It's not. I think not being spent is probably a better description than, money being saved. So, hey, Jawali, good morning. So that's where I stand on it. But you know what? I'm no accountant. So another Doge story here. Doge is collecting federal data to remove immigrants from federal housing, I assume, and jobs. This is actually interesting. I must admit, Trump is going all out. And this is actually why, in my opinion, this was, if not the major reason, definitely a top two reason that Kamala Harris, isn't president right now. They just totally misjudged the mood of the country on this immigration problem. Now, the one thing I'm not aware of is that I haven't heard anything about immigration reform, at least to the statutory a part of the immigration issue. I've not heard anything about changing asylum laws or refugee laws or anything like that. So, in my opinion, it's still the problem it was if laws aren't changed.
This news story was written by Rachel Siegel, Hannah Nathanson, and Laura Meckler. Doge is collecting federal data to remove immigrants from housing, jobs. Officials working with the U.S. Doge service are pushing agencies to turn over information on where people work, study, and live. The Trump administration is using personal data normally protected from dissemination to find undocumented immigrants where they work, study, and live, often with the goal of removing them from their housing and the workforce. At the Department of Housing and Urban Development, for example, officials are working on a rule that would ban mixed-status households, in which some family members have legal status and others don't, from public housing, according to multiple staffers who spoke on the condition of anonymity out of fear of retribution. Affiliates from the U.S. Doge service are also looking to kick out existing mixed-status households, vowing to ensure that undocumented immigrants do not benefit from public programs, even if they live with citizens or other eligible family members. The push extends across agencies. Last week, the Social Security Administration entered the names and Social Security numbers of more than 6,000 mostly Latino immigrants into a database it uses to track dead people, effectively slashing their ability to receive benefits or work legally in the United States.
Wow.
Federal tax and immigration enforcement officials recently reached a deal to share confidential tax data for people suspected of being in the United States illegally. The result is an unprecedented effort to use government data to support the administration's immigration policies. That includes information people have reported about themselves for years while paying taxes or applying for housing, believing that information would not be used against them for immigration purposes. Legal experts say the data sharing is a breach of privacy rules that help ensure trust in government programs and services. It's not only about one subgroup of people, it's really about all of us, said Tanya Broder, Senior Counsel for Health and Economic Justice Policy at the left-leaning National Immigration Law Center. Everyone cares about their privacy. Nobody wants their healthcare information or tax information broadcast and used to go after us. The White House did not reply to a request for comment. In response to questions, a DHS official said, "The government is finally doing what it should have all along, sharing information across the federal government to solve problems. Information sharing across agencies is essential to identify who is in our country, including violent criminals, determine what public safety and terror threats may exist, scrub these individuals from voter rolls, as well as identify what public benefits these aliens are using at taxpayer expense," the department's Assistant Secretary for Public Affairs said. President Donald Trump campaigned on promises of the most deportations in U.S. history and has moved forcefully since his inauguration to pursue that goal, including reopening family detention centers, moving migrants to the former prison for terrorism suspects at Guantanamo Bay, Cuba, and invoking the Alien Enemies Act of 1798 to expel alleged gang members without a hearing. Homeland Security Secretary Kristi L. Noem has also moved to rescind temporary protected status for Venezuelans and pare back protections for Haitian migrants. The push is more extensive than administration officials have made public, staffers across multiple federal agencies said, mostly speaking on the condition of anonymity because they weren't authorized to discuss the policies publicly. It's not clear whether or how a growing list of names or addresses would immediately translate into more deportations. But the ramp-up is clearly starting. DHS had already asked the Social Security Administration for help with immigration enforcement and tracking down fraudulent use of Social Security numbers, according to a government official briefed on the matter. At the IRS, officials agreed this month to share data with DHS, which indicated it might seek to use tax information to find as many as 7 million people suspected of being in the country illegally, the Post has reported. The acting IRS commissioner resigned after the deal was signed. Other federal employees have raised concerns that DOJ officials are bulldozing through guardrails meant to keep information accessible to only a small number of people and used only for specific purposes. That includes information people reported months ago, not knowing how it would eventually be used. The push to link agency data with the White House's policy goals comes from the top. Last month, Trump signed an executive order to eliminate information silos. The order said the move would boost the government's ability to detect overpayments and fraud. At HUD, Secretary Scott Turner announced an agreement in March to facilitate data sharing with DHS and ensure that taxpayer funds are not used to harbor or benefit illegal aliens. Turner told Fox News Digital that those that are here illegally, that are living in HUD-funded public housing, we're putting on notice. He has said there are 24,000 ineligible people in HUD-assisted housing. HUD knows which households include undocumented people because all applicants are required to report their status when seeking assistance. Undocumented immigrants are prorated out of the amount of assistance households receive, but have been allowed to live in public housing for years. An undocumented grandparent or parent sometimes lives in public housing with other eligible family members. The effort to locate and kick out mixed-status households is being led by Mike Mirsky, a DOJ staffer at HUD, who plans to target cities such as New York and Chicago first, according to one employee. The power to mine that information effectively lets Mirsky decide who is a citizen and who is not a citizen, the employee said, adding that those decisions would be based on flawed analyses of data sets he doesn't know how to use. Mirsky did not respond to a request for comment. In most scenarios, HUD does not have the authority to knock on people's doors and remove them from housing, but Immigration and Customs Enforcement and law enforcement do. Multiple people close to the department said public housing authorities are on alert, hosting webinars and internal meetings about what to do if immigration officials arrive en masse. They often conclude they have little recourse but to call the police. In a statement, HUD spokeswoman Casey Lovett said that there are tens of thousands of ineligible individuals in HUD housing, which more than likely translates to illegal aliens. She added that the department currently serves only 1 in 4 American families who need help. Secretary Turner is using every tool at his disposal to reverse the wrongdoings and negligence of the Biden administration and is making certain that under the leadership of President Trump, American citizens are the only priority, Lovett said. At Social Security, DOJ representatives have spent the past month seeking access to data and asking questions that would allow them to ascertain people's citizenship status, according to 2 staffers with direct knowledge of DOJ's activities who spoke on the condition of anonymity for fear of retaliation. The team gained increasing access to claimants' full names, Social Security numbers, dates of birth, mailing addresses, contact information, bank details, and more. In March, DOJ advisors accessed a dataset with highly sensitive personal information, including applicants' driver's licenses, citizenship status, and various other markers collected by DHS, which it shares.
I think we pretty much get the gist of that. This next story is somewhat related, but before I do that, please make sure everybody's hitting the like button. And if you're new to the channel, please make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel, and share the wealth. Please also subscribe to the Stanley Cross channel, which hasn't had any activity over the past week. I've had, in mind some video essay or two, and I guess I'll get around to them eventually. It is Stanley Cross 6000. And one other thing, and I never really say this, I actually just thought of it. If you all ever want like a link to some of these articles that I'm going through, just let me know. I'm happy to drop the links to these things into the chats. So just let me know. So we go from DOJ collecting federal data to remove immigrants from housing. I actually, again, this is probably something that should have happened years ago. What I'm not sure I agree with is these mixed households they talk about, where there might be one immigrant who is illegal or has a visa or something like that, and similar to that guy Abrego, who is in an El Salvadoran terrorist center right now. I don't know that I agree with causing hardships for actual U.S. citizens in order to get at one, individual who's problematic. Not sure I agree with that. Breaking up families is something that, in my opinion, trumps, unless that person is actually a proven criminal. I do think before you break up a family, there should be some due process involved, even if you're using the Alien Enemies Act. I think if families are to be a priority, breaking up a family should be the last thing you want to do. And in my opinion, it trumps the Alien Enemies Act, unless that person is actually proven to be an enemy or a criminal or something like that. So that stated, we'll move on to this next story here, which is somewhat related. Trump wants to merge government data. There are 314 things that might know about you. I think merging databases like that without the appropriate permissions. Now, you may be able to take you may be able to secure parts of a database by locking tables. It is possible in a database to isolate tables and secure them, to access only. But I don't know. That's one big ass database, and I'm not sure that given government technology, I think the only way you wind up managing a big ass database like that is having a private company do it, and that just opens up other security risks. So I'll read a little bit of this. The federal government. Well, the title of the article, Trump wants to merge government data. There are 314 things it might know about you. It does. Elon Musk's team is leading the effort to link government databases to the alarm of privacy and security experts. The federal government knows your mother's maiden name and your bank account number, the student debt you hold, your disability status, the company that employs you, and the wages you earn there. And that's just the start. And it gives a long list of stuff that the government might know, country of birth, country of citizenship, date of birth, all that stuff, foreign business partners, bunch of things that the U.S. knows about. The intimate details about the personal lives of people who live in the United States are held in disconnected data systems across the federal government. Need to know. Some at the Treasury, some at the Social Security Administration, and some at the Department of Education, among other agencies. Trump administration is now trying to connect the dots, of some of that disparate information. Last month, President Trump signed an executive order calling for the consolidation of these segregated records, raising the prospect of creating a kind of data trove about Americans that the government has never had before and that members of the president's own party have historically opposed. The effort is being driven by Elon Musk, the world's richest man, and his lieutenants at the Department of Government Efficiency, who have sought access to dozens of databases as they have swept through agencies across the federal government. Along the way, they have elbowed past the objections of career staff, data security protocols, national security experts, and legal privacy protections. So far, the Musk Group's success has varied by agency and sometimes by the day, as differing rulings have come down from federal judges hearing more than a dozen lawsuits challenging the moves. The group has been temporarily blocked from sensitive data at several agencies, including the Social Security Administration. But on Monday, an appeals court reversed a preliminary injunction barring the group's access to the Treasury, the Department of Education, and the Office of Personnel Management. And this week, the Internal Revenue Service agreed to help the Department of Homeland Security obtain closely held taxpayer data to help identify immigrants for deportation over the objections of career employees. In the wake of that decision, the acting IRS commissioner and other top officials are preparing to resign. The categories of information shown here are drawn from 23 data systems holding personal information about the public across 8 agencies that Mr. Musk's aides are seeking to access, according to people familiar with their efforts, as well as internal documents and court depositions. In all, the New York Times identified more than 300 separate fields of data about people who live in the United States contained in these data systems. And goes on to list, I guess, the other 263 categories. According to this article, if anything, the list is an undercount. Though through his executive orders, Mr. Trump has sought to grant Mr. Musk's group access to all unclassified agency records, a category that leaves out national security secrets, but that includes personal sensitive data information on virtually everyone in America. With such data stitched together, Mr. Musk and the White House have said they could better hunt for waste, fraud, and abuse. And hunt is an ominous word. So I'm actually surprised that they're not, privacy, groups that are concerned with privacy, groups that are libertarians. I'm surprised there's not a whole lot more of an uproar about, this particular initiative. Kelvin, Elon, it's cool. Elon is big bro. Yeah, okay. Well, Elon, big bro oligarch is that's kind of scary, actually. And probably everybody here knows that this privacy data is a gold mine. And if this sort of stuff, leaving this in a way, having these separated databases is a security measure against, foreign hacking, that sort of thing. Having all these databases linked like that is a security risk, and just makes, this sort of information way more vulnerable to hackers, foreign, cyber attacks, that sort of thing. So not sure that I'm on board with this. You want a little bit of separation, I would think. So we'll move on here to, let's see what Ground News has for us. This is actually interesting. This particular ruling here, I'm interested to know and the reactions to this item. The UK Supreme Court, and Kelvin, you're here. Maybe you'll have an opinion on this. UK Supreme Court rules legal definition of woman is based on biological sex under the Equality Act. This is news from Britain. It says here the UK Supreme Court ruled that the terms woman and sex in the Equality Act refer to a biological woman and biological sex, affecting legal rights concerning single-sex spaces and maternity leave. The rule followed an appeal by a campaign group that argued that redefining woman risks undermining sex-based rights. Don't disagree with that. Ruth Crawford, KC, stated that a gender recognition certificate results in a legal change of status, recognizing individuals as belonging to their acquired gender. Gender is not sex. So I agree with that. Women's rights campaigners expressed concerns that the government was redefining woman, posing threats to everyday services and women's rights recognized by the Equality Act. I'm interested in any reaction from the chat crew about this. I have no problems with this kind of ruling. Let's see, that was kind of a right biased analysis. Let's see what's on the left here. The ruling will influence discussions on transgender rights and equality laws across the UK as it conflicts with some human rights perspectives. Opponents, including Amnesty International, argue that excluding transgender people from sex discrimination protections conflicts with human rights. I don't agree with that. It might mean you have to tweak some laws or, add some statutes, but gender and sex are not the same thing. And I simply agree with this ruling. So there's that. Any thoughts from the chat? Let's see, what else is in their top stories? Judge orders federal agencies to release billions of dollars from two Biden era initiatives. Let's see what that's all about. Judge orders federal agencies to release billions of dollars from two Biden era initiatives. And what are those initiatives? Okay, so they're basically billions of dollars meant for climate and infrastructure projects. The judge issued a preliminary injunction concluding that the freeze was arbitrary and capricious. The nonprofit said the executive order resulted in projects funded by two Biden-era laws being put on hold. Guarantee you, this will be ignored. Let's see, the right side analysis. The judge ruled that federal agencies lacked authority to halt funds related to two laws passed under the previous administration. Diane Yento, president of the National Council of Nonprofits, stated that the freeze caused significant harm to communities and nonprofit operations. The judge's ruling is a legal victory following a prior court decision that prevented a broader freeze on federal grants and contracts. If there are actual laws, but I would think that appropriations from Congress would have the force of law. So I'm thinking that this injunction will be ignored as well. Let's see, what else do we have here? Crosswalk buttons. Man held captive in Connecticut home for decades. Did anybody hear about this Blue Origin? Basically had a all-female crew that, got launched into near-Earth orbit or the edge of space, I guess. Well, there are a couple stories here. Young man held in Connecticut home for decades makes first public statement to have my say in how my story is told. Let's see. This says on February 17th, firefighters rescued a 32-year-old man from a burning home on Blake Street in Waterbury, Connecticut. The man allegedly endured over 20 years of abuse and starvation by his stepmother. I think I did see this story, beginning around age 11, according to police. He weighed 69 pounds, was covered in soot, and described being locked in a small room for most of each day with limited food. In a public statement, the survivor said, "I am choosing a new name for myself. I am the survivor of more than 20 years of captivity and domestic abuse." Kimberly Sullivan, the man's stepmother, faces felony charges, including kidnapping and assault. Authorities are investigating potential oversights in his care. Potential oversights? Interesting. Let's see if there's any more here. This is from B&O News. Never heard of it. Connecticut man held captive for 2 decades speaks out after escape. Let's see. The man who now goes by S described his decision to reclaim his identity and speak out about the years he spent imprisoned in a Waterbury home. "My name is my choice, and it is the first of many choices I will make for myself now that I am free." S was allegedly held captive from the age of 11 until February 2025, when he set fire to his upstairs room in a desperate bid for freedom. First responders discovered him during their response to a blaze at 2 Blake Street and rushed him to safety. He later told emergency personnel, "I want my freedom." On March 12, investigators determined that S had been subjected to prolonged abuse, starvation, and inhumane treatment by his stepmother, 56-year-old Kimberly Sullivan. He had not received medical or dental care during his confinement and was found in an emaciated condition. Wow. Authorities arrested Sullivan, who now faces charges including first-degree assault, second-degree kidnapping, unlawful restraint, cruelty to persons, and reckless endangerment. In his public statement, S thanked responders, healthcare workers, and legal professionals who helped rescue and support him. He revealed at 32, he recently celebrated his first ever birthday party and is now working with a conservator and attorney as he navigates the legal process ahead. Let's see. We'll stop there. I don't know what to think about this. That is, like I said, I have, this is the story. I'm sorry, I forgot to switch pages. Wow. Don't know what to say about this. DiCapriono, I was saying that I say thanks, DiCapriono. I say that I don't know how he could have possibly thought he was a child. I think he's probably painfully aware on several different fronts that he's no longer a child. 69 pounds at 32, man. I mean, she was running her own prison camp. That's Nazi level. That's Nazi level evil. I don't know. Probably everyone's aware. I think it happened over the weekend, or maybe it was last Friday. This Blue Origin, Jeff Bezos' space company, launched an all-female passenger crew, probably passengers, up into like near orbit or the edge of space. And I actually remember somebody commenting a couple days ago that they, don't believe it actually happened. It was basically kind of like, a hoax or something like that. But apparently, there's been some backlash. Gayle King, Oprah's best friend, was one of the, and she's also host, I think, of CBS Morning, or that CBS Morning show. Gayle King addressed criticism regarding the cost of the space flight, stating, "I feel anybody that's criticizing doesn't really understand what is happening here." King encouraged critics to conduct more due diligence before voicing their opinions. She acknowledged the flight's expense, saying, "Is it expensive? Yes." King emphasized the positive impact of the flight, noting this is bigger than the criticism. We're inspiring the world right now. That's an interesting comment. Might be interesting to know. Let's see here. This is an Entertainment Weekly article. Let's see if it addresses who paid for it. Because I think I saw that it was like gratis, like maybe Jeff Bezos paid for it. Let's see. Gail King defends expensive space flight amid criticisms. I wish people would do more due diligence. I love his space capsule. It's like obviously, for space tourism, with all the windows and everything. I'd like to know if maybe there's like a video, like from inside the capsule on the way down. Gail King launched into the defense of her all-female space expedition, acknowledging that, yes, it might have been an expensive trip, but real work was being done up there. I wonder what kind of real work. I think it's good that we can really address it, King told Extra when asked about the backlash surrounding the Blue Origin launch on April 14th. So that was just a couple days ago. Let's see here. Why are we spending so much money in space when there's so much to do here on Earth? I guess that's one of the criticisms. Well, shoot, it was one of her criticisms. Her thinking changed, she said, once she learned more about what Blue Origin does and their intentions to figure out a way to harness waste here and figure out a way to put it in space to make the planet Earth a better place. What? And we use space technology all the time, whether it's your GPS, whether it's your satellite. Every time a flight goes up, they get some type of information. Well, they could do it without passengers, I'm sure. Let's see. Two of the astronauts. I still have a hard time calling myself an astronaut. But two of the astronauts on board, one is a rocket scientist, one is an astrophysicist / activist, were actually doing experiments, King insisted. Every time one of those go up, you get some information that can be used for something else. King says she wishes that people would do more due diligence before criticizing. And then my question is, have y'all been to space? Go to space or go to Blue Origin and see what they do and how they do, and then come back and say, this is a terrible thing. Is it expensive? Yes. But one of the things they're trying to do, if you get enough people who are interested in it, it doesn't have to be that expensive. Here's a picture of the crew. Katy Perry was one of the passengers. That's interesting. So anyway, there's that. Oh, this is funny. All-female flight into space. Surprised they made it back. Well, I think the process is automated. So they didn't get any lipstick on the controls or anything, on the flight controls. These rich folks trying to leave Earth, but it ain't happening. We'll see about that. Mrs. Sophia? Who is that? All right, so enough of that foolishness. We're going to go to a little bit more politics here. And we may come back to ground news. So this is kind of interesting, and it kind of goes back to something I said that there's talk in the ether about finding our left version of Trump style politics. And David Hogg, if you haven't heard of him, he's the assistant chair of the Democratic National Committee. He's in an unprecedented move, according to Politico, DNC official to spin big to take down fellow Democrats. David Hogg, the DNC vice chair, wants to take down some safe incumbents. Interesting. So this reads David Hogg. Hold on one sec. This reads David Hogg, a controversial Democratic National Committee vice chair. Oops, let me move this out of the way. Is pledging to upend Democratic primaries by funding candidates who will challenge ineffective, asleep at the wheel Democrats. Oh, look, we're waking up. The move puts Hogg, the now 25-year-old who first gained national stature as an unspoken survivor of the Stoneman Douglas high school shooting. Excuse me, I think that was in Florida. This says he's on a collision course with his own party and some Democratic House members. Leaders We Deserve, which Hogg co-founded in 2023, announced plans on Tuesday to spend $20 million in safe blue Democratic primaries against sitting House members by supporting younger opponents. In an interview with Politico, Hogg said the group will not back primary challenges in battleground districts because I want us to win the majority, nor will it target members solely based on their age. Oh, good. So they're not going to be ageist. We have a culture of seniority politics that has created a litmus test of who deserves to be here, Hogg said. We need people, regardless of their age, that are here to fight. In an unprecedented and controversial move from a national officer within the Democratic Party that will enrage some insiders, Democratic Party committees like the DNC have traditionally not opposed incumbents in their own party, focusing instead on attacking Republicans, while the Democratic Congressional Campaign Committee is explicitly set up to protect incumbent members by providing resources, fundraising, and strategy. I support this. In a way, it's kind of like an indirect way of imposing term limits. Interested to know in people's comments on this. I think I welcome this. Basically, hopefully we will have no more Nancy Pelosi's, even though I kind of like Pelosi. I thought she was a really good speaker. Whether you agree with her politics or not, she was definitely effective. So they talk about Nancy Pelosi being 85. I had no idea she was that old. And Representative Jan Schakowsky, who was 80, he described them as fighters who were delivering. Nancy Pelosi, I'm surprised she's not retiring, though. But they've also both drawn generational challengers. And oddly enough, one of the complaints against Pelosi is she does not debate. Anytime she's had opponents, she is so safe in her seat that she hasn't done a debate in 20 years or something like that. So I kind of like this idea of shaking things up a little bit. Definitely needs to be done on the Democratic side. Now the problem's going to be, I'm not a big fan of left progressives. So I don't think left progressives tend to be popular um, outside of a few types of districts. So we'll see how that goes. Gayle King is Oprah's girlfriend. Interesting comment. Yeah, 65. Now, come on now, Speak Radio. I'm 60. Let's just say 70. But the thing is that, very rarely do incumbents, Democratic incumbents specifically, get challenged. So, this is basically a way to make them or, either do something or get out. So, I kind of applaud this kind of spunk. We'll see how it goes, though. And something that I've actually kind of touched on the past few weeks, we're already talking about 2028 here in 2025. Apparently, they're already sending out feelers. Republican 2028 primary polls, what early surveys show. And I'm kind of curious myself. I think we already have term limits, Speak Radio. It's called primaries and elections. So let's listen to this article. It's pretty short. This is from Newsweek. Republican 2028 primary polls.
Polling for the 2028 Republican presidential primaries has started to percolate, and although state contests to choose the next candidate are about 3 years away, clear favorites are beginning to surface. Why it matters. Republicans gained control of the White House, Senate, and Congress after the 2024 presidential election amid President Donald Trump's decisive win. Several Republicans have called it a mandate from the American people to enact GOP-backed legislation and governance nationwide. Numerous 2028 primary polls have been issued since the 2024 election season, including those involving Democratic contenders. What to know? In a new poll released this week by Yale Youth Poll, 53% of respondents said they would support Vice President J.D. Vance in the 2028 primary, and 50% of those under age 30 would back him. Health and Human Services Secretary Robert F. Kennedy Jr. scored the second highest in the poll, with 8.7% and 13.1% from those under 30. Florida Governor Ron DeSantis came in third with 7.5% of the vote and 5.8% from those under 30 years old. The poll was taken from April 1st to April 3rd among 4,100 registered voters, with a 1.9% margin of error. In a poll by Echelon Insights on Monday, Vance was also the frontrunner, with a new high of 47%. DeSantis was the runner-up with 9% and RFK Jr. with 7%. The survey was taken from April 10th to April 14th among 1,014 voters in the likely electorate, the poll says. The margin of error for the survey is 3.5%. Democratic frontrunners appear to be former Vice President Kamala Harris, U.S. Representative Alexandria Ocasio-Cortez of New York, former Transportation Secretary Pete Buttigieg, and California Governor Gavin Newsom. What people are saying. Political analyst Craig Agronoff told Newsweek via text message on Tuesday, in 2028, GOP voters might want a candidate with Trump's nod but not the full MAGA vibe. Someone who keeps his populist edge, strong on economy or borders, but dials back the divisiveness to pull in moderates. Agronoff continued, they'll likely value authenticity and a practical governing style. Whether this works for the party depends on how the base and swing voters gel after 2024. Too early to call, but a unifying figure could gain traction. MSNBC anchor Lawrence O'Donnell on X this month. The 2028 Republican presidential primary campaign is underway. Rubio v. Vance will be, among other things, a cruelty contest. California Democratic Representative Ro Khanna speaking at Yale University on Tuesday, NBC News reports. Vance, said Khanna, has not only declared war on the courts, but on the universities. And it is no accident. As Stephen Kotkin observed in his study of Stalin, strongmen do not fear recessions or even failed wars as much as they fear the university. What happens next? Polls will continue rolling out as the race gets closer, and a clearer picture will form on whom Republicans will most likely choose as their candidate for the 2028 presidential election. Related.
Interesting news there. Let me look this up. I want to say she's done at least 30 years because I can't remember Pelosi not being around. Let me double check here. Let me Google it. Let's see here. As a matter of fact, let's do this. She has been around. According to this, she's been basically there for almost 30 years. From 2007 to 2011. Then 2019, let's see, Speaker. When did she first get into office? Oh, shit. Oh, so she's been in office for 40 some years. Wow. So she's been in office about 30, 35, 36 years. So that's quite some time. So apparently she is in no, what was the Hillary Clinton quote? She is nowhere near tired or something like that. I ain't nowhere near as tired. So, yep, she's been in a while. So I just basically went to Wikipedia to look her up. Okay, so this next story, and not much of a surprise, Canadian universities report jump in U.S. Applicants as Trump cuts funding. So I don't know why they think that going to Canada, Trump is likely to impose tariffs to influence Canadian universities. So let's listen to a little bit of this. This is a CNN story.
More students living in the United States are applying to Canadian universities or expressing interest in studying north of the border as President Donald Trump cuts federal funding to universities and revokes foreign student visas. Officials at the University of British Columbia's Vancouver campus said the school reported a 27% jump in graduate applications as of March 1st from U.S. citizens for programs starting in the 2025 academic year, compared to all of 2024. In response to rising demand for graduate-level programs, UBC Vancouver briefly reopened admissions to U.S. citizens for several graduate programs this week with plans to fast-track applications from American students hoping to begin studies in September. The University of Toronto, Canada's largest university by number of students, also reported more U.S. applications by its January deadline for 2025 programs, while a University of Waterloo spokesperson reported an increase in U.S. visitors to campus and more web traffic originating from the United States since September. The universities in Toronto and Waterloo did not cite the reasons for the increase in interest, while the UBC's Vancouver campus attributed the rise to the Trump administration's policies. The administration has frozen hundreds of millions of dollars in federal funding for numerous universities, pressing them to make policy changes and citing what it says is a failure to fight anti-Semitism on campus. It has begun deportation proceedings against some detained foreign students who took part in pro-Palestinian demonstrations, while visas for hundreds of other students have been canceled. Actions that have raised concerns about speech and academic freedoms in the U.S. At the same time, Canada has capped the number of international students allowed to enter the country for the second year in a row, meaning there may be fewer spots for U.S. and other international students. Canada's Immigration Ministry said it expects learning institutions to only accept the number of students they can support, including providing housing options. Provinces and territories are responsible for distributing spaces under the cap, the ministry said. U.S.
Yeah, well, go ahead and stop it there. I'm curious to know if Mexican universities and are probably not experiencing the same thing, or at least to the same degree. I don't know that Canada won't be under some of the same pressures eventually that U.S. universities are under. Trump can tariff Canada, or can tariff Canada. So, interesting phenomenon. Probably not something I would do. You're only going to be able to affect universities so far, even if you impose these sorts of penalties, especially on the more elite universities and the state universities. So I've been looking out to see if any Georgia universities get students tossed out or, deported. So this next article, I don't think I'm gonna, well, it's an essay actually. Not sure that it's worth reading, but basically Trump has been out to shutter the Voice of America, which I don't know, it's been around, for quite some time. And if I would think that, it would be instrumental in kind of spreading, the Voice of America, basically, pro-America stuff worldwide. So says the Battle of Airwaves was vital for promoting freedom during the Cold War. Trump abandons it at our peril. By the way, Carrie Lake was who he appointed to run/shutter Voice of America. Free speech is soft power. If anybody wants this essay, I'll drop it into the chat. I don't know that it's worth, going through, just to know that Voice of America is on the chopping block. This is a little bit of a shift of gears. Eboo Patel, not sure who he is, but this essay in Substack caught my attention. The title of the article is Teach Pluralism, Not Anti-Racism. what two 20th century writers knew about achieving the American dream. So, the title at least kind of puts it into a category
The
that,
Unpopulous
oops,
2025.
hold on one
Follow
sec.
us on
Puts it into or at least sounds like something I would be interested in. So let's see here. We'll at least play a little bit of it.
Teach pluralism, not anti-racism. What two 20th century writers knew about achieving the American dream. By Eboo Patel. The following is adapted from An Alternative to Anti-Racism, published in the recent diversity issue of Sapir, a journal of ideas for a thriving Jewish future. In the fall of 2010, I began opening my public talks with the sentence, "Are we entering a new era of American racism?" I would start by laying out the historical facts, from the genocide of Native Americans to the horrors of slavery and the ugliness of anti-Semitism, and said that there were echoes of that racist past in the Islamophobia we were seeing in the present day. It had been about 2 years since people started questioning Barack Obama's religion and birth origins, claiming that he was a secret Muslim who had been born in Indonesia. The Obama team did everything they could to ignore it, but because so much of the mainstream media treated the narrative as legitimate, Obama finally released his birth certificate and said for the umpteenth time that while he respected Islam and Indonesia, he was a Christian who had been born in the United States. The accusations triggered something in me. I had spent the years after September 11th ignoring racist and Islamophobic comments that I was receiving online, but my patience had reached its limit. So when I heard a campus diversity director use the word anti-racism at a conference of student affairs administrators, I thought to myself, that's a useful concept. I decided to start integrating it into my public talks and media commentary. I bought into what I viewed as the core idea of anti-racism. When there is obvious racism present, you can't be neutral about it, you need to be actively against it. I started thinking of anti-racism as something like a sharp kitchen knife. Sometimes, while making dinner, no other piece of equipment will do. But as the anti-racism approach came to dominate diversity work in the years that followed, the problems of its overuse became clear. I give roughly 50 keynote speeches a year on diversity issues, most often on college campuses and at higher education conferences. Anti-racism and its close cousin, intersectionality, were the conceptual canopy that allowed participants in those diversity workshops to spend far more time discussing the various ways they were oppressed and accusing other people of being oppressors than they did sharing stories of the meaning and inspiration they derived from their own ethnic, religious, or racial identities. It was as if all the spoons and forks had been removed from the silverware drawer of diversity work and replaced with sharp knives. This is a problem. Using diversity efforts as an opportunity to relentlessly emphasize the bad things other people have done to your identity group is like slicing oatmeal with a sharp knife. Self-victimizing stories rob people of their agency and have been linked with depression and other mental health challenges. As the sociologist Musa Al-Garbi puts it, the more people perceive themselves to be surrounded by others who harbor bias or hostility against them, and the more they view their life prospects as hostage to a system that is fundamentally rigged against them, the more likely they become to experience anxiety, depression, psychogenic and psychosomatic health problems, or to behave in antisocial ways. Moreover, when you point a sharp kitchen knife at someone else, it becomes a weapon. The social equivalent of this is called cancellation. Persuasion is also the home of American Purpose, Francis Fukuyama's blog, and the Bookstack podcast. To receive all of this great content,
Any thoughts on that essay? I would think that pluralism, would be roughly the same as diversity. Essentially pluralism, at least off the top of my head, basically means that that you're open to at least listen to other other points of view. Let's see here.
simply click on Email Preferences below and
Oh my
make sure you
goodness.
toggle on the relevant buttons. wrong-headed when they become the entire paradigm, and downright dangerous when they turn into a regime with the ability to coerce and punish. There is, I believe, an older and better paradigm for diversity work in America. The model of cultural pluralism, based principally on the work and friendship of Horace Collin and Alain Locke. Collin helped launch a Jewish campus movement called the Menorah Association, served as a professor at the University of Wisconsin-Madison, and helped to found the New School for Social Research in New York. Locke and
there's a paragraph I accidentally skipped over to get around that little commercial there. This paragraph mentions there's a book by Yasha Monk called The Identity Trap, demonstrates how this approach to diversity work is rooted in the intellectual traditions of postmodernism, postcolonialism, and critical race theory associated with such thinkers as Michel Foucault, Edward Said, who I'm a loose fan of, Gayatri Spivak, Kimberly Crenshaw, I've read her, she's still alive, Herbert Marcuse, who is infamous on the far right in MAGA circles, and Derek Bell, who I'm a huge fan of. He is like the intellectual, like the godfather of CRT. Again, he didn't call it CRT. It was Kimberly Crenshaw, I think, who coined the term. So I just wanted to mention them. It says what all of these intellectuals had in common was their insistence on an us versus them theory of power dynamics linked to identity. Their theories are interesting as a provocative perspective, but wrong-headed when they come to the entire paradigm, and downright dangerous when they turn into a regime with the ability to coerce and punish. Thoroughly disagree with that. Essentially, when they are taken out of context and applied to frameworks they weren't meant to apply to, that's when they become, dangerous. Everything needs to be put into perspective, and, moderation in all things. If you apply those types of guardrails, in theory, these things don't get misused or misapplied. So anyway, let's see what else this essay has to say.
An on-again, off-again professor at Howard University, edited and wrote the introduction for The New Negro, a book considered by many to be the definitive text of the Harlem Renaissance. In the fall of 1907, when studying at Oxford as the first Black Rhodes Scholar, Alain Locke was, on account of his race, not invited by the other Rhodes Scholars to the Thanksgiving meal held by the American Club at Oxford. Collin was disgusted by the insult. The two had met previously in a Harvard philosophy class, with Collin as teaching assistant and Locke as student. They realized that they shared a number of the same intellectual and cultural influences. One such influence was Barrett Wendell. When he first entered Harvard, Horace Collin believed that being fully American required him to abandon the Orthodox Judaism of his family. Wendell, a professor of history and literature at Harvard, convinced Collin of an alternative view. Expand your understanding of Judaism beyond religious ritual, and then consider the wide and positive influence of that cultural heritage on the world. Among those who were most influenced by Jewish thought, according to Wendell, were the Puritans and the founding fathers of the 1776 generation. If Collin wished to be more American, he should look to his Jewish identity for inspiration. A second influence Collin and Locke shared was William James. The two of them sat in the front row together for William James's influential Hibbert Lectures at Oxford University in 1908. In those talks, later published in an influential volume titled A Pluralistic Universe, James argued against the era's dominant philosophical view that the universe was singular and hung together in a unidimensional way. James was such a committed opponent of this predominant view that he wanted to rename the cosmos the pluriverse. The metaphor he employed to represent this cosmic diversity was a federated republic. Collin picked up the federated metaphor and applied it to the cultural diversity of early 20th century America. writing that the nation was best understood as a democracy of nationalities, cooperating voluntarily and autonomously in the enterprise of self-realization. He was intentionally arguing against the two dominant models of American identity in the early 20th century. The first model he called Kultur Klux Klan. This was based on the violent anti-Black, anti-Catholic, and anti-Semitic tactics of the Ku Klux Klan, and adhered to the view that true Americans were white Protestants and that everyone else was an alien. The second model that Colin argued against was the melting pot. The phrase had become popular through Israel Zangwill's 1908 play of the same name. It is important to note that when the melting pot was coined as a term, it was intended as a progressive step forward. The Kultur Klux Klan held that Jews, Catholics, and other recent immigrants could never be American. The melting pot idea was that everyone could become an American. You simply had to change your name, stop speaking your native language, eat different food, and blend in. Colin's cultural pluralism held that this was both impossible and undesirable. All groups carried their cultural histories and family ancestries.
I want to interrupt right here. This kind of goes back to some things that I talked about last week. We looked at Colin Woodard's, or a kind of a critique of Colin Woodard's 12 Nations of America. Basically, there was a comment that was made in that critique that, instead of looking at America as a melting pot, it's probably better understood culturally as a mosaic. And I agree with that. The melting pot versus the Klan reference, those are, in my mind, two extremes. Again, and I know I'll get beat up for saying this, but the way I tend to look at things is the truth is somewhere in the middle. And there is no universal truth when it comes to culture. Again, that's my personal opinion.
Particular identities have value. Practicing culture is what gives meaning to life. Colin believed that particularity also gave vitality to democracy. In both the Kultur Klux Klan and the melting pot models, America derived its identity and its strength from uniformity. For Colin, influenced by William James's pluralism, American democracy was defined by diverse groups bringing their distinctive cultures and cooperating together. America, in Colin's view, was not a melting pot but an orchestra. Every type of instrument has its specific tonality, founded in its substance and form. So in society, each ethnic group is the natural instrument. Its spirit and culture are its theme and melody, and the harmony and dissonances and discords of them all make the symphony of civilization. Jewish culture, which Colin referred to as Hebraism, made up one set of instruments in the orchestra. African American culture was another set of instruments, and although Colin had put the orchestra, metaphorically speaking, on the stage, it was Alain Locke who got it to play. The father of the Harlem Renaissance, Locke committed himself to nurturing Black arts and philosophy, a commitment that began while he was still an undergraduate at Harvard under Wendell's influence. He absorbed influences from everywhere and welcomed contributions from everyone. A true cultural pluralist, Locke studied everything from the Coptic Christian minority in Egypt to the Italian Renaissance, and employed it all in shaping his model of what a distinctive African American arts tradition could be. When it came to rendering Black beauty, Locke hired a white artist, Winold Rice, to do the portraits for the new Negro, because Rice's work was, in Locke's view, aesthetically unparalleled. Locke loved Harlem because it was a gathering place for Black people from across the world, everywhere from the rural South to Europe to the West Indies. Moreover, Locke was gay, and the art scene in Harlem was, for the 1920s, welcoming to people of all sexualities. When he said, "I am not a race problem," he meant that race was not simply a problem, it was an asset. He took that view into the work he promoted. While the New Negro contained essays and poems that spoke of the adverse effects of racism, how could it not? This was the era of lynchings, cross-burnings, and segregation. Locke did not want to suggest that Black culture was defined by a response to white racism. He wanted the emphasis to be on Black pride, Black production, and what we would now call Black excellence. As he wrote, The question is no longer what whites think of the Negro, but of what the Negro wants to do and what price he is willing to pay to do it. The Harlem Renaissance should be so central to America's self-conception that it would be considered, in Locke's words, another Statue of Liberty on the landward side of New York. America would do well to move toward this model of pluralism. A different way of envisioning it is to think of the United States not as a melting pot, but as a potluck nation. Potlucks are civic spaces that both embody and celebrate pluralism. They rely on the contributions of a diverse community. If people don't bring an offering, the potluck doesn't exist. If everyone brings the same thing, it is boring. And what a nightmare it would be if you brought your best dish, and you were met at the door with a giant machine that melted it into the same bland goo as everybody else's best dish. The whole point of a potluck is the diversity of dishes. Potlucks respect diverse identities by enthusiastically welcoming the gifts of the people who gather. They facilitate relationships among people by creating a space for eating and socializing and making surprise connections. And they cultivate in people the importance of not just the individual parts and the connections between them, but the health of the whole. Everybody benefits from a clean kitchen, enough dishes and silverware, and a safe and open place to eat and socialize. When it comes to a potluck, these are the structures of the common good. Everybody plays a role in their upkeep. A potluck is both a poetic metaphor for imagining the nation and a concrete event you can host to strengthen pluralism in your neighborhood. Indeed, a potluck is the ultimate democratic form. No governor, no president, no general can force anyone to do it. We the people do it for ourselves. And ultimately, the strength of a diverse democracy rests on the belief that all of us have contributions to make, and that we are better together than we are apart. Eboo Patel is the founder of Interfaith America and the author of We Need to Build. Field notes.
Well, there's that. There's a kind of a companion essay that I'll probably hold off. Might even do a short video on it. I haven't decided yet, but there are a couple items that I was going to cover, but this long essay, and it's probably better if I consolidate these last two items into like an actual critique. So I actually agree with almost everything in this article. Pluralism, is probably a better way to approach it. And the mosaic versus a melting pot, I agree with that totally. And, I'm an unabashed liberal when it comes, when I say liberal, I literally mean like, someone who is not a big critic, if not an outright supporter of democratic or a republic as in institutions being, functional or reformed or, whatever needs to be to keep them functional. A republic versus an outright democracy is that, instead of people being the driver of culture and government and stuff like that, it's actually the institutions that, kind of act as A, guardrails, B, as brakes on change, and basically being the root. And I'm also a big believer in the Constitution. It is a way of everybody reading from more or less the same sheet of music, even though, there are different, approaches and different ideas of what the Constitution says. However, it is still the same sheet of music. And the only, only big criticism I have is it's so hard these days. And it's always actually been hard to modify or add new amendments. The last big changes, the last rapid changes came about because of the Civil War. And then there've been some amendments. It takes, big protests to get the 19th Amendment. It takes, a president serving 4 terms to get a 22nd Amendment. So That is my only big criticism of the Constitution. That and the pre-Civil War Constitution, had some obvious issues. So anyway, this next, actually, this is a long video, which I hope we can just go ahead and watch it through. I didn't know Thomas Sowell was still doing interviews. Apparently, he doesn't do a lot of them, but he sat down for an interview with Peter. What is Peter's last name? I can't even think of his last name. It'll take me a minute, but there's a program called Uncommon Knowledge, which has been around for forever. The host, I think, was some sort of writer. Maybe it was for President Nixon. But anyway, he's hosted this show forever, and Thomas Sowell tends to be, like the biggest draw to the show. Sowell is, let's see, what does it say here? Thomas Sowell, I know he's in his 90s. I don't know how far he is into his 90s. Let's see here if it tells us. Doesn't say, but I do know that he is way into his 90s. And this says, a rare appearance by one of America's most influential thinkers. Now, I tend not to be a big acolyte of Sowell, but he is definitely an influential thinker. And my only regret is that he never actually, made a big effort to be known in the Black community, probably for obvious reasons, but, sometimes being a thinker involves some pain. So let's go ahead and listen to Dr. Sowell. Oh, by the way, this is the title, Thomas Sowell, Facts Against Rhetoric, Capitalism, Culture, and yes, the tariffs. So obviously he has a lot to say.
Than any other. Thomas Sowell on Uncommon Knowledge now.
Ooh, that's loud. Peter Robinson.
Uncommon Knowledge. I'm Peter Robinson. Thomas Sowell lived in Gastonia, North Carolina to the age of 9 when his family moved to Harlem. After attending New York City public schools, Thomas Sowell worked in machine shops, tried out for the Brooklyn Dodgers, moved to Washington, D.C. to join the civil service, became a United States Marine, and finally settled into a track in higher education that would take him from Howard University to Harvard University, where he received his undergraduate degree, to Columbia, where he earned his master's, and then to the University of Chicago, where he earned his doctorate in economics. After teaching at institutions including Douglas, Cornell, and UCLA, Dr. Sowell joined the Hoover Institution here at Stanford, where he has remained a senior fellow at the Hoover Institution for more than 4 decades. Dr. Sowell is the author of thousands, literally, I checked this, thousands of newspaper and magazine columns, and of some 6 dozen.
Yeah, he used to be a syndicated columnist.
Is a website, Facts Against Rhetoric, which you can find at factsagainstrhetoric.org. We're announcing this website today in this podcast for the very first time, so let me repeat it, factsagainstrhetoric.org. Tom, welcome back.
Good being here.
Tom, your website, I've spent hours with it now. It represents a kind of syllabus or curriculum for the right way, the correct way to think about modern life, with topics ranging from culture to economic issues to education to war and peace. Why did you go to the trouble of pulling these materials together? Wouldn't students come across this material in ordinary college courses in any event?
No, I thought of it as enabling students to get an education despite being in college.
All right. Questions, all my questions today are drawn from the website, or use the website as a point of departure. Let me
pause this right quick. One observation on that last little exchange. especially in undergraduate and high school work. A lot of what you take, at least in the first couple years of college, are survey courses. There is nothing preventing students from going and doing deeper reading than they may experience in a survey course in particular. Um, that's wanting to blame colleges or high schools for, not teaching every detail. I find that just really wrong-headed. There's nothing preventing people from going and doing deeper research. So I think that last exchange is just laughable. So I've actually never heard of this website that Soul apparently is behind. And after this video, we may actually go in and have a look at some of what's there. I'm definitely going to take advantage of it. So I kind of look forward to this. Hopefully it's not just all his videos. Hopefully there's a reading list or something. So if anybody wants his Hoover Institute website link, I can drop that too. And I would suggest that, everybody take advantage of it. Again, I'm not a big Soul fan, but it's undeniable that his thinking has major influence on the right and Black conservatism in particular. So he is worth reading. That much I can tell you.
Economic issues. Under the heading on the website of economic issues, you provide a link to your classic work, Basic Economics. A brief passage from that book. I'm quoting Basic Economics. Empirical questions are questions that must be asked if we are truly interested in the well-being of others. Perhaps the most important distinction is between what sounds good and what works. On the one hand, what sounds good.
Soul
other,
is
what works. Why is that
a practical
so
kind
important?
of guy.
I guess it was because rhetoric and visions play such a large part in higher education that the question of whether some vision is correct, what they believe is correct. I saw recently a replay of something by AOC, the Congresswoman,
yes,
from New York. And as I listened to her, I just was amazed that there seemed to be no factual issue as far as she's concerned. She just pronounces things to be so, and that's the end of it. And unfortunately, I think too many certainly, college students and students in high school for that matter, are introduced to a certain vision of the world where, for example, the capitalists are exploiting the workers and so on. And they just memorize that.
Once again, here comes the rhetoric. I think a better way of stating it is that capitalists sometimes abuse workers. I think what we're suffering right now with these Trump tariffs, back in the 80s and 90s, all these manufacturing processes were sent overseas by capitalists to improve their bottom lines and provide value to shareholders and stuff like that. Workers were fired. And I think that qualifies as capitalism abusing workers. So once again, this is one of the problems I have with Thomas Sowell. He is he's basically doing what he's accusing AOC of doing. It's rhetoric that he is spewing here. And since when do politicians, provide fact-based arguments? It's not their go-to. So, politics is like probably 60 or 70% rhetoric. So this is where Thomas Sowell just kind of, it's a rhetorical argument that he's making.
And they talk about it as if it's a known fact, and there's no developing in those students the ability to look at two different views and try to figure out which of them is correct. To me, back when I was teaching, if I taught a course that had a lot of controversial stuff in it, I would spend a great deal of time putting together a reading list where I would find the strongest argument on one side of a particular argument, and then the opposing view, the best example I could find of that, and I would then present that to the students. And when I tested them, I didn't test them on which side you believed. I tested them on whether they understood the arguments on both sides. I suspect from what I see and hear that that is something that's rarely done today in education at the college or high school level.
I see. So the old-fashioned principle of teaching, which is that before you make up your mind where you stand, you make sure you understand where the other person stands first.
Yes.
All right. Tom, again on your website, factsagainstrhetoric.org, you provide a reading list, but you also provide links to a number of videos and podcasts. Here's one. This is a link to your old professor at the University of Chicago, and then for many years, your colleague here at the Hoover Institution, Milton Friedman. In this video, to which you link on your website, Milton is addressing the question, is capitalism humane? Take a look at this, if you would, with me, Tom.
It's true that if you had a concentrated power in the hands of an angel, he might be able to do a lot of good, as he viewed it. But one man's good is another man's bad. And the great virtue of a market capitalist society is that by preventing a concentration of power, it prevents people from doing the kind of harm which really concentrated power can do. So that I conclude that capitalism per se is not humane or inhumane. Socialism per se is not humane or inhumane. But capitalism tends to give free rein, much freer rein, to the more humane values of human beings. It tends to develop a climate which is more favorable to the development, on the one hand, of a higher moral atmosphere of responsibility, and on the other, to greater achievements in every realm of human understanding. Thank you.
All right, that's Milton. Now, it's one matter to argue that capitalism represents the least bad system, but it's another to argue, as Milton did just then, that capitalism produces, quote, I'm quoting Milton in that clip, a higher moral atmosphere, close quote, and again, quote, greater achievements in every realm, close quote. Tom, wasn't your old professor and your Hoover colleague, Milton Friedman, getting a little carried away there?
I don't think so. But if he was, it was the way to answer would be to put forth opposite evidence to what he's saying, and that's what doesn't happen. That is a lot of what is called education.
How do you prove a negative?
Is really indoctrination. And so it's not a question of whether I happen to agree with Milton Friedman or anyone else who's watching. It's a question of do the people who would disagree with him have any facts, any reasoning, any logic that would be relevant to what he's saying. And too often it's not true. They don't.
Could I ask you? The website again is factsagainstrhetoric.org, and you've already told us that the reason you pulled that together was to produce evidence, to be empirical, to teach students to be empirical, to look at the facts. On the other hand, from this passage I just quoted, from Basic Economics, your book, empirical questions are the questions that must be asked if we are truly interested in the well-being of others. And then Milton just said in that clip that capitalism produces a higher moral atmosphere. I just want to tease this out, that as best I can tell, your insistence on empiricism, on looking at the facts, is because you have a sort of moral groundwork on which you insist. There's a pre-existing sense of morality, of right and wrong, and of our duties to each other. Is that correct?
Absolutely.
All right.
Without that, civilization would just not be possible. I mean, every one of us is vulnerable to all sorts of things. If we couldn't rely on someone, take it from birth. I mean, we come into the world knowing nothing. We don't even know that we need food, much less how to get any. And so you must have a structure out there. It's also true that even as we move toward adulthood and into adulthood and old age, there are times when other people, and lots of them, are essential to our own well-being. I think of all this talk about equality. In a sense, equality is enormously important, and in another sense, it's enormously irrelevant. It's important that we have equality before the law.
Really?
It's important that we regard each other with a certain kind of equality. But
equanimity.
And to talk in terms of equality of capabilities is madness. I mean, if you're the world's leading authority on some particular subject, that doesn't mean that you have even minimal competence in 100 other things. And it's one of the most dangerous things in the academic world and among intellectuals in general, is they often seem to assume that they know better than other people about all sorts of things, including things that these other people know from their own personal experience.
Speak of the devil.
And that's what makes intellectuals so dangerous.
All right. Back to your website, Tom. Under the heading Biographies, you provide a link to A Personal Odyssey, which is your own autobiography or memoir. Here you are in A Personal Odyssey describing your response to the civil rights movement of the 1960s. I'm quoting you. The idea seemed to be that white people's sins were all that stood between us and economic and social parity through American society. The enormous amount of internal change needed within the Black community in education, skills, and attitudes seemed wholly unnoticed. Civil rights were important in and of themselves as a matter of justice. But to expect civil rights to solve our economic and social problems was barking up the wrong tree, close quote. Tom, this notion that civil
Hey, Lou,
rights,
how you doing?
as important as they are in and of themselves as a matter of justice,
We got
but
your
that the
buddy
Black
Thomas
community
Sowell
needed,
here.
and I'm quoting you again, internal change. Could you explain that?
Well,
Just so everybody knows, people who might have just arrived, this is like the first interview, like, actual interview in the past couple years that I'm aware of Thomas Sowell, who's in his 90s and, for obvious reasons, doesn't do a whole lot of public appearances. So when this hopped up into my algorithm, it's an hour long, but I intend on watching the whole thing because I don't get to hear him, close to live that often these days. And as I've said, I'm not, a particular fan of his. There are a lot, he's just, I'm not his type of fan, other than he is an important thinker, and it is important to know his work. So apparently he's got a website on the at the Hoover Institute website that I didn't know of. So if there's time after this interview, we'll go and kind of look up, what's there. Looks like they're going to go through some of it in this show. And then I'll drop the link. It's definitely something I'll be going over the next few days just to see what's in there. Thomas Sowell is an important thinker, if for no other reason. People who may be on the opposite side of the aisle need to know what this important thinker thinks. So it really doesn't matter whether you're left or right. You need to know Thomas Sowell, or at least, some of the basics. So that said, we'll go ahead and continue.
And in one sense, that's, well, first of all, I would repeat that now, that all groups have their own cultures, and in many groups, including blacks, there are internal differences in cultures within the same race or ethnicity. And so one of the great handicaps historically.
You know what? I'm going to go back and repeat that. I've been saying this for days to the Be Brave crew. Let me go back. This is Thomas Sowell. So let me repeat that.
And in one sense, that's, well, first of all, I would repeat that now, that all groups have their own cultures, and in many groups, including blacks, there are internal differences in cultures within the same race or ethnicity. And so
that's right. As I said, there are, I tend to look at American culture as kind of an overarching structure, and within that structure, there are what I would call subcultures, and there's subcultures within subcultures. Essentially, within, quote, Black culture, there are subcultures. We are not all cut from the same cloth. And the idea that Black culture is not an American culture is, let's just say it, it's racist. And this is the problem with people with a little knowledge, or people who don't actually, listen to thinkers like Thomas Sowell. Now, Thomas Sowell is very right of center. And even he is saying, there are multiple cultures within a culture, and Black people he mentioned specifically. So here, for those of us who are Be Bravers, this is basically what I've been saying all along.
So one of the great handicaps historically that the Black community has had is that during the era of slavery, blacks were concentrated 90% or more in the South. And the South, in turn, had its own culture, which was different from people who came from other parts of Britain. And I've gone into this at length in a book called Black Rednecks and White Liberals. And the people who came from the South, they had this culture when they were back in Britain, where they were called crackers and rednecks and things like that. And it's easy to understand if you understand the history of their life in Britain. But once they transferred to the United States, that same culture was a huge handicap. And that's the culture that blacks grew up in. And so, and again, with blacks, as with the whites, more and more generations of blacks began to put aside that culture to operate in ways that would be more productive for them in the new society. And now this counterproductive culture persists in many low-income ghettos. And unfortunately, there are intellectuals and others who celebrate this culture and try to keep it going, when in fact it's a great handicap.
So, Tom, one of the themes that runs throughout your work, and again, it pops up again and again on your website, is this what you refer to as this lost century of Black achievement. From the end of the Civil War to the enactment of the Great Society programs a century later, Black Americans made remarkable progress. I'm going to quote now from Discrimination and Disparities, one of your books, to which you link on your website. Quote, "The plain fact is that the Black poverty rate declined from 87% in 1940 to 47% in 1960.
Black poverty rate, 87% in 1940. That directly disputes the success argument that people like Brian Donalds and Tim Scott want to push. This is Thomas Sowell, their patron saint, basically talking about an 87% poverty rate in the Black community in 1940. That does not sound like success to me. This is Thomas Sowell. So once again, the great Thomas Sowell is basically implying that the success that people like Byron Donalds want to talk about simply isn't supported in poverty statistics. How do we deal with that? How do anti-Blacks and Black conservatives deal with that? They don't.
Prior to the great expansion of the welfare state that began in the 1960s under the Johnson administration, and as late as 1969, 2/3 of all Black children were living with both parents, close quote. So this.
I want to also, before we go on, because there's another point that he just brought up that I'll deal with. That 87% poverty rate pretty much justifies the welfare state. It was proactive to bring down an 87% poverty rate. That in and of itself justifies the Great Society. Emperor, how you doing, man? No clue. You may not think you're anti-Black. It's my opinion. So, other people may disagree with me, but my personal opinion is anti-racist winds up covering anti-Black. Kind of like Black culture, there are subcultures, and one of the quote subcultures of anti-racist is anti-Black. That's almost like a logical thing to be. If you're anti-race, you're anti-Black.
African Americans come out of slavery with no education, no what the economists call human capital. I'm putting this out to make sure that putting this out to you to make sure I understand it correctly. Furthermore, they're handicapped by the ambient culture, white culture of the South, which places relative to culture in the North, particularly say New England, it places little emphasis on education, for example. And by 1940, Blacks had not only begun to
did I
better
call you
themselves economically,
anti-racism?
they'd begun to achieve
I said
education, they'd
anti-race.
begun to move into
If I
certain
did, my
trades.
bad.
You
I meant
remark elsewhere
you're
that African
anti-race,
Americans
you're
are making
anti-Black.
progress, in
That's
particular in
like a
construction,
logical
for
conclusion.
example. They have, by and large, intact families. And all of this century of progress, which predates the civil rights legislation of the 1960s.
Anti-race is anti-Black.
Receives
It is a logical
no notice
conclusion.
in the academic literature. It's as if you take a century of really quite moving, a whole people making progress, and push it down the memory hole. Is that correct?
Yes. And this is part of a larger pattern.
Okay, I totally agree that Black achievement has been put down a memory hole. If anything, it's the Be Brave racists who are pushing Black achievement down the memory hole. They literally say Blacks wouldn't even have achievements if it weren't for white people. I think that's extremely debatable. Again, these arguments that the Be Bravers make, maybe they need to reread Thomas Sowell if they ever read him in the first place. He's literally talking about Black achievement. I kind of wonder if their argument is there would be no Black achievement without whites letting us be successful. I would love to debate that.
And looking at statistics over time, It applies, for example, many people credit Ralph Nader.
Be brave. I'm sorry, I called you Be Brave. Deacon Dave, it kind of rhymes. I've literally never said sex and gender are the same. I literally have never said that. They're obviously different. Gender is a social construct. Sex is biological. You either misheard or you heard someone misquote me. I literally have never thought that. Yeah, Lupin. I thought of that. You didn't hear about any protest of a major sort on the Georgia Tech campus, or the University of Georgia campus. That's not something. To be honest, I don't even know that. I don't even know that the students. My experience at the University of Georgia is a lot of the students were just kind of naturally conservative. Even if they were kind of like the artsy types. Yeah, I don't think students are that inclined to protest stuff. Probably half of them couldn't point out where Palestine is. And let's see what else we got here. Race and gender are not real. Yeah, Clue, tell that to your racist buddies like Be Brave. He thinks race is real.
With having made the country and the government conscious of various dangers, and so that they can have laws and agencies to control those dangers. And they'll point out that Ralph Nader's book, Unsafe at Any Speed, put him on the map when he argued that American cars were being made without regard to safety, and that the corporations were put more emphasis on styling, and that was costing people's lives and so on. And then after that, these government agencies came in, and then if you follow the data,
they are not the
death
same.
rate in automobiles went down, and many people think that that's a convincing argument. But if you're looking at statistics over time, everything depends upon the date that you arbitrarily choose as the beginning. And so if you were to go back 30 years before Ralph Nader, you would find that automobile fatality rates were going down, and were going down at a far higher rate than it did after Ralph Nader. But it's only when you understand the importance of
okay, but see
the
these
right
sorts of arguments.
blind.
Okay, he again, if rates were lower, you could say not as many people 30 years before the 70s. I think that's when Ralph Nader and seat belts and all that stuff came about. Fewer people had cars 30 years before. I think there are some problems with this sort of thing. Again, what do statistics mean without actually getting deeper in there and trying to interpret what the statistics mean? Statistics can mean almost anything you throw into the pot is justifying why trends are the way they are. These are the sorts of things that I just find problematic in Thomas Sowell's. He is a rhetorician, whether people want to believe that or not.
I would pick the period from say 1940 to 1960. In 1940, 82% of Black children were raised with two parents. After the 60s, all the social things that happened, that fell to 17%. And so you destroyed one of the key institutions of any society, the family, and its influence. And that's the consequence. Similarly with things like violence. The homicide rate among Black males fell during the 1940s by 18%. It fell again by 22% between 40 and 50. Now in the 1960s, which is when all progress is assumed to have begun, the Supreme Court began creating new constitutional rights for prisoners and criminals, and almost immediately, beginning in the 1960s, the homicide
let me replay that.
began creating, assumed to have begun. The Supreme Court began creating new constitutional rights for prisoners and criminals, and almost immediately, beginning in the 1960s, the homicide rate doubled, and it doubled. It doubled after 3 consecutive decades of falling homicide rates for the whole country. Now, some things can be coincidences, but I don't think that qualifies as a coincidence. But so much of what is said, you can go through things about the women's rise and so forth, where you find the very same pattern.
Right. So, Tom, again, let me quote, if I may, from Discrimination and Disparities. This is you writing in that book. There was a far more modest decline in the poverty rate among Blacks after the Johnson administration's massive war on poverty programs began. And by 1995, only a third of Black children were living with both parents. Among Black families.
Okay, again, he's talking poverty rate, but not poverty itself. Okay, a decline in the rate might mean there were fewer Blacks needing help after the Great Society programs or the War on Poverty programs began. Again, these statistics, the way you interpret statistics, the poverty rate went down, but did the number of people in poverty go down? I argue they did.
In poverty, 85% of the children had no father present, close quote. All right, this brings us to a very important question, which is, did the Great Society, we have government programs, civil rights we have, you've already said those were essential simply as a matter of justice. At roughly the same time, we get welfare programs, a massive increase in government spending, the so-called war on poverty, and we also get cultural upheaval, a shifting or erosion of certain cultural norms. And your argument is civil rights.
Okay, let me stop right here to address Mr. Dave here. I literally am showing Thomas Sowell respect by showing this whole video. I'm almost paying homage. I literally said a few minutes ago that everybody needs to read Thomas Sowell, whether you agree with him or not, if on the left, just so you know what his arguments are. I don't know how I can give you better respect than that. And you know what? Let's start. Number one, Thomas Sowell did not make me who I am. My parents did. So let's not get that wrong. In my opinion, my parents are better than Thomas Sowell because I'm here talking to you about Thomas Sowell. They gave me a respect for elders, even that I disagree with. Clarence Thomas grew up in literally my parish, my church. And you will rarely hear me disrespect Clarence Thomas. I may disagree with his conservative ideas, but I will never disrespect him as a person. He is Justice Thomas to folks like me. I've known people growing up who knew Justice Thomas. I've literally never heard anything bad about the man other than his politics. His politics are his politics. I've literally never heard anything other than Anita Hill, but I'm talking about local to Savannah and Chatham County. I've literally never heard anything negative about him. So keep it real, Mr. Deacon Dave, because I'm not showing any disrespect.
Is the civil rights legislation, equality before the law, was just and necessary and overdue we're happy that that happened. It needed to
Lou,
happen.
can you be more specific?
But your argument is also
I'm not.
that federal money.
Okay, let me stop this. I don't know where you guys get this stuff from. Lou, I'm not disagreeing with the statistics. I'm disagreeing with the interpretation of statistics. I'm disagreeing with poverty numbers and poverty rate numbers. They are two different things. Yeah, I'm pretty specific about what I'm disagreeing with. I think that his interpretation and his usage of some of these numbers, if you don't actually listen to what he's saying or actually read what he's writing, you may come away with impressions that you shouldn't be coming away with. So I will disagree with Dr. Soul a lot. However, disagreement is not disrespect. Same thing with Trump. I don't necessarily disagree with some of the things Trump does. I disagree with the method he is using. So again, that's not even a semantic statement. It's very specific about what I disagree with. I suggest y'all listen closer. What's up, Lou?
Top of the morning, Stanley. Top of
How
the
you
morning.
doing?
Hey, good, man.
So,
Good.
Are you enjoying?
Well, first off, I gotta say the title. I gotta say I enjoy the title. the title got me.
Yeah, well, every now and again I come up with a zinger. But I was saying earlier, I am actually interested in truism. Apparently has a hierarchy of Black women, or maybe it's just women in general. I'm definitely interested in either seeing that video or reading what he's wrote. So next time I run into him, I'll ask him to link me, because I'm actually interested in his analysis. Might be the only thing I'm interested in, but nonetheless. So what do you think? No, go ahead.
Oh, you've never heard his spiel on the hierarchy of women?
No.
Oh man. Okay.
I'm
it's
guessing
it's kind of
comedy routine.
I mean, there's a comedic aspect to it, but I mean, it's the hierarchy. There's at the top there's women. I'll let him tell you. Because he'll tell you better than me.
Him either in the video or whatever. Deacon Dave, I don't disagree with your critique of me. You're not wrong there. So, maybe I am, but you know me, I like my pithy one-liners, but I think I take that as constructive criticism, sir. What do you think of this? I was shocked and pleasantly surprised that at this recent interview that Soul's giving, he doesn't do many of them. And
I wouldn't either if I was 90. Personally.
Oh shit! This is it just got dropped yesterday, so it's pretty recent.
Oh, this is from yesterday.
They said it was dropped yesterday, but the interview happened on April 1st. So I was definitely pleasantly surprised that he looks, for being in his 90s, he looks in good shape.
Yeah, man.
So
yeah, maybe I missed what you were saying, because what you were playing on the clip was Thomas Sowell talking about how they engineer the Ralph Nader thing was an example of politicians using statistics to make it seem like there's a problem when there actually isn't.
Well, there was a problem. I'm just barely old enough to remember the seatbelt fight. Pintos, you remember how they were exploded? I think he's probably talking about the Ford Pinto, which had this problem where if you rear end it, it was because the gas tank was in the back. You could rear end a Pinto and have it blow up. That was a problem, and a preventable problem. And then the other thing, I'm saying that if there were fewer safety issues statistically 30 years before the Ralph Nader stuff, I'm saying there were also fewer cars on the road. There were, 30 years before, I don't even know that the interstate didn't start getting built until the 50s, I think. So, I mean, people weren't going as fast. So, I think if you just take that number at face value and want to make something of it, I think you actually have to go back and ask why in piece value, but don't ask why. Or statistics are often like his point about the poverty rate dropping after the Great Society. Well, that's poverty rate. Okay. Poverty rate is, an increase. Well, basically it's a delta, it's a change. So that the poverty rate decreased after that. I'm hoping and guessing that there were also fewer people in poverty. So, the rate is not the same thing as number of people living in poverty. And if you're not careful, to think about it, you would think he just means poverty overall. That's not what poverty rate measures.
Right. Well, I think he was talking about in reference to like the war on poverty and all of that stuff. And he was talking about how they labeled it as a crisis when poverty was already going down, only for them to intervene and poverty go back up. And they do this kind of thing all the time, right? They do this all the time when they try to make something a problem that really isn't, only to make that problem worse. Because they're saying they're addressing a problem that is already becoming less of a problem. They did the same thing with crime, and then crime went up. So like this is a I mean,
okay, well, he didn't say
government does that.
He didn't say poverty went up. He said the poverty rate decreased, which means it wasn't falling as fast. It wasn't going down as fast as it was before the Great Society welfare programs. You could, if you asked why, it could be that there were fewer people in poverty. I'm saying poverty rate doesn't mean overall poverty stopped going down, or there were fewer people. Poverty, there were more people in poverty. Poverty rate is a different thing than poverty itself. If there are fewer people that we're considering living in poverty, it's possible that the poverty rate, the number of people going out of poverty, decreases. I don't know that that's for sure, but I'm thinking that's probably what's happening. You have to be careful. If you think poverty rate is the same thing, is a measure of the number of people living in poverty, you would be incorrect. So I think that people need to think about what he's saying or what he's writing. That's my point.
Gotcha. The hell's Deacon Dave talking about, man? What is Deacon Dave talking about?
Oh, you know what, Dave? I have no idea, but I did what I did. If that's a problem, he'll either get over it or he won't. I don't tend to give people special treatment, especially if I ask them to stop their behavior. Oh well, but I haven't heard from him, so I guess I'll find out. Maybe you know something I don't. But if I ask you a couple times to do something and you don't do it, you're liable to get dropped. Period.
State and the erosion of culture.
I don't play favorites,
took
really.
progress.
At
among
least
Black
when I
Americans,
ask, for
and reversed it.
people
In other
not
words,
to
that
do
they
something.
actually did harm, or that they were merely irrelevant.
They did harm, and it did harm across the society, not just among racial minorities. You have people who've had meaning taken out of their lives. People, for example, I see in California especially, people who have young people with cars will go into some street area and then do all kinds of crazy driving with the car in order to attract a crowd, and that's what they get. But people who have meaning in their lives from what they're doing, if you have having a family to support, having a child to raise, things like that, that puts meaning in their lives. But when all of that is taken out of their lives by the government, and especially when the government is paying people when they have no husband present, and not paying them if there is a husband present, you're subsidizing a social change that is doing far more harm than whatever incidental good you're doing just by handing out some money.
All right. Tom, education. We spoke a moment ago about the internal change that was needed in the Black community. One of the central elements in that argument is education. And your website, again, factsagainstrhetoric.org, your website links to your 2020 book. This just amazes me, which you published on your 90th birthday. One of these days you really ought to pull yourself together and accomplish something, Tom. This is your 2020 book published on your 90th birthday, Charter Schools and Their Enemies. I'm quoting, New York City has a substantial sample of ethnically and socioeconomically comparable students whose educational outcomes can be compared, close quote. You identified 5 different charter school systems, each of which taught portions of its classes in ordinary public schools. In other words, the charter schools, it was a wonderful social test, so to speak, or experiment, because they drew from the same socioeconomic group and indeed conducted their instruction in the same buildings with public school students. And you produced 2 main findings in your book, Charter Schools and Their Enemies. Here's the first. You found that charter school students, especially Black and Hispanic students, outperformed the public school students. And the second
in that
measure,
same building.
In the same building. You've got, in one example, only 7% of the kids in one public school passed a math proficiency exam. Among the charter school kids.
Okay, I'm confused. Is it possible to have a charter school and a public school in the same building? If I think of it, maybe one of these days we can get Portia. I think she teaches at a charter school. We can get her, because to talk about the differences. A lot of charter schools are public schools. So, my sister's a retired teacher, but I would like to have. I don't think she's ever taught in a charter school. I'd maybe get her, because charter schools can be public schools or they cannot be public schools, apparently. However, I don't know how you have a charter school and a public school in the same building, unless I don't understand how that might work. So maybe somebody in the audience knows. Or you, Lou. Do you know?
I don't. All I know from what I've heard is that it tends to lean more towards a New York thing, because you only have so many occupied buildings that you can take advantage of, and so they'll oftentimes in a public school they may have a part that's isolated for the charter schools, and to my understanding they're selected at random.
Mm-hmm. So, there's some sort of competition to get in?
Something like that. They're just, to my understanding, like you got to qualify and then you're chosen for the charter school.
Because I think in New York, in the New York system, there's so many students wanting to get in, they do some sort of lottery or something.
Yeah, you got a surplus of people that want to be a part of these charter schools, because the public schools are just they're just not up to up to snuff in those areas.
Okay,
But I don't know the details, so I'm just
guessing.
Yeah.
Yeah, maybe we'll get Portia one morning or one day to come in and talk about it, because maybe we'll just do a pre-record or something. We don't do a lot of pre-recorded shows around here. Maybe that's what I ought to start doing. I do on mine, but they're usually just short video essays. Clue, were you saying that because the charter school is in Dallas? I don't get that. Can you expand on that comment? And Ryan, I'm not sure what you're asking here. Why is poverty higher in Mississippi and Alabama and less in New York? It's half the price to live there. Okay, well, it may be what we consider poverty. We going by the same measurement of what poverty is in New York State versus Alabama. I'm guessing you could live below the poverty line in Georgia, or I'm sorry, in Mississippi or Alabama and still not starve. So my guess is they're using the same threshold in New York versus Mississippi and Alabama. You tell me. Let's see. What is Delta? Dallas can have both public and charter in the same building. Wow. Okay. I would think that's somebody would have lodged a discrimination suit or something. That's interesting. The federal government has more Mississippi has more sundown towns. The federal government does not adjust for COLA. Well, they should adjust for COLA then. That cost of living I would think that's almost like a vital statistic to know. You can probably live on $25,000, okay, even in Georgia, like some small town, and you would never be able to do that in New York City.
On the other side of the wall, being taught in the same building.
Unless you were
was
living with
100%.
somebody.
So let's pause with that finding. How can that be?
Well, it certainly suggests that we ought to spend a lot more time comparing these cases where the students are in comparable places. In other words, they're not only in the same building, they're serving the same neighborhood, and most of them in both cases have come from low income families, and they didn't put the smarter kids in one.
Hey, I also want to note, for 90 years old, he has a fine head of hair.
System, the charter schools admit deliberately by lottery, so there's no question that they're picking the smartest kids to start with. They're taking whoever wins the lottery, and in this case, the school you mentioned, by the way, is a school that I went to when I was a teenager in junior high school in Manhattan, 129th Street and Amsterdam Avenue. And someone ought to be. One of my great frustrations is despite whatever praise the book got, it really changed nothing. And I think there should be a high priority in letting low-income Black, Hispanic, and other families know what difference the charter schools can make. Not all of them are good, but ironically, even the disappointing charter schools almost invariably still do better than the traditional public school housed in the same building with them.
So this brings us to your second major finding in that book, Tom. The teachers' unions opposed the charter schools. So you go through the history of this battle in New York. I'm quoting you again. In New York City, this is as of 2020, in New York City, there are more than 50,000 children on waiting lists to get into charter schools, yet New York has ended the expansion of charter schools and threatened restrictions on those already functioning. And even national Black organizations opposed charter schools. In 2016, the NAACP called for a moratorium on new charter schools. What is going on there?
What is going on is that the charter schools collect billions of dollars in union dues, and they spend millions of dollars for financing the campaigns of politicians who will do whatever the charter schools want.
And whatever the unions want.
I'm sorry, yes, whatever the unions want. And it's painful that even people who started out wanting to give parents the choice of where to go to school, when they learn about the political realities, they realize they're not going to get the charter school or get the teachers unions money if they don't try to stop the charter schools. And the kinds of things that are done to stop them. For example, in various cities around the country, where there's been population loss over the years, there are plenty of vacant schoolhouses because they're not needed. In those places, not only the whole educational establishment does everything they can to prevent those vacant buildings from being used by charter schools, because New York is not the only one that has large numbers of students on waiting lists to get into charter schools. So in some places, they have simply demolished these schools that have been vacant for years to make sure that the charter schools can't use them. And that's happened in Chicago.
It's kind of like segregation academies.
Again, if there was some way of letting the people in these low-income neighborhoods understand that this is what's going on, I think we would have we'd have a chance of giving a lot of kids a better education.
Tom, since you published Charter Schools and Their Enemies in 2020, a few developments. I'd like to believe that at least some of this is a result of that book. Charter school enrollment nationwide has expanded, up from 12% or almost 400,000 students since 2020, since the year before you published your book. Now, 400,000 students in charter schools is a relatively small number by comparison with the number of students across the country, but it's up.
Hey, Dolomite, I hope I get some cool points for showing this blessed event.
12%. Many of the biggest gains have come in the most rapidly growing states. Over the last 5 years, up 26% in Texas, 21% in Florida. Even in New York, even in your old home state, charter school enrollment is up 15%. And school choice legislation has spread across the country. It's state by state. In the last 3 years, the number of states with universal school choice legislation has risen from 0 to 12. Since you wrote your book. In 2023 alone, 20 states expanded their school choice programs, and this very year, Texas is preparing to enact dramatic school choice reforms. Tom, have I encouraged you?
Yes, but there's another side to this as well.
All right.
The teachers' unions are well aware of all this, and they have put in all kinds of roadblocks to make it more difficult for kids to be sent to charter schools. For example, in California, the California law has said that charter schools are not allowed to suspend or expel students who disrupt the schools. Now, can you imagine any educational benefit that anyone could imagine will come from that? What is happening is one of the reasons the charter schools are good is that they insist on maintaining law and order in the schools. And so when you do all kinds of things, including beating up teachers, the kid doesn't get expelled. So now the charter schools were put in there as an experiment, so that as they had more freedom to choose what to do, and if some of those things worked out, then presumably some of those practices could be transferred to the traditional public schools. What is actually happening is that when there's this gap between the two kinds of schools, you have laws and restrictions where you transfer the things that are failing in the public schools and force them on the charter schools. So instead of bringing the traditional schools up to the charter schools levels, politicians are bringing the charter schools down to the levels of the traditional schools.
All right. I tried to encourage you. I tried, Tom. Affirmative action.
Let me have a look. I just got curious here. This may not be, this is just a quick down and dirty. Charter versus public school. Charter schools and traditional public schools both offer free education to the public, but differ in several ways. Charter schools operate independently with their own governing boards and have more flexibility in designing their curriculum and teaching method, allowing for specialized programs and innovative teaching approaches. In contrast, traditional public schools follow a standardized curriculum designed to meet state educational requirements, ensuring a consistent educational experience, but potentially lacking the specialized programs found in charter schools. Interesting. Very interesting. I could see why you may not. You know what? I don't particularly have a problem with the existence of both if this definition is actually a good one.
This is another of the headings in the website. Again,
And you know what? I'll tell you why. I noticed a difference. Hey, CKJ, how you doing? When I went to college here in Georgia, the first 2 years, you didn't have to declare a major until like your junior year. So I knew plenty of people who just basically took the survey courses, basically the requirements, maybe the first 2 years. There were a lot of undecided people, people who hadn't declared a major in those first 2 years. I notice now, I think you have to declare a major, even though you could have the opportunity to change. I'm not sure. I'm kind of on the fence whether that's a good thing or not. In a way, it's good because it's going to force people to make decisions, what they want to do with their life earlier than usual. I think that having, say, a performing arts high school or a science high school, I'm not sure that I'm for kids in high school necessarily kind of saying, hey, I want a life of science or I want a life of this, that, or the other. I know if I'd been left up to it, I would have switched majors. And the only thing that, prevented me from doing it was my parents and scholarships. I was one of those people who declared a major. I knew coming out of high school, I wanted to do chemistry. And, probably after that first year or two, I was like, yeah, but there's so many other things I want to do. So, I'm a little bit on the fence about whether, majors should be declared your first day of college. I'm not sure that I am a big fan of specialized education. And I know that, you'll take your English classes in, say, a science and engineering academy, that sort of thing. But I'm a little bit more for general education, maybe switch to a charter school your next couple years. But anyway, that's just me kind of speculating. Hopefully we can get Portia to talk to us about it one day.
RG. From your memoir, A Personal Odyssey, I'm quoting you. One of the ironies that I experienced in my own career was that I received more automatic respect when I first began teaching in 1962 as an inexperienced young man with no PhD and few publications than I did later in the 1970s after accumulating a more substantial record. What happened in between was affirmative action hiring of minority faculty, close quote. Explain that. Affirmative action impinged on your own life, your own reputation.
Well, I could give an example of something that puzzled me for a long time. When I was in the Marine Corps, I was trained as a photographer. And I was working in a photo lab, and in barracks, there were a whole bunch of photographers. I was the only black photographer. And this is down in the South in the 1950s. And I noticed that when some of the other Marines in the barracks, the white Marines from the South, when they had took a picture that went wrong and so forth, they'd come over there and they would come to me rather than to the white photographers. And that baffled me completely for about 20 years. And what happened at UCLA when I was teaching. I was teaching a course, and students said that they liked the course and all. And one young man came to me one day with a textbook, and there was a passage in it which he couldn't understand, and he asked me to explain it to him, and I explained it to him, and he said to me, "Are you sure?" And I said, "Yes, I'm sure. I wrote the textbook." But you see, what people use race as a way of getting at other things. These white Marines in that barracks down south in the 50s had no way of knowing who knew more about photography and whatnot. But they knew that if the Marine Corps had trained some black man to be a photographer, he was probably, you knew he knew his stuff.
Pretty damn good.
And conversely, after affirmative action, you see, now when I have far more experience and so forth, the students are questioning whether I know what I'm doing.
Got it. I see.
Okay, and once again, weird rhetorical argument based on, like, I don't know whether he actually thinks people are stupid or what. Okay, why would you blame affirmative action on some kid doubting whether you knew who you are and not? In my opinion, in that particular instance, he's giving a benefit of a doubt that I wouldn't give. Okay, you want to blame affirmative action instead of blaming the student. It's such a bad point that this is why, and this is just my opinion, this is why people like Thomas Sowell have never been popular in the black community. You're too quick to blame a program that is, quote, pro-black, instead of looking to culture. Okay, I would be more inclined to give a benefit of a doubt, say, in 2025 than I would be in 1965. So I think that these anti-blacks are just too quick not to call a spade, as it were.
One of the articles, back to the website, one of the articles to which you provide a link on the website is your 2012 review of a book called Mismatch. And the argument in that view is that affirmative action often places minority students in schools in which they would have trouble keeping up, even though they could have done well in other schools. I'm going to quote to you from your review of that 2012 book. Quote, "The authors of Mismatch have performed a major service. For those who think that Black students on campus should be there to advance their own education and lives, not to serve in a role much like that of movie extras whose presence enhances the scene for others." Close quote. So affirmative action, you suggest in that review, is less to help Black students, other minority students. It's less to help minority students make progress than to permit white liberals to feel good about.
Okay, once again, I think this is just a rhetorical argument. Affirmative action was not there to help students academically. It was there to provide more opportunities. Again, this is just pure rhetoric. Okay, no one expects affirmative action to make students better students. It's to provide more opportunities for students who may have come from school systems that were less rigorous. Okay, I've known plenty of people who would make like, mediocre grades, but then they would just kill on an SAT. It was basically to provide opportunities to someone who may be intelligent, but for some reason, they weren't motivated in high school, that sort of thing. So I just find problems with this kind of rhetoric. Affirmative action wasn't there to make students better students. And I'm going to backtrack this a little bit in case people didn't quite get my critique of this question in this line of questioning.
To help Black students, other minority students, it's less to help minority students make progress than to permit white liberals to feel good about them.
Okay, progress. That progress was the opportunity to get into a school that might otherwise not necessarily criticize them. Admit them. If I get, say, a 1350 on an SAT and, some other kid gets a 1400, that 50 points may or may not be a big deal. If the person's not good at testing, or if for some reason, that kid's had a bad day, for whatever reason, if they're, have similar, in my argument is that a 1350 is similar to a 1400. If they have similar grades, if maybe that, basically you should be looking at more than just grades and SAT scores. Now they should be weighted heavily. However, there are X factors that may be taken into consideration that would make that 1350 student actually a better fit than the 1400 student. And again, these people want to pretend that the meritocracy is actually a perfect system. And I just don't buy these sorts of far right arguments. And I'm not being hyperbolic in my opinion. This is a far right sort of perspective.
Themselves. Fair?
Yes, and not incidentally, ensure they can continue to get hundreds of millions of dollars each at universities like Columbia, which they couldn't get if they didn't have a certain percentage of minority students among their classes. And here again is an irony that these are places which have pushed affirmative action, and now they realize that if they don't have minority representation similar to that in the population, they can be accused of discrimination, and that can cost them money. And so these black students who are put in institutions where they're likely to fail, even though there are hundreds of other institutions where they would have succeeded, they're there.
Let me help Ryan out here, because he doesn't seem to quite understand the Asian lawsuits against Harvard and UNC. And just so you know, I actually listened to both the Harvard and the UNC arguments, that Supreme Court session. I literally listened to them both. I literally read both the decisions in their long form. That's how knee deep I was and interested in those two particular lawsuits. The Asians, they were making a systemic argument that the system was discriminatory. I think they were making a rhetorical argument. I don't think they were discriminated against, to be honest. In my opinion, they weren't preferred. They were basically saying, hey, the system, the way how much you're weighting the qualifications to rank the students had race involved. They were basically saying race should not be involved. I don't think they were being discriminated against personally. They were just basically saying that they didn't think the system was objective enough. It added weight to race, and they were against adding weight to race. That's essentially what the lawsuit was.
More or less as human shields.
Tom, tell that story. You mention it again in your book, Personal Odyssey, but when you were at Cornell and you discovered that there were some black students at Cornell who struck you as extremely intelligent and capable, but they were struggling all the same. They were unhappy and even angry all the same, and you investigated. Do you remember that?
Yes. After Cornell suddenly started admitting black students with qualifications not as high as the students already there, I discovered that half the black students were on academic probation. And so I went over to the administration building and looked up the test scores. Now, at that time, the average black student at Cornell scored at the 75th percentile on the SAT score.
Meaning that they were really smart kids.
They did better than 3/4 of the other of the students who took that test. But at Cornell, liberal arts college, which is where I taught, the average student there was at the 99th percentile. And so the professors teach to the kinds of students they have. Right. And therefore, they'll proceed at a faster pace. They'll proceed with fewer explanations because the students already know so much themselves. And so someone who is perfectly capable of handling the work, if it's taught in a way that's geared to students at the 75th percentile, cannot keep up. It was even more extreme at MIT. The average black student in one of the studies done some time back at MIT was at the 90th percentile in mathematics, which they scored higher than 90% of students who took the test. But they were so that made them in the top 10%. But at MIT, they were in the bottom 10%, because at MIT, there's no question that the vast majority of the students are in the 1%. So it's a question only of where you are in the top 1%, because virtually everybody else is.
Right.
And so that they proceed obviously at a pace and a complexity with those kinds of students, which most American students, black or white, wouldn't be able to keep up with.
Right. Tom, here's another item to which you link on your website. This is
by the way,
of affirmative action by the late.
I agree with him specifically about the pace. That's actually the kind of the X factor there. The schools that pace and complexity uh, is kind of the X factor, and I don't necessarily disagree that you need to be in that top 1% necessarily to go to MIT. I'm not saying their arguments are completely wrong. I'm just saying that those are things you're making a general point or you're making a rule when I think this has to be done case by case. Just because somebody is not in the 1% doesn't mean that they can't compete. You should, it is also on the student. If you know that you're not able to keep up, it's incumbent upon the student and maybe parents as advisors to go, hey, this isn't working out. I need to come up with a new plan. So I don't know that there's a problem so much with the school as much as the individual student and whoever the advising team is. I just think some of this blaming everything on affirmative action is just kind of they don't want affirmative action in the first place. So they're looking for every little nitpicking point to blame on affirmative action. And I just disagree that affirmative action, it is, you are in danger of misplacing people, but it's not a hard and fast rule that you are. It's something you have to look at on an individual basis, and blaming a system for how the system is being misused. I think basically politics, left and right, they're too quick to throw out programs instead of modifying. It's almost like throwing out the Constitution because it doesn't cover every case instead of amending it. That's the best analogy I can think of.
Justice Antonin Scalia. It's a longish quotation, but it's on your website, and I'd like to read it to you. Quote, this is the late Justice Scalia, quote, "I am entirely in favor of according the poor inner city child who happens to be Black advantages and preferences not given to my own children because my children don't need them. But I am not willing to prefer that the son of a prosperous and well-educated Black doctor or lawyer, solely because of his race, should be given preferences over the son of a manual laborer. The affirmative action system now in place will produce the latter result because it is based on concepts of race."
That's an interesting argument that I don't necessarily disagree with. But I think geography, one thing about that I don't recall if it came up, but I know Harvard in particular, and I know UNC did too. Geography was also one of those X factors, or one of the factors in assigning students kind of a score in the acceptance process. So class kind of got thrown in there as well. People are aware of income through the I think almost every student I think is part of the process. FAFSA, I think the FAFSA is required. It may not be. I can't remember now. But anyway, I don't disagree with Scalia's argument. I just think, again, it's a little bit more complicated than he wants to make it. So Deacon Dave, that is very funny. I have to give that to you. I wish it's almost too long. I wonder if that could be a show title. Let's find out. Very good, very funny joke though. I like it.
Racial indebtedness rather than individual worth and need. That is to say, because it is racist, close quote. Now, it is one matter to say that affirmative action does a lot of harm, and you've just described instances in which it has done harm, taking very talented Black kids and placing them in a situation in which they're going to feel inadequate for 4 years when they could have felt at the top of the charts in other institutions. But it's another matter to say that affirmative action, as we've experienced it across this 25 years or so, is racist. Are you willing to go that far?
Adjectives, not always the main thing. I'm ready to deal with the factual evidence that minority students do better when they are put in institutions where the other students have qualifications similar to theirs.
Got it.
And the University of California system is a classic example. That towards the end of the 20th century, the great numbers of Black and Hispanic students were being brought into the system, and many of them were being sent to Berkeley or UCLA, the two top campuses in that large system. And then they were doing very badly. And as they admitted more and more Black students, the number who were graduating declined absolutely. And so that was clearly not working. The voters voted to end affirmative action admissions. It was predicted that there would be no more Black students. It turns out that over the next few years, there were 1,000 more Black students who graduated from that system now that they were not being sent to UCLA and Berkeley, but to the other campuses where the other students had qualifications very similar to their own. Not only that, Black students who are put into these places where they simply can't, it's a struggle just to keep from being flunked out. They switch from difficult subjects to tough subjects from difficult subjects like math, science, engineering, into things like sociology, education, and so on. So what happened is that you had virtually no change in the total number of Black students in the UC system after affirmative action admissions were outlawed, but you had a great increase in the number of Black students who graduated. And really the point of going to college is not to be on campus, but to graduate so you can go out into the world and do something.
Right. Tom, I'm going to try to encourage you again. In the 2023 case of students for fair admissions versus the president and fellows of Harvard College, your old alma mater. I know you get all misty-eyed when I mention Harvard, Tom. 2023 case of students for fair admissions versus Harvard. The Supreme Court found that Harvard had discriminated against Asian students in admissions. That's the fact set. And the court ruled that universities could no longer consider race in their admissions policies. Looked at one way, strictly speaking, that's the end of strictly race-based affirmative action, exactly the kind of affirmative action that Antonin Scalia found offensive. Have I encouraged you?
Unfortunately, that decision included something in there by the Chief Justice about how
military academies
could somehow read stuff that told you what the student's race was.
Yes,
and consider that. I don't know whether how this decision that they made is going to work out in practice.
I see.
It will work out just fine. Basically, Justice, I think it was Justice Roberts. He wrote the majority decision in those two. I think in both cases, at least one of them, where he basically says that, students in the student essays, if you are going to talk about, your life experience or, because it's more or less a I'm sorry, a biographical um, thing when students talk about, maybe adversities they had to overcome in high school. He basically said if, race comes up in it, you know what? Schools can consider that. Now, the government shall not infringe, upon free speech. So, you're not going to be able to control what kids decide to write about. So how it's going to turn out is going to basically be that, students, especially in state schools, private institutions are somewhat different, but you're not going to be able to restrict students' free speech, and what they choose to write about is their business.
The same game was played with the Baki decision years ago. And what it amounted to in that case was that you can't have racial quotas if you call them quotas, but you can have them if you call them something else. Now, I don't know whether this latest caveat, how that's going to work out in practice, but I found it very painful that a Chief Justice of the Supreme Court would suggest some way in which you can evade the decision that's being made.
All right.
Of course, that's the way I read it.
All right. Tom, a few last questions. We've been talking about your website, factsagainstrhetoric.org. I'd like to ask you a couple of questions about contemporary events. Let's start with Donald Trump and tariffs. Let me begin by quoting again from your book, Basic Economics. Quote, "The Smoot-Hawley tariffs of 1930, the highest tariffs in well over a century, were designed to reduce imports so that more American-made products would be sold, thereby providing more employment for American workers. It was a plausible belief, as so many things done by politicians seem plausible. But within 5 months, the unemployment rate rose to double digits, and it never fell below that level for any month during the entire remainder of that decade, the decade of the 1930s. That's Tom Sowell in Basic Economics. Today, President Trump has imposed a number of new tariffs, including an average of 39% on goods from China, 25% on goods from Canada, and 25% on goods from Mexico. And the president has announced a further 25% tariff on all imported cars and car parts effective April 3rd. As we record this, that April 3rd new tariff, 25% tariffs on cars, will kick in the day after tomorrow. What do you make of the present president of the United States and his tariffs?
It's painful to see what a ruinous decision from back in the 1920s being repeated. Now, insofar as he's using these tariffs to get very strategic things settled, and that he is satisfied with that. But if you set off a worldwide trade war, that has a devastating history. Everybody loses because everybody follows suit, and all that happens is that you get a great reduction in international trade. The other, it's disturbing in another sense. Franklin D. Roosevelt, when he was president in the 1930s, said that you have to try things.
And Ryan may contradict me, but restricting the foreign goods also gives wiggle room for domestic manufacturers to raise prices as well, as long as you keep the prices below what a foreign-made similar product might cause. You're going to be able to raise prices within a certain limit as well on domestic products. I don't see how the consumer comes out a winner here.
things. And if they don't work, then you admit it, you abandon that, and you go on to something else, and you try that until you come across something that does work. Now that's not a bad approach.
Okay, once again, kind of giving Trump a little bit of grace. We have a history that you can go back and fall on, and you've got plenty of experts, left and right, economics people, left and right, who think this is a bad idea. Putting this under the guise of trying things, I think that's a very graceful thing for Dr. Soul to say, in my opinion. This isn't trying things. This is basically defying history.
If you are operating within a known system of rules, but if you are the one who's making the rules, then all the other people have no idea what you're going to do next. And that is the formula for having people hang on to their money until they figure out what you're going to do. And when a lot of people hang on to their money, you can get results such as you got during the Great Depression of the 1930s. So if this is just a set of short-run ploys for various limited objectives, limited in time, fine, maybe. But if this is going to be the policy for 4 long years, that you're going to try this, you're going to try that, you're going to try something else, a lot of people are going to wait. I think what happened in the stock market recently, when things came down substantially for quite a while, and I note that various people are holding on to their money before they do anything, because they don't know where this is going to lead.
Right. Back to a question of race. Our friend Jason Riley published a column in the Wall Street Journal headline.
Jason Riley. Ooh.
Trump might have won the first.
You know what?
post-racial
I
election.
actually need to. This reminds me. There's a guy named Wilfred Riley that I need to start showing some of his stuff. He's another kind of Black conservative, but at least a Black conservative with somewhat of a sense of humor. And I've actually never actually talked to him directly, but I have, traded a post or two back and forth with him. He's someone that's a way younger. Basically, I think he's younger than I am, actually. He's probably in his 50s or maybe late 40s. I need to bring him into this mix also. I don't agree with a lot of his stuff, but some of his stuff I do. And he is a really interesting guy. He is really good with numbers. However, he's also a lawyer. And so he's a Swiss Army knife. And I'm going to have to introduce him to this group, at least to the folks who don't know who he is. Wilfred Riley.
Election, close quote. Now I'm quoting Jason Riley. According to
who is
NBC
not
News,
Jason Riley, by the way.
Since 2012, there has been a 15-point shift.
Jason
toward
Riley is just squeaky.
Among Black voters, a 32-point shift among Asians, and a 38-point shift among Latinos, close quote. Once again, I'm going to make an effort to cheer you up, Tom. So on my reading, one of the central questions, maybe the central question of American politics.
Let me comment on that, Lou. Again, that's giving Trump grace. If his method is basically shaking trees like that, if his method is, hey, I'm gonna dial it up to 100, and then I'm gonna dial it back to 50% as a method, it's not something I agree with. So there's that. I don't care if you can excuse it as a temporary measure. I don't think it's a method that should be used a lot. And then it kept going forward. It's back and forth, back and forth. And the thing is China is perfectly capable of keeping up with the US as far as a trade war goes. And they have no problems with hurting their people. Okay, that their people might suffer because of a trade war won't be the number one factor in their decision making. Maybe not in Trump's either, but I'll give him, the benefit of the doubt.
Politics for the last 30 or even 40 years has been whether identity politics would become the dominant mode of all of our politics. And people would vote according to their race. And to use George Will's phrase, we would not be conducting elections. Elections would simply represent censuses. All the white people vote one way, all the black people vote another way, and so forth. And Donald Trump, if I may say so, Donald Trump, of all people, is the one who has demonstrated that we can move beyond identity politics, that African-American males move toward the Republican side. Now, you can like the Republican.
Okay, I wanna basically laugh at that comment. There was nothing but identity politics in Trump's campaign. Haitians, Latin Americans, Venezuelans specifically, and other types of Latins. I think that Trump was knee deep in identity politics. I think that Black males in particular overlooked the identity politics, overlooked the right's tolerance of racists. And that's not to say the left doesn't tolerate racists. It's just not as naked or as overt as the right. So this point about identity politics, I think, is laughable. Maybe they have a different definition of what identity politics is from me.
Republicans, or you can dislike the Republicans, but the argument would be people are making up their minds for themselves as individuals, not simply voting on the basis of their race. Likewise, Hispanics, likewise, and so forth. Does that make sense to you?
Yes, and it's one of the most encouraging developments, and one I was surprised to see come finally. One of the reasons, for example, why it's so hard to get a decent education for Black kids and low-income Black kids is that the Black vote has gone automatically to the Democrats by a huge margins for a very long time. And it's the Democrats who get the money from the teachers' unions, for which they will then allow the teachers' union to do whatever they want, regardless of whether that is bad news for the Black kids who can't get a decent education. So I think to that extent, this is encouraging. However, Jason Riley writes for the Wall Street Journal, which is an excellent publication, but unfortunately, low-income people are not likely to be reading the Wall Street Journal, and I don't know if there are enough people within the Black community, leaders, who have sufficient interest in making clear what these alternative educational things are like. You mentioned earlier, I believe, that the civil rights organizations have lined up with the teachers' union. And I think, quite frankly, they're doing it for the same reason.
Let me stop this right quick to address Lou's point here. Lou, in case you didn't know, here, let me show you this. China exports $500 billion to the U.S., or just I think it's $500 billion to the U.S. Imports $163 billion. So, given supply chains and stuff like that, I kind of don't know if I agree that China's at a disadvantage. Oh, let's see. Be brave. Let's see. Yeah, I see. Be brave has another show about something that he thinks I missed. Uh, who knows? Maybe we'll get around to seeing. I don't think his. Let's see. What time is it? Let me go back to this, and maybe we'll get to watch some Be Brave making a fool of himself.
I can remember decades ago, a black Democrat
Stanley
that I knew said, you know, the NAACP has become a wholly owned subsidiary of the labor unions. He didn't say that publicly, but he said to me privately.
Right.
And unfortunately, that's not uncommon. Something else that needs a lot more attention. Years ago, I did a book called Affirmative Action Around the World, in which I looked at countries in various parts of the world, Malaysia, Israel, England, wherever. And again and again, I see the same pattern of behavior, wonderful beliefs and an utter failure to look empirically at what happens when you put the programs into action. I mentioned the thing about allowing some consideration of race. This whole thing was enacted in other countries years ago. In India, when the court started saying, no, we can't really have this kind of blatant favoritism and so forth, but you can take certain things into consideration. Immediately, people began giving interviews on it would be subjectively evaluated.
Hold on.
And of course,
damn it, Lou, you're taking me from listening to the ending of this. I may just drop the link and y'all can listen to it on your own because I see Be Brave is starting. I still don't agree. I mean, if they're exporting $500 billion, and they're importing, I think there's potential. That basically means the U.S. imports a hell of a lot from China. I think tariffing that $500 billion hurts America more in the short term. There's some things that China could probably get from other places. So I just don't know that I agree that China is gonna, be hurt. I think China will be okay, maybe in the short term. Their supply chain issues, the pharmaceuticals and some other things that America needs to figure out where they're going to get this stuff from if they're going to tariff it. But I'm not like a super expert in this sort of thing, so I'm not saying I'm right. I'm just saying I'm not in a position to agree that you're right, Lou. I'm not sure whether I agree with that point, but I'm somewhat less educated than you might be.
For the kids who are scoring low, they give them high ratings on these things that are subjectively evaluated, and the ones who are high, they give them low ratings. So they're back to affirmative action in the bad sense, despite what's being said.
Tom, the United States of America.
I think the chances of Trump flipping Greenland
more than 1/3 of the entire existence.
I'll believe it when I see it.
Now, the country remains far from perfect. On the other hand, you were born into the Jim Crow South. There you are. I know this from reading your book, A Personal Odyssey. There you are as a student at Howard University in Washington, D.C., and then you later returned to Washington as a civil servant. And there were drinking fountains you couldn't use. And there were restaurants and
DC?
cafes in Washington where only the whites were permitted to sit down and black people had to stand at the counter. That's gone. You've led a remarkable life yourself in which, in all kinds of ways, the central theme of your work has been this country. What's wrong with the country, the competing visions, the vision of the anointed, the way the intellectuals misbehave, the way we need to understand race and ethnicity in this country in the larger context of race and ethnicity around the world. So you're not just a remarkable figure, you're a distinctly American figure, in my view. And students today are taught in all kinds of ways, and sometimes explicitly, that the United States is permanently flawed. They're taught to look down on the
All
country.
countries are
Ta-Nehisi
permanently
Coates, here's a
flawed.
quotation.
Humans are flawed.
The American dream cannot exist without racial injustice, close quote. Tom, what should students understand about the United States?
First of all, they should understand something about the actual history of the United States instead of the propaganda. That's not likely to happen. And this is a problem that extends beyond blacks or and other low-income minorities. This longer than year-long curse of anti-Semitism all over the country, and not just anti-Semitism in words, but actually forcing the violence and so forth.
What bot?
And that is something that's going to be very tough to get rid of. But I think it can be gotten rid of, and I think this taking away the money from Colombia is a perfect first step. And Colombia is not the only one that's like this. They're the ones who got caught red-handed. And I think that we need to stop thinking about
They got caught
these
red-handed.
institutions as places
What the hell is he
that
talking
are so
about?
wonderful and have great people. Right now, the latest issue of the
Now, you notice the question wasn't about anti-Semitism specifically. It was about race and racism specifically. Notice how he's dodging the question. Very artful, in my opinion. He's not going to be able to deny. Now, Ta-Nehisi Coates might be considered hyperbolic. I'm not sure that I agree that he's hyperbolic, but he's definitely kind of mawkish when he talks about this sort of stuff. I just don't. I think that I want to see how Thomas Sowell resolves this. I guarantee you he concentrates on Columbia and the other schools and anti-Semitism, which I don't know that they were anti-Semitic. I want to see how he actually dodges this question like he's doing now.
Ebonical of Higher Education is expressing outrage that the government dares to expect people these institutions to live up to the laws. I think it is long overdue for them to live up to the laws.
Thank you. Tom, would you close our conversation today? I'd like to, not only do I admire your reading, but I love your voice. And if this academic stuff ever blows over, you've got a great future in podcasting. But would you read for us what I take as almost the most important passage in all of basic economics?
Yes, yes. And it's the last paragraph in the book. However useful economics may be for understanding many issues, it is not as emotionally satisfying as more personal and melodramatic depictions of these issues often found in the media and in politics. Dry empirical questions are seldom as exciting as political causes. The ringing moral pronouncements, but the empirical questions are questions about what that must be asked. if we are truly interested in the well-being of others, rather than in excitement or a sense of moral superiority for ourselves. Perhaps the most important distinction is between what sounds good and what works.
See,
Thomas
I
Sowell,
agree with
author
that
of
kind of
thousands of newspaper
utilitarian
columns
orientation.
and magazine columns,
And
author of dozens
economists,
of books, and now the author of a
I guess it
website,
depends on the
Facts
economist.
Against Rhetoric, factsagainstrhetoric.org. Tom, thank you.
Thank you.
For Uncommon Knowledge, the Hoover Institution,
All right,
and
folks,
Fox News.
that is the conclusion of our Thomas Sowell, our homage to Thomas Sowell. Some good points, some points that, I never agree with some of his overall stuff, but it is what it is. I'm going to basically go over his website tomorrow because I am interested to see what all's there. It's probably a treasure trove of stuff. So we'll save that. We'll save the dessert for tomorrow. So let's see what B Brave's up to, and then I'll probably wind up because I'm getting a little tired. Probably wind up, concluding. But in the meantime, everybody make sure you hit the like button in the chat. Also, make sure you subscribe to the John Galt Urban Landlord channel. If you are new to the channel, make sure you share it out, share the wealth. Make sure you support your host and the show, and Portia, who is our executive producer there, and idea originator. Let's see. There was one other thing I had to say. Oh, we're gonna look at a little bit of what B Brave has to say, but I'm not overly. The title of it is Stanley Says Nothing of White Flight or Charter School Reality. Now, if you were actually listening to what I said, I literally said I would ask Portia one of these days to come on and talk about charter schools versus public schools, because I'm not an expert in education. Therefore, no, I wouldn't talk about white flight, or I wouldn't talk about charter school reality because I'm not an expert. Unlike Be Brave, I don't talk about shit in detail I don't know. So, he's just a little bit more reckless with these sorts of things. And I want to say he's overconfident, and I have a theory as to why, but I don't want to get into that unless I'm forced to. I would rather say it to his face. So let's listen in on what's going on over on Be Brave, and then we'll probably just pull this into the train station. And let's see here. Let's take this. Let me reload it. That way we can stay current.
He said they're not saying anything. I said, these dirty motherfuckers, come on. I understand you got a job, but like a group of them can't get together and say anything. No, that's when I determined. That's when that determined to me that a lot of society runs on hush money. We don't want to realize that, and I'm not faulting anybody for that. I'm not saying if I was in on hush money that I wouldn't accept it. I'm not saying that. I'm not trying to be a martyr, but I'm saying that's the reality. So the thing is, so the public schools were allowed to be destroyed. How'd they do it? Well, number one, let the black kids act crazy. It happened pretty fast. Look up brawls caught on camera. I always say, just Google anything caught on camera. Just Google it. See who's coming up doing it. Street fight. Street fighting, you might actually see some whites. Gas station shootings, carjackings, driveway robberies, school brawls. Just look them up. And school brawls. This picture on the screen was there was in this news clip. They said the parents said this is a daily occurrence. And so, they use the blacks to destroy everything. I'm telling you that. So I say the global corporate machine is using black people as a weapon. Right down to the public school system in the 90s. And then you can fast forward to the discussion of charter schools.
I get that.
Nobody wants to talk about it.
This isn't
white flight.
This isn't a topic that's going to trigger me
occurs?
because I'm not an expert. My only comment is that I'm not an expert. That's why I didn't get into details.
Schools. Whites go there, blacks follow them. I don't blame blacks for following them. I really wish blacks wouldn't move to white areas, but they do. I really wish blacks wouldn't move to white charter schools, but they do. Why don't CT has some experiences of his charter school where he was at? I think it was a black charter school, or a good number of them.
Yeah, he should ask.
And I don't think it operated
why
very well.
he's no longer
as I recall,
in the charter
CT doesn't
school.
have very many good things to say about it. But the point is when you bring up charter schools, nobody can mention what the hell the necessity for them was. The public school systems weren't that bad. I was there. I'm telling you. I was one of the kids that said to hell with school. I didn't disrupt anything.
By the way,
I went there
my
day.
son went
My
to
girl
a regular
was class
public
president.
school.
I told him to throw
and
me
he
out.
didn't throw it all
I got
away.
straight F's. Took off school quite frequently. Nope, they wouldn't throw me out. I can't count the times they said, "Look, we're going to have to kick you out of school." I said, "Do it." And then in comes class president, sweetheart, and I'm not thrown out of school. You talk about politics. I mean, she was valedictorian. Could have been. She was a co-valedictorian, class president. Really, a lot of political might this young lady had. And it was only a small school, about 400 or 500 students. Senior class was probably 100, 102. Out of 102 students, I graduated. What position? 102nd. I'm not lying. And my girl was number second in place. She could have been a valedictorian, like I said. But that public school, it had its problems. There were no black kids. There were probably 5 black kids in the senior class throughout the whole school, maybe small percentage. It was in outskirts of a city. But there were no problems in that public school. All of these kids, every last one of them that was in my senior class, not every last one of them, but a whole good bunch of them did very well for themselves. They did. Hell, my girl got a scholarship. Didn't pay a dime to go to St. Mary's in Notre Dame for 4 years. Now, she was in the Notre Dame band. I could have went to the Alabama Notre Dame football game where Notre Dame won the championship for free. I said, I'm not into it, man. No, thank you. Because at that time, we were married. But I was amazed. But all of those kids did well out of that public school. All of them. The public schools were nothing to run from. I guarantee you the charter schools aren't getting any better results than those public schools got. What's the difference? Kids are not allowed to act up, nor were they in that public school when I went in the 70s, or at any time. The one school I did go to in the city in my sophomore year when we moved out to more to the country. The only thing I saw was there was a rile up at about 1970. It wasn't bad. It wasn't nobody fighting or anything. It was just kind of a tense moment between blacks and whites. The only thing that actually happened was there was a circle of black girls, and they shoved a little white girl to the ground with her books and everything. And I remember her name. I won't give her full name. Her name was Karen. I just walked in. I just walked in the group in the middle of the circle, and I helped her up and picked up her books and helped her on out. And we weren't attacked. I didn't care. I said, what's going on? You shoved this girl on the ground, a circle of black women attacking a little white girl that couldn't fight her way out of a wet paper bag. Blacks are fucking animals in large numbers. Do you get that, folks, is what I'm saying? 70% of blacks are raising fucking animals. That's what we can't talk about. How dare we when we talk about charter schools and the filth of abandoning public institutions at our own peril as peasants. We can't talk about why we can sit there and turn our backs on what we should be looking at as a last refuge of decency for the peasants. Public schools, public health, public everything. Now your public waterways are being bought up by private sector. Everything. It's crazy. What's Stanley saying? Be brave and think I'm not an expert in education, so I didn't get into details. I'm not a white supremacist, basically. Yeah, I know, Stanley. Everything you say is bullshit. And I had to come over to your fucking channel and put this out to you because I ain't afraid to say this to the great Stanley Cross if you can get a goddamn word in edgewise.
You don't
Stanley,
come to the panel without
well, you'll never see me
John
over
Galt.
there on your channel. But this is fucking crazy when you're doing a stream. I don't even think anybody brought it up. There was only one. I think Free Zone Lou with his silly ass was over there talking. I'm not sure. I didn't pay much attention. I just seen charter schools. Nothing was said about the reality. And I said, "Oh, Jesus Christ, come on, crying out loud, man! This is white flight. That's all this is. Nobody can say it. Shh, don't say that." We got to stop this shit, folks. These black people are tearing the shit out of this country. Look at this picture. This is the parents said this happens every day.
Yeah, this picture is absolute proof.
Chat? Hey, yo, coward. Stanley Cross called me a coward. Folks, could you picture me trying to say this on Stanley Cross's and over on Stanley versus the World? Now, come on, could you? Do you think I would have 2 words at a time without being interrupted or thrown in the back?
You would not.
Talking about blacks being the major problem in this country, even with schools, even when it comes to fucking schools, blacks tear them up. You can't not only can you not have fucking safe streets where they live, and places where bullets don't fly. In the schools, they fuck them up wherever they're at. Oh, what about the white mass shooters? I know there's 3 of them in the last 3 years. I know that doggone them white people. Now look at the 500 mass shootings that happened last year and the 670 that happened in 2023. Mass shootings, 670. Mass shootings, 2024, 500. And if fucking black people are rolling on about 3 white shooters in 3 years, Christ fucking sakes, are we crazy? You're the coward that constantly lies to make you feel good.
Lou, you're silly.
Simon, yeah. Very second word confirmed. Every second word out of your mouth is misinformation. Well, okay, Stanley, but at least you're confirming that I'm not going to get every 2 words out. That's my point. So don't call me a coward. You dirty bastard. I mean that nicely, Stanley. You dirty bastard. Don't call me a coward. I can't talk. Think I'm afraid to say this shit to you? Are you crazy? Jesus. Hopefully he's playing this on his stream so I can get my word, so I can get my position out a little bit on his stream. He's probably over there talking about some silly happy horse shit about Trump and his policies while he's, over here tweeting, I mean, in the chat, which I appreciate him over here. Everybody likes Stanley in the chat. But no, this is fucking crazy. I'm sitting there listening to him going, you got to be kidding me. So that's why I had to do this pop-up stream here. I'm so no.
Basically put in his chat,
yes, we are listening. We have to put some reality behind this. Charter schools are nothing but the destruction of public schools.
The thing is
running from the destruction that blacks do to public schools.
I don't, if I can help
you
it.
show me an all public school where it's a bunch of goddamn white trash hillbillies because it's an all white area. I'll show you a public school that still functions. All of those white trash kids go in there and behave. If there's a skirmish, it might be 1 or 2 kids, and then it's done, and it maybe another one happens at the end of the year.
I do appreciate the Be Brave sticks up for white trash.
We don't have brawls every fucking day. This school, the parents said this brawls happen every day at this school where this picture was taken. Every fucking day. Even if what they said the parents were being dramatic. Say they happen every fucking week. It's crazy. what the blacks are doing to this country, and we can't say anything about it. 70% of black Americans are fucking psychopaths. They're wrapped up in the only thing that matters to them is their own fucking thinking.
Let's see. We'll listen to a few
feelings.
more minutes of this
The
rant.
definition of a
And
psychopath.
then,
They care nothing
we
about
will wrap
anything
it
they
up.
affect or do or say or anything around them. Fucking black, 70% of blacks are psychopaths. And then you got the 3% of that 70% that are killers. And then you got another 4% on top of that. So we're at 77% that are very violent. What do you think? These kids aren't shooting up their neighborhoods, all of them, but look at what they're willing to do every fucking day. Hey, Stanley says they are listening. Thank you, Stanley. I appreciate that. No, these fucking kids aren't shooting up their neighborhoods, but look at what they do every other day. The parents said this happens every fucking day. Oh, you mean this is just one particular school? Right. You want to go into any Baltimore school, go into any large city, inner city school where it's black students predominantly, or even 50 or 30, 60%. Blacks are tearing up this fucking country, folks. 70% of black Americans are being used as a fucking weapon against the fucking United States of America.
Wow.
Terroristic weapon. I better watch saying that shit on YouTube. I don't think I said the word with that. So let's just call them.
You hear that? I'm a
dirty,
terrorist.
no good for nothing, filthy fucking animals. 70% of black Americans.
I know he says a lot of this stuff for content, but
sit there and deny shit and lie about shit and talk about slavery and Jim Crow and talk about some goddamn imaginary poverty when the kids that are shooting up the fucking streets all have running water, homes to live in, warm homes, fucking Section 8 paid for, food paid for, parking lots out in front of their buildings, or if it's a home, it's a Section 8 house. Medicaid, complete fucking universal health care for blacks. Yeah, at the bottom. Yes, sir.
Ooh, he took a pause.
No, this is fucking crazy, man. Charter schools. I don't know. I wonder if I didn't bring this up on this angle, if there would have been one son of a bitch and go over and say anything on Stanley's stream. Probably the blacks that would disagree with Stanley, they probably didn't really think of this. They probably, Stanley ain't going to hear nothing. Stanley's pro-black. Hey, I got it. I get it. Come on, man.
I'm not
anti-black. You developed there, like I said at the
debate. I'm not anti-black.
I don't have no echo chamber over here.
If that means
somebody
I'm pro-black, then I'm pro-black.
Pop right the hell up. Bumpkin's up here waiting, and I'll get to him here
one
in just
who
a second,
believes that
anybody disagree with me? I'm saying charter schools are white flight. Nothing more, nothing less. And then, of course, the blacks that are upstanding blacks, they follow the whites. And then the charter schools, they actually have discipline rules where they can actually throw you out. You can't throw kids out of the public sector schools. Nope, can't do that. Can't even separate them. Nope, you got to, the kids come. Hell, ask the teachers that are on these YouTube streets. They'll tell you the horror stories. It's crazy what blacks are being used for, and nobody's catching on to it.
Can keep this up, I guess, forever.
Oh, people are complaining a little bit here, and no, this is very serious stuff, folks. 70% of black Americans are being used as a weapon. Stanley says, you don't worry about comedy routines. It is a comedy routine, Stanley. People get a kick out of me because I do comedy with the truth. It's called observational stand-up comedy. It's called observational comedy, Stanley. I'm one of the best there is at it. I probably should take a show on the fucking road. If I had the money to immediately hire bodyguards, I'd try it out. Problem is, I'd get myself fucking killed outside of the fucking club that I was at because I'd piss so many fucking people off. All kinds of fucking people. With their wives down from their wives acting like whores to blacks tearing up the fucking streets and everything in between. They are bioweapons, regular. They're biological entities and they're weapons. And they foul up everything they get around. Bumpkin, what's on your mind, Daddy-O?
Hey, what's up? Hope you can hear me good. Hope the
there's a
connection's still good.
Yeah, it's very good.
And he likes popcorn.
That's good. That's good. So I just got one thing to say about socialism, right? You know, me and you never disagreed on socialism whatsoever. We've never had that disagreement. I would like to point out to the audience, I'll use some real life examples, right? I'm from Washington
in other
State.
words, let's use
to get your
anecdotes.
license in Washington State, it is $400 after everything's said and done, right? Because Washington State decided to privatize the process, so you have to go to a private, entity to actually take your written test and to take your driver's test. And after all the cost is done, it's about $400 to $500.
You're covering Be Brave, Stanley.
Good job. He
actually get your license.
decided
Now in North Dakota,
something,
which is
something
funny
I
because
said
one's a blue
was
state,
worth him
one's a red.
doing a pop-up stream about. I was watching Thomas Sowell just did a recent interview. First time I've seen him, in quite some time. So we just covered the whole hour, pretty close to the whole hour of his interview. And the topic of charter schools came up. And basically, I expressed an opinion, but, I acknowledged I'm not an education expert. So, at some point I'll ask Portia maybe to come and talk about charter schools because she teaches at one. So apparently I didn't say what Be Brave wanted me to say, or some truth he thinks he's revealing that I didn't get to. My point is I don't, I try not to talk about stuff I don't know. I get experts like Portia to come up and talk about it. He doesn't suffer that crisis of conscience. He'll just make the shit up and put it out there as entertainment or a comedy routine. So, yeah, I'm not gonna, I'm gonna cover it maybe for 15 more minutes and probably just go ahead and end it. But it's always worth to hear what Be Brave is saying, especially when he puts Stanley in his title. So I like to monitor it, in case it gets too much. I make my decision one Stanley show at a time. So far it's the usual Be Brave stuff. So what's going on in your world? I saw that you were talking on Carmelo Anthony again. I didn't listen to it, but
who, me?
Apparently you went on an epic rant or something.
Oh, that was the other day. That was the other day. I released any little clips. Someone said they want a new debate, next debate, Stanley. That's the next debate.
Well, we didn't actually talk about education much. That's about the only thing that, education and maybe family. Those are the only two things that we didn't get too deep in on the last debate. So, it would be limited to those two topics.
Yeah. I think you got to be better off like discussing topics, not debating. There's so much stuff comes up every day, that you may have a different opinion and Be Brave. But sometimes y'all may even agree.
That would be an infinite well of disagreement. We don't agree on just about anything except for property that I know of.
Yeah, I think that's probably where the interest would be, seeing both of you somewhere, because there's probably half of the people disagree with you, half of the people disagree with Brave, and it's just the way of the world today. Everything's kind of polarized there.
Well, I wouldn't even call it polarized as much as, I think you could actually, have a disagreement without total polarization. People are just going to disagree. There are disagreements within families, but that doesn't necessarily affect families. One other thing I thought about going into, I don't think I'm going to get a chance to today. Thomas Sowell has a website, basically kind of like a subjects that he's written on. It's called Facts Against Rhetoric. So I'll probably cover that tomorrow. And then you remember this lady here. What is it? Is it Yemanika? This lady that Universal knows. She and her husband talk about black love and something about broken traditions or something like that. I'll probably cover that first thing overnight. I'm interested to hear what she has to say. I actually like her. I don't know that I, that I agree with everything, but at least she's kind of thoughtful. So nothing wrong with disagreement. And to be honest, if you can actually justify your position, I appreciate that. I mean, Thomas Sowell, I disagree with a lot of what he has to say, but you cannot say he doesn't think about his positions. That's sometimes just good enough.
Did you talk Carmelo Anthony this morning, Stanley?
No, I'm not interested in the topic. Other than, I think I might have mentioned, we talked about bail. It was kind of related. I don't even remember. Oh, we were talking. Somebody brought up the Eighth Amendment. There was a story I did in St. Louis. They're doing some sort of bail reform that involves the ankle bracelet tracking.
Yeah.
So we talked about bail, and then I happened to mention something about excessive bail, but that's about as close as we got to Carmelo Anthony. I'm honest. Basically, I've heard everything, pretty much said everything I have to say, and I'm just waiting on the trial.
So you still think it's going to be a trial?
Well, I mean, there almost has to be. Even if he cops a plea, it's still got to go to court. Even if it's just appearing before the judge. I mean, judges have to approve plea deals.
Well, I don't see how he goes to trial. Honestly, I'm just playing it out through my head. I'm no lawyer. Before someone says that, but I have my experience with the court system, and if I were his parents, if it were my boy, I wouldn't want him going in before a prosecutor, an adversarial prosecutor.
I see what you're saying. Well, I'm basically saying he has to appear before a judge. I kind of count that as maybe it's not a trial. Maybe you're right. They would just call it like a hearing or something like that. But in my opinion, if you go before a judge, you have to plead, and the judge has to accept your plea. Right. And the prosecutor is going to be there.
Right. That's what I'm saying. I think right now they're negotiating on a plea or a guilty plea. That's my thought. If it were my child, I'll be looking at him like, yo, we get a plea here. 5 years wouldn't be, for what happened. To roll the dice and going to court in Collin County, I don't know. I'm not telling I'm not saying to give up, but you have to be realistic. Right. And I think, and I'm not a lawyer, I think for him to beat the case, he has to testify, and that's too risky.
Well,
he's gonna have to explain the fear he felt. No one's going to be able to explain it for him. There were no other weapons, so that's not going to speak for itself. He's going to have to explain that fear that led him to do what he did. No one else can tell it but him. But then that opens him up to why did you run? All the provocation aspects of it. So, I
don't disagree with that. And now my question, DJ MFB says he'll get 15 years at the absolute minimum.
I don't think so.
My question, and to be honest, I would love to see the reaction if he cops to like a manslaughter or murder 2 or whatever, whatever it might wind up being. I mean, I agree. You know, to avoid the death penalty.
Well, you're not going to get the death penalty. It's already off the table.
Oh, is it
already off the table? So you
okay.
really come to the table where there's one of the very few cases where the defense has a lot of play. Probably he has more leeway than the prosecutor because the prosecutor can't hang an absolute maximum over his head. Mm-hmm. He is a young man, so there probably will be some sympathy, either from whoever does the sentencing. I think it's a judge. I can't see the judge giving him 55 years. A young man, you know, come from a decent family. So I think the ball really is in his court. He's in a very unique case where I think the ball is in his court to fumble it or to take it to the house. And I think he'll get about 5 to 10 years, which is a hell of a win to have killed someone.
Well, how do you think the reaction to that would be?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm thinking, you know, white people taken to the streets.
No, I don't think so.
I would love to see it. And you know what? I would have no problems if they did it.
Well, I think they're taking it to the streets was creating Frisco. Those people, you know, the people that wanted to get away from that kind of environment moved to Frisco, Plano, and all those affluent areas. But you can't get away from it absolutely. So every now and then something pops up. But, you know, I think you probably will see much more extreme. I bet you some of these, you know, I mentioned earlier that the boy's family, the dead boy, they got to be itching around for a lawsuit. Got to be. Stabbed on a school, at a school event by someone who had been in trouble in school before and hadn't been dealt with, or they could argue that he hadn't been dealt with sufficiently. I could see that. I could see someone, I don't know if it would win, but I could see someone making a case trying to sue them civilly, the school system. So they may, downstream, they may end up dealing with bad behavior much more.
Right.
You know, not letting it just fester like this. Anyway, it's a very interesting, very complex case from a societal standpoint. You know.
Well, I think that, you know, I was listening a little bit to Sean Bracey's take. I know he's your buddy. They kind of had a take where in an adversarial system, the police reports are basically going to be biased towards a prosecutor's, you know, sort of thing. Police reports are inherently biased towards the prosecution. Their contention or somebody's contention on there, it wasn't Sean specifically, that you know, there may be things that, you know, don't wind up on a police report that the defense is aware of. So there might be tools that we don't know about, is basically
you know, the thing would be though is who's going to enter it.
Well, I mean, I would think the defense would be able to hang it over the prosecution's head.
Well, you have to get it entered though. How do you get it into the court? Who would be your witness to bring that in?
Well, I mean, I don't know. You know, that would definitely be a Juan thing because his law education is in Texas.
Like, I don't like, the thing is, the police report, the police clearly is going to get up there and testify. This is what I heard. Typically, man, police can lie. You know what I'm saying? But the people tend to take their word. You know? Right. For better or for worse, they tend to take their word. And in a situation like this, and this is where I think it creates a lot of friction for the minority party, the Black people, is that they start to look for, and I would even say manufacture reasons to find issue. And they're raking over something with a fine-tooth comb. For instance, the police report. The police, by and large, in this instance at least, they were called to an incident. They didn't know what the fuck was going on. They just found the people that were pointed out to them. Clearly there was a dead body, a guy dying. There really wasn't much for them to weigh the case. They weren't writing in this instance. It didn't seem to be they were writing to try to convict either one. They just came to the scene and, apprehended the suspect and dealt with the victim, so on and so forth.
Well, from the guy on Sharon, I don't know how you pronounce his name, on Bracey's show, basically said that, it probably wasn't the first responders' decision, what the charges would be or how the report, this was more or less a supervisor or command decision. It wasn't just up to the first responder. So I don't know how true that might be. Again, this would be a Juan thing. If I run into him today or
but he
at
has
some
to write
point, I may ask him about it.
He has to write his own statement.
Right. But I mean, they can tell you, hey, this is how we want you to write it.
Right. Yeah, I mean, he could lie. You know what I'm saying? They could come up with a whole concoction where nothing in their police report was true.
I hope that's
right.
I would be inclined to say that, the initial responder would probably be more truthful than not. I'm not willing to say that they're going to manufacture something.
I think the report probably is true. And I think that that report causes a lot of problems for the people that are Team Carmelo. Yeah, it's the state's attorney who decides to charge the police, just bring him in.
If they're writing a report, there can be bias in that report. So the state's attorney will make the decisions, but you'll never convince me that, law enforcement doesn't have some sort of bias, even if it's like unintended bias.
Well, I don't disagree with you. There can be some bias. They say you pull someone over, right? You come up with some probable cause to search his car. I'll tell you a funny story.
Absolutely.
I'll tell you a case that happened with me one time. I think I've told this story before. I was living up in Northwest. I was living in an apartment. I had houses. I had rented me an apartment. And I just got home from work one day, and like a day before, there had been a murder down the street. Mm-hmm. So, I literally just got home like 6 o'clock, and the police knocked on my door. And I wasn't thinking. I answered the door. And once I answered the door, the motherfucker put his foot in the door, right? So really? I couldn't close it. And then they were like, yo, somebody called the police about somebody smoking weed. I smoked weed, but it wasn't me. It was the people upstairs that time. It was an older lady. She was actually the teacher to the young people that were smoking weed upstairs from her. So when the police came, they just said, hey, fucking, we're going to knock on the first door, knock on mine. Mm-hmm. And I opened the door, put the foot in the door. And he said they heard a baby crying. And they used that as probable cause to enter my apartment. And so in that case, they will lie. I have experienced MFBs and all these himself saying that they will lie to you, and they will lie. And I think in a situation like that, where they are gaining access to search and stuff like that, I think that's where they are more likely to lie. Just gathering of evidence, as it is in this case, the suspects was pointed out by someone. And that person will testify to say, yeah, I told the police that that's where he was. So I think it'll be much of that police report will either be corroborated or obliterated in the courtroom by the boys' defense attorneys. So I don't think it'll be anything to be concerned about. But as you can see here, there's one side that's already manufacturing kind of an out to whatever, if the jury verdict doesn't go their way. They are kind of looking for things to more or less find reason to not trust the judgment. Some of the things that, if you bring up to them, it is as if they cannot accept it and they want to, create alternative scenarios. For instance, when you ask them, when you ask the people of the team Carmelo, and I don't know either one of the people, so I don't have a dog in the hunt. But you're gonna have to explain that knife. You're gonna have to explain that.
Right.
And the only one that can explain that will be the defendant. And if he's not able to take the stand, then it will go unexplained. And a young boy that, snapped and stabbed someone is probably not someone you want on the stand. Right? Honestly, I wouldn't want my child. I would be so nervous that the prosecutors would just play with him and toy with him. They can have him up there as long as they like. And they could, basically convict him off of his own testimony. So I wouldn't want to take a chance with that.
I was going to say that Sean Bracey is talking about why Black-owned businesses should say it loud and proud. Any thoughts on that title? I'm not interested in the show, but saying you're a Black-owned business, was it you or somebody basically said that, a lot of times, that can almost be a deterrent. Talking about it being a Black-owned business. I can think of times where you probably wouldn't want to say it loud and proud. If you open like a hair, what would they call it? Like one of those stores that's geared towards, say, Black female, makeup and hair and all that sort of stuff. To distinguish you from a Korean or Asian owned store, I could see why you would want to proclaim it loud and proud. I think it's basically depending on the business, whether you want to shout it loud and proud. If you are a defense contractor, do you really want to, emphasize that part of it?
Well, there are federal designations for them. And so when they are applying for contracts, they let you know, hey, I'm an 8A, MBE, whatever the hell it is, depending on what state you're in, what jurisdiction or contracts you're applying for, there are levels of certification. I think in Maryland, it's the MBE for the government. I don't know what the qualifications are, 8A maybe. I'm not sure what they are, but they are ways to proclaim that you are a minority business. You may not say Black owned, but there are contracts for minority owned businesses here. I know in Virginia, I think Virginia has an MBE. I know Maryland has one. Of course, DC has some variation thereof, and the federal government has one too. Right.
I was going to say, look at Mike's comment here. When I see that, I think white's not wanted. That's a novel interpretation.
Well, I think what is happening is a lot of times they end up trading on their race as opposed to quality.
Right.
You end up leaning more on that than your quality. So that could make a difference for anyone, Black or white. I could see some Blacks in, shit. I don't want to shop at a Black-owned place. I just want a good quality product. And that's what the guy was saying on here earlier yesterday. I think it was Wallow, the rapper or something, the rapper's cousin out of Philadelphia. You saying, just give me a good product. Forget what color made it.
Yeah, maybe that's where I heard it. Solid Snake, drop that link. I won't get to it today, but Solid Snake says he saw a video last night that gave a horrifying theory. Oh, it's a theory. Yeah, well, basically U.S. citizens being deported. That's a theory. That's kind of like a slippery slope theory. It wouldn't surprise me if it happened, but I would guess that would be more or less like naturalized citizens. I think naturalized citizens might be more at risk than native citizens. So I'll cross that bridge when we get to it. Oh, he was an elderly Black constitutional lawyer. Can you put that link in the chat, Solid Snake?
Who's he talking about? The Defiant Lawyer. Man, we got some interesting content coming up here next couple of days, Stanley. Next couple of days, we may have something very interesting. Yeah, maybe have something very interesting coming up. My buddy Johnny Boy that was on the stream the other day, he's gonna come by later. Maybe we'll go live once he stops by. But he has some interesting footage from the homeless shelter in Washington, D.C., right around the corner. So as long as he's there, he says he's going to be bringing us some interesting content from the home. That
would be interesting.
That would be very interesting. Hold on one second.
Solid Snake. Let's see here. I've never heard of this guy. The Defiant Lawyers Network. I'll have a look at it. I've never heard of them. So yeah, I'll get around to it today. I don't know that I agree with all that. I do think I saw a video a while ago. It was an immigration lawyer talking about, there are times when you get U.S. citizenship yanked if somewhere during the process of the application process you lied about, a criminal record in your country of origin, or, something like you lied about your criminal status in the U.S., whether you came here illegally and lied about it. So there are ways and valid reasons sometimes to yank a naturalized citizen's citizenship.
Did you hear about the man that was deported in Maryland? Did they say he shouldn't have been deported or something?
Yeah, that's been out for a couple weeks. Guy who's they're saying he's he was a member of a gang. Well, he was deported mistakenly.
But it's just interesting, that like he's a gang.
The Trump administration admits it was an administrative error.
Yeah, I'm not talking about much, whatever the administrative stuff and how it all work out in the courts. But it's like, damn, like it's like what choice do you make here? Do you bring back a gang member? Like some people want the gang member back.
Here's the deal: he had no criminal record in either country. Right? So he may have been. As a matter of fact, the reason he came here ultimately was that he was maybe he was a former gang member, but he was in danger. Now, the funny thing is he's an El Salvadorian citizen. So
deported him to? Was he deported? Is that what they sent him to? El Salvador?
Yeah, they sent him to that prison in El Salvador.
So he's now, like back home.
Well, yeah, but the thing is that he was here through the judicial process because they agreed he was in danger. He's got an American wife and and 2 kids that are American citizens. And basically the Trump administration, basically the Supreme Court said, yeah, you need to do something to get him back. It wasn't a final ruling. They just supported the district judge who said, hey, you need to facilitate his return. The Trump administration is definitely dragging their feet, if not outright saying, hey, it's a foreign policy issue. Therefore, the judge has no jurisdiction to demand that the executive does it. But here's my deal. All that aside, I honestly think that breaking up a family to keep a campaign promise, I think that's a bridge too far. The guy was gainfully employed as a welder. There's some problems with fairness, I think. If you make an accident, you do what you can to correct it.
Man, it's gonna be it's a interesting situation there.
It does not matter. Okay, those are 2 separate things. 12th man, you're conflating.
Very interesting.
The Supreme Court upheld the district judge's ruling.
Let me ask you this question, Stanley.
This isn't in my hold on one second. In my opinion, this is not a foreign policy matter. this is an honest mistake that the administration admitted to. You correct your mistakes when possible. So that foreign policy is just, to me, it's just background noise. I'm sorry, John.
Yeah, I was gonna say, man, my lovely lady Lisa called me this morning and she said, she listened to DL Hughley on the radio. I didn't even know he's still on the radio.
Right.
And they had
He's got a podcast, I think.
Oh, it's a podcast. Okay, I wasn't sure.
It might be on the radio, but it's also a podcast.
So I guess he had a poll question today, and I may do a stream about this. Do you get concerned when you see the American flag like swinging off of a truck or a house or something like that?
No. As a matter of fact, shit, I have an American flag. It's
You
not
in the military
now.
Yeah. So anyway, on the
I also
deal,
have a Navy flag and a Georgia Tech flag. So no, I don't have a problem with it.
so on the DL Hughley show, the question was asked, do you feel like, do you think, I guess, let's just say, is the flag racist to you, more or less? That was the question.
The American flag?
Yeah, this is on the DL Hughley show apparently this morning, according to Lisa. Mm-hmm. And I think that, I didn't hear it, but, she was telling me that some people didn't, surprisingly, she is. I couldn't believe it. Mm-hmm. Like, she was like, when she sees someone flying it, because, around this area, no one flies an American flag. Between here and New York, nobody's flying a flag. Juan up here, what's up, Juan? And so,
hey, Juan,
she was saying
I have questions for you when we're done with this.
She said she even feels a certain way, and I couldn't believe that. I've never really heard her.
I've literally had to raise the American flag on the fantail of ships, so I'm not going to get wrapped around that axle.
But it's one of those things, though, that I think becomes, more and more, visible. The problem, people are basically the cracks and and they're going their separate way and uniting under one flag. Not necessarily so. Certain people see the flag as oppressive or as having a negative
that's not. I mean, there are certain.
I'm not just talking about black people. I'm talking about a lot of people may look at the American flag and see it as a banner of oppressiveness to their country.
But that's not a new phenomenon. Remember burning flags?
Right. Yeah, it's not new. But I think that it may be becoming more extreme, in the sense.
I don't know that I agree with that.
Yeah, I didn't even know people had a problem with it. I was surprised to hear my lovely lady Lisa say, "Hey, the flag represents something to me." She's concerned when she sees somebody flying it.
You tell your lovely lady Lisa that when I was in college, SAE. The Sons of the South or whatever their motto is. Shit, I've gotten drunk at frat parties where they've got the Confederate flag flying.
I'm not sure how much that'll work for her. But,
I tend to see flags as symbolic, not as sacred objects.
Yeah.
So, hey, if my buddies are that shit, the football players, like, black football players used to go. I mean, we'd go from frat party to frat party. So, if you're going to I don't get wrapped around the axle necessarily about a flag.
But, clearly a lot of black people do, the whole Colin Kaepernick thing. And again, I was so surprised to hear Lisa. She rarely ever talks about racism. But, just her experience. She grew up in a very wealthy town, New Jersey, probably not different than the Carmelo guy. And you just can't help but notice the difference. I tell you,
can I propose this, speaking of the flag? If you really want to make a thing about it, this is a slightly different flag today than it was, say, back in 1850. There are more stars in the, there are more stars in it. So, I mean, maybe if you want to be technical, it's not the same flag.
Well, I don't think it's really the flag, honestly. I think the flag just represents a symbol. There's something clearly deeper.
Well, Stanley, what I don't understand is people have a problem with the American flag, and they have a problem with the Confederate battle flag. By the way, Little John used that flag on his first album, but they don't have a problem per se, for example, with the Georgia flag, which the Georgia flag looks a lot more like, it looks similar to the Confederate states.
It doesn't anymore. They changed it.
Oh, they did change it.
Oh, they changed it. Shoot, 20 years ago, like quite a while ago.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
But I think that ultimately, we have a bunch of groups here. Some fly their own flag. I've seen every flag except for the American flag in Southeast DC. I have a neighbor that's flown every damn flag of the movement.
Well, let me rest assured. I have an American flag. I have like a July the 4th kind of takeoff on the American flag. I got a Navy flag, and I've got a Georgia Tech flag. So I don't get wrapped around the axle. I kind of don't care. If people want to, whatever flag they want to fly, if it says like death to Negroes, maybe I'll get a little bit concerned. But other than that, flags are flags. I have a couple Texas legal questions pertaining to the Carmelo Anthony case.
That case.
Yeah, it's just I'm waiting to see the final result of the trial or something. I'm only going to go, it's not something I control, and it's not even in my state. So, I'm not going to get too deep into it.
Well, I'm going to check and see if they bring it on.
Your opinion of police reports, I'm basically of the fact that they're always going to be biased towards the prosecution.
Right.
And the other question I have is, say he pleads and, everybody just kind of goes to the judge and says, hey, this is our plead. The judge has to approve it is that considered a trial, or is it just a hearing?
No, it's not a trial.
No, it's just a hearing.
It's shit.
Just a hearing. Okay. Because I was calling it a trial, so I'm wrong.
If it goes to trial, and I'm not able to pass this effing bar exam, then I'm probably going to stream the trial. If it goes that
it's going
far.
to be televised?
Yeah, Texas
televised. In Collin County, they stream their hearings, so I have access to. I have access to that thing to stream their hearings.
Hey, Juan, let me ask
you. Be online?
Say that one more time. I'm sorry.
Would it be streamed on YouTube or somewhere?
No, not on YouTube. They have a Zoom link.
Yeah.
And I actually have to file a First Amendment request, but that's not a problem. My boss's office is in Collin County, so that's easy.
Oh, nice.
You know how when my buddy was in court, that shit was online. Now they tell you don't stream it public, but it's like a Zoom. Anybody can join. You know what I mean? Because I joined his. We heard it here. One, I want to ask you a question.
Go ahead.
It's my contention, and I'm not a lawyer, so you know that. I think for the boy to claim self-defense, he's going to have to testify. Am I on Facebook?
I'm not an attorney yet. I'm trying to be one, but
your training.
But the thing is from what I've seen in my internships and what I've seen in law school, there's no way that you can disprove self-defense without testifying. To me, I mean, the onus is on you to prove that what you did was in self-defense.
Now, there's one way to do it is if you have witnesses testify for you, basically make your case for you. Hey, I saw the bully beating up the guy and he stabbed him after he was getting beaten up. Then you probably don't have to testify because people testified on your behalf.
Yeah,
right?
But the problem is how are you going to get over the hurdle of 15 videos that are in police evidence right now?
Yeah, and I think, well, assuming the videos are in his favor, but I don't think they are. And I think he's going to have, self-defense is basically you saying I did it and you explaining the reasoning, right? And the court's buying that reasoning. And I don't think he's going to be able to sell that without testifying.
Which is why I think when we were up here before, I had mentioned to Portia before I logged off, that's why I think he'll probably either end up pleading. If his lawyers are smart, they would probably cop to a manslaughter plea. And if he went to trial, if I'm on the jury, I'm probably leaning toward manslaughter because he probably believed that he was in fear, but that fear was obviously not reasonable.
Let me ask you this question: if he testifies in the court, he'd have to explain that knife. Is that correct? How he got that knife there, what made him pull the knife out, what he was fearing at the time. Those are he facts, right?
Yes, and his attorneys are going to theme that in such a way to quote unquote take the sting from the DA. And the reason why is because if his attorneys don't question him about that knife on the stand, the district attorney is going to eat him up, and it's gonna go to his credibility at that point.
Right. But let me ask you this: is there a good reason? Because see, I was talking to some people on a panel the other day, and I'll be frank, they were black people, and they kept trying to come up with reasons to have the knife. And one of the main reasons they had created a condition of premeditated murder. They kept saying, well, what if he was getting bullied? I said, well, if he's getting bullied and he brought a knife, that's premeditation.
Well, if I'm getting bullied, I'm not hanging out in the bully's tent. I'm getting the hell away from him. I'm getting as far away from him as possible.
Right.
That doesn't make sense.
So if you took a knife to the bully's tent, that really points to premeditation, correct?
Well, even just using the knife. In general concepts, there's this doctrine known as the deadly weapon doctrine. And what that doctrine basically says is if you have a weapon that is designed to cause serious bodily injury or death, and you use it in that manner, then it's presumed that you acted with premeditation.
Really?
I'm sorry, it's presumed that you acted with an intent to kill. I'm sorry. That's what that doctrine says.
Let me ask you a question on that topic then. Say, he'd been tossed out of school or suspended or something for carrying a knife to school. What if he said, hey, I always carry a knife? Would that at least be an effective counter to premeditation?
Not even close. Not even close.
Really?
Because you have to explain.
I think it'd be worse.
You have to explain what you were thinking in getting the knife out of your book bag. And of course, everybody, where I'm getting tired, I'll be quite honest, John and Stanley, is everybody getting riled up over the fact that his bell got lowered. And I'm thinking, I donated to Kyle Rittenhouse's bell. Why are you guys mad at this? Mean that the case is over? And now everybody's reporting every 5 seconds.
They probably just want him in jail. Sometimes you make it so steep that, there's no way a person can get out. I'm kind of with you on that. I mean, there is an Eighth Amendment. If they've determined that it's excessive.
Kyle Rittenhouse spent 86 days in jail, I think I read.
Yes, he did. He spent roughly almost 90 days. But the thing that people don't understand that keep fighting over this is it's two completely different states, two completely different jurisdictions. Mm-hmm. That's what people keep failing to realize. But the other thing for me is it's still trial. But for me, it's almost like they're reporting on it like they're TMZ. Oh, he bought an Escalade. So effing what? Oh, he got a house. So what?
Well, one, I think that doesn't have anything to do with the legal. But I think you can't deny that it has something to do with the racial aspect of it. I was looking at one of the pictures and I noticed something, and I'll probably talk about it later. They were taking a picture inside their brand new home, and there was an Air Force One, like a brand new Air Force One shoe. Blacks love Air Force Ones. There's nothing wrong with them. I'm not picking on Air Force Ones. I'm not picking on people that prefer a particular shoe, but it plays into a stereotype. You understand? There have been reports that, they just ordering food, bought cars. I don't know if it's true or not, but some of this stuff is going to play into the stereotype of blacks celebrating the killing of a white. That's just the way it is. Now, here's the thing. Someone said, if there is no criminal past, I want to address that. And I think we addressed it the other day. His father admitted in February that he was involved in an assault in the school. If he had been engaged in that same assault outside of the school, he would have been arrested. And maybe that would have preempted him from being involved in this killing, a month or two later. So it really kind of reminds me of the Trayvon situation, is where the school swept a lot of his crimes under the rug because he did them under the schoolhouse tent banner.
Yeah, well, I don't think that really matters.
Well,
it doesn't. Plus, they didn't say what his involvement was.
Hold on. What I'm saying is the school, and I'm not talking about him in particular, but what I'm saying is that if the school admits, which they have, and his father admits it as well, that he was involved in an assault, in school and they handle it internally. No criminal charges filed, no 911 call made, nothing. Sweeping acts like this up on the rug for children.
Was there a resource officer there?
Yeah, that's how it's done now today, Stanley. The schools basically
there's an SRO. Matter of fact, in Texas, each independent, we call them independent school districts, they have their own police departments.
Right.
Yeah.
And so part of that is that they can keep things in-house. If there's an assault in school, they don't have to call the external police, where there's a 911 call, FOIA records.
Well, the SROs are official police.
But
they have TICOs. But the difference real quick, John, is that we don't know his involvement in the alleged assault. Was he the aggressor? Was he the victim? Or was he just a witness? And nobody says what.
It sounds like he was the assaulter, because.
But we don't know. That's the problem. We don't know.
But they wouldn't be discussing it with his father in court if he was the victim, right? They wouldn't say, hey, you were the victim of the crime earlier today. More than likely, and there was a young girl from his school say he likes to fight. So more than likely he was the assaulter, or at least a mutual combatant. Let's say that. And those type of things, I think, it probably will come up in trial if they start to go at his character in any way. If they try to bring his character in, then they'll be able to.
No, they can't. I don't know about other jurisdictions, but in Texas and in a lot of in a majority of other jurisdictions, you can't bring in character unless it's used to. Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Isn't it how it typically works? If I try to say, hey, John Gall is a great guy, then the state could say, well, he's not that great.
Yes, that's if he brings it up. But defending myself
or something, right?
Saying
Isn't that more? You do it. You bring something like that in during a sentencing.
No.
You bring it in if they say I'm peaceful, but there's a difference between saying I acted in self-defense versus I'm a peaceful guy. And his attorneys will be able to ensure that they don't fall into that trap.
Right. They're going to have to play defense a lot to keep a lot of stuff out. Like the little girl to say he likes to fight. They're going to have to try their best to keep that out. And the best way of keeping it out is the schools handle these things internally. They don't turn it over to the police where it would be public record.
Right. And I'm going to argue that they should, unless it, broaches some threshold, why not keep it in-house?
Well, if you commit a crime in school, like here's an example.
Well, I mean, the thing is that you get charged with the crime.
Well, here's an example of what happened with Trayvon Martin. Most people don't know. He was caught with some stolen goods from a house nearby the school. By the fact that they handled it in-house, he was never held to account for.
So what?
Well, you're allowing basically a haven for crime, where children are able to commit crimes.
Okay, well, you're mistaking what crime is. You can be charged with the crime, but you actually have to be found guilty to be a criminal.
Well, these kids are not even being charged.
And George Zimmerman had no idea about this.
I'm talking about
even if he had been charged with the crime, George Zimmerman had no idea.
But you understand what I'm saying? Like, they're never being.
No, I disagree with what you're saying. I disagree that it matters.
Okay, I got you.
It doesn't matter. Well, it wouldn't matter unless it's brought up on sentencing. Like if I'm convicted, of course the DA is going to dump every bad thing that I did to make it worse for me.
When I'm saying one, I'm talking about more from a just a social standpoint. If you're
from a court of public opinion standpoint.
No, I don't care what the court of public.
That's exactly what you're describing.
What I'm saying,
court of public opinion.
If you're creating, because the public may never find out. But if you're
and then so what?
If you're creating environments where children are able to get away with what would be crimes outside of the school, but not being held to account legally or criminally for those crimes because it's inside of the school, then they're eventually going to take that outside of school where they're not protected.
Again,
to this young man,
again, irrelevant.
Okay, right.
You're talking. I understand what you're saying.
Mm-hmm.
But that's more a moral argument.
Well, you can phrase it that. I phrase it as children should be people. should be punished for their action. There should not be fertile grounds where people can get away with doing their actions.
Well, if you get suspended, is that punishment?
Not if you commit a criminal act. If I commit a criminal act,
Well, you don't get to determine what a criminal act is until you say get charged and convicted.
well, if I never call the police, if I say, well,
You literally can't say he's a criminal if he hasn't been convicted.
I didn't say he was a criminal. I'm saying what is keeping a lot
I
of these.
understand you didn't say that. What I'm saying is you can't say, hey, this kid committed a crime and the school didn't like do what you think they should do. You can't even say it's a crime if he's not even charged.
Well, if he's not charged,
This is your opinion, not any sort of fact.
Okay. Again, I'm not going to argue the point. It's not my child. But again, I think you have to curb bad behavior. You can't create conditions where it can fester and grow larger.
That is a valid moral argument.
Right. And I think what these schools have done is they're allowing crimes to occur in the school, and then they're sweeping under the rug by not bringing it to the police.
I don't think a crime, unless you get charged with it.
Well,
I don't think it's a crime.
Okay, so if I'm not selling drugs and I don't get caught, am I committing crime?
Well, you know what? If you do something illegal, I'm not even sure you can still say it's a crime until you at least get charged.
No,
well, to me, it depends on the nature of what happened. I mean, shit, we got into fistfights when I was in high school. Good Lord, but what you're saying, John, I would have been a misdemeanor right now. A gross misdemeanor because of the fights that I got into in school. I mean, that was just part of people growing up. But there's a difference between getting into a fist fight and let me go ahead and cuff this guy and send him off to juvie or send him off to the county jail or what have you, versus, you know what, this guy did something extremely serious. He got caught selling Ebonical or he got caught selling weed. Okay, no, at that particular point, you got to go.
Let me ask you this question, right? Let's say if I get to fighting with my teacher, is that an assault or is that just a schoolhouse fighting?
It's an assault, but I don't think it warrants going to jail. I think that warrants either suspension or expulsion or getting sent off to the alternative school.
Okay, so I
don't want a society that's over criminalized.
I understand. I understand. Like I'm not.
I think fighting a teacher, that's right on the edge. That kind of lack of authority. Now, it would also depend on what the teacher did. Did the teacher provoke you? I mean, you can't make a general rule about something like that.
Right.
If the teacher pushed you first.
Then the teacher
pushed
in that case, we would not be talking assault. We'd be talking about a victim of an assault who was defending himself. He was attacked by an adult.
Right, but what I'm saying is it's more, it's something that should be, in my opinion, taken case by case.
Right, but
I personally think if the teacher pushed you and you pushed back, the student's at fault. Because they should have just taken it and go to a parent or a principal or something.
What if the teacher kept pushing? Push you up against the wall.
You know what? Kid has a right to defend himself. I'm not saying he doesn't, but I'm saying I'm the sort of person who's gonna think the teacher's right until proven otherwise.
Right. I'm on that. I think that honestly, and this is just my experience, a lot of these fights are not fights anymore. They are more or less assaults. Two guys squabbling and neither one of them gets hurt. Okay, cool. Part of life. But if somebody gets hurt, you kick somebody in the head. Now you open him up, he bleeding. You got to deal with that. You got to deal with that person.
Or they're in a coma. I mean, there's a difference. But again, there's a difference for the people in the chat. There's a difference between you got involved in a fist fight, even if it's a roundabout with the teacher, and for example, what happened in Florida where this guy got his Nintendo Switch taken away, and I think now he's doing decades in prison because he put that teacher in a coma. No, you do something like that, you got to go. Bye. I mean, you've already demonstrated that you're a public safety threat. You got to be removed.
And so, I think, it is becoming a slippery slope. And I think that part of the reason why it has become this way is because the children are so valuable. the schools don't want to kick them out because they make so much money off of them. Each one of the kids probably worth $40,000, jobs and everything on the line. So they want to keep them in the school. They don't want them suspended. The lunchroom workers need them getting a plate of food every day. Everybody's depending on them, to keep the, the assembly line going. And as such, they've started to overlook some of the crime and violence to keep the kids in the school. There are other factors at play, but some of these kids need to be handled earlier if they are committing crime. If you are referring to it as an assault as opposed to a fight, which they refer to it in court records, then you probably should have been dealt with in the juvenile justice system as opposed to the school, because the school has ulterior motives. They don't have your best interest at heart in the sense of making sure you're dealt with your criminal actions.
But John, the thing is this: when they're talking about what happened in school, whether it's a fist fight or it's an all-out assault from the societal definition, the courts have to use the legal definition. Was there a harmful or an offensive touching or contact? Yes, there was. So legally speaking, they have to say that it was an assault. Now, what type of assault was it? Was it just a fist fight or was it something serious? Would be the question.
Would the court be aware of a just a juvenile fist fight between two kids? Probably not. Probably
not. But legally speaking, they would still have to say that was an assault. Like if I get into a fist fight with a guy,
that would be an assault, right?
Yep.
But the school probably wouldn't make record of it if it was just two guys fighting in the hallway between their lockers, right?
Correct, but it's still legally speaking an assault.
I understand. But so when you go to your bail hearing and you in a little fisticuffs in the 9th grade, they're not going to be like, hey, Warren was fighting last month in the hallway. That's probably not going to come up unless it was a serious fight. Would you say it's fair?
Oh, it will. This is Texas, John. It will come up.
Right, but I'm going to say that it shouldn't come up.
Well, I think it depends on how serious it is to determine his bond.
Well, yeah, but I mean, if it's serious, then it becomes bigger than the school. I just don't think, putting someone, if you get in a fight and someone, winds up with a good example is that track meet where, the poor girl got hit over the head with that metal baton.
Oh, yeah.
That had legal ramifications. It was a school event, and there's some sort of interaction because I remember the girl who did the assault, her family had to go all the way down to Roanoke or somewhere, for some legal proceeding.
Hey, Stanley, hold on, Stanley, Warren, have you heard of this Belton case that CKJ3 keeps?
I haven't.
I have not.
Why do you heard of it? Because he keeps talking about it. I saw him mentioning it yesterday. I'm assuming it's some black person must have killed a white person since he has a hard on for this one. Yeah, it had to be some white person killed a black person or something like that because he keeps mentioning it. And
it might be a Latino issue because he's saying in the chat that he wants you to bring up people like myself and Latinos for Trump to talk about it.
I think I'll do a stream about that. But I'm going to do it. If I do it,
I'll tune in to hear Latino for Trump talk about it.
Yeah. I'd like to sit in the back and listen to his take on that. But the thing is, and Stanley's right. That girl got charged with gross misdemeanor assault. They wanted to charge her with malicious wounding for that track incident. And of course, there was the school fallout because she was a senior in high school. She was disqualified from the rest of the state track meet events, and all of the colleges, including a couple of D1s, pulled all of their offers from her. So she's basically screwed because of that.
Damn, she was being considered for D1s. Wow.
Yes.
Oh, oh my goodness, she ruined her life.
Yeah, she effed up big time, basically.
By the way, guys, I have another update. I see HB2N in the audience. CKJ3 officially corrupt just came in. We're going to be having a new series. Hopefully it lasts. I don't know how long it's going to last. My buddy Johnny Boy in the homeless shelter there, he's going to be bringing us some raw ass footage out of DC's homeless shelter on Martin Luther King Avenue. And so we're going to, as much as he gets, we'll be sharing that with you.
Speaking of series, HB, at some point we need to talk about the Mein Kampf thing. I think what we ought to do is just, well, I still have to read it, but read it and do some form of debate on it.
And CKJ3, why don't you come up here and tell us about this Belton case, man? It seems like you really want to talk about it. Here's the floor for you to come up and talk about it. Don't wait on me.
He might be at work.
Oh, well, you know, type it in the chat what you think about it, because you've been mentioning it at least on 2 panels now. You mentioned it on CT's channel. You mentioned it here. So I just want to know, you know, what's your take on it? Before I jump into it, what's your take on it? Because I don't know. No one seems to know about it but you. So I guess it has some personal interest for you.
Well, officially corrupt in the chat. He says he has, my friends know the kid that was killed.
Oh, okay. All right. So, yeah, we got at work, John, but I want to see your reaction. I want to know why you are so interested in this one killing. What is it about this killing? The Austin Metcalf killing does not interest me at all. It is the reaction of the blacks to the killing that catches my interest there. So I want to know, what is your interest in this Belton killing? Because you've been asking about it, so maybe you can give us something. When are you going to be available to join a panel? And better yet, I'll wait for you to come up and you can tell us all about it. You tell us all about you. I want to hear your opinion. We'll have a back and forth. But if you let me know what time you'd be available to talk about it, I'll get myself up to speed on it, because I would love to talk about it. If you've been talking about it a couple of days now.
Oh, good morning. Good morning.
You heard about this new series we got, HB? This shit might be good right here, HB.
Yeah. I definitely want to see the gulags. I want to see what it's looking like in there.
Straight from the homeless shelter, nigga.
Yeah, it might
Coming
look
straight
like
out of the homeless shelter. 100 miles to run.
might look like something from Mein Kampf in there, man. You never know.
Yo,
Talking
man.
about my struggle for real.
Yo, he said he sent me a text message yesterday. He got paid $2,000, right? He like, yo, rent me a room, John. I said, bro, save your money, bro. Save your money, honestly. You got a free place to live, bro. I know that money burning in your pocket, bro. Save that money. You know, nigga, I want it now. I'll take it. But save your money, bro. You don't want to come into John Gall's dungeon here.
Yeah, man.
Save your money, bro.
That's how you know you're a good friend, John, too, man. You're not gonna sell your
Well,
friends.
you need to warn him. He may wind up on camera.
No.
We already been on camera.
Yeah, but it's like when you cool with, like, if somebody's really your friend, you're not gonna sell them no dope, man. Don't sell your friends dope, man. Even if you do sell dope, don't sell it to your friends, man.
Why you think CKJ3 so interested in this Belton high school killing that no one else seems to know about but officially corrupt?
I don't know. I think we really do gotta look into it. You know, CKJ, he kind of has like an agenda. So I'm trying to figure out where this is going to.
Well, you know, it
like,
has. Go ahead, HB. Sorry.
No. I just know it's more than likely it's probably like somebody white killed somebody black.
Right.
So.
Okay, well, how that's basically opposite your agenda.
Well, but I want to know why is he so interested? Because he's been on at least 2 panels or 3 now, typing in the chat. Why don't you guys know about this case? And I'm like, damn, shit. The only reason we know about this case is because the media hype surrounding the case. There's no media hype surrounding the Belton case. So I'm curious to know from him, why not? Right? Why isn't it news, and why is this killing news?
Well, I mean, if it's indeed Latino and black, it might just be that, hey, it's too. I think, I'm not sure. I haven't heard of it, so I don't know. And
wait, is Juan left already? Damn. All right.
I'm waiting on.
I'm assuming, is Belton in Texas?
I think it's in Ohio. I think CKJ3 is interested, so it must be Ohio. I'm waiting on him to let me know what time he'll be available, because I'm definitely going to do it whenever he's available, so he can come up here and explain this to me. Why is he so interested in this?
Hey, it must be serious though. Oh, it's Texas. Okay.
Bill from Texas. Okay. Yeah, I guess CKJ3 is taking a fancy to Texas happenings coming and going. And man, let me just look this shit up since
it must have been like, I'm guessing maybe like 12 niggas all got hung at one tree, one branch.
Belton, Texas killing. What happened? Cell phone video shows fatal stabbing. And I'm really interested. Why is CKJ3 so interested in this?
Obviously, it's another stabbing in Texas.
He said he needs
that's got me interested.
Well, CKJ3, I have one question before I get into this.
I need the same
real
energy.
Question before you, because since you mentioned energy, and I'm assuming, was it a nigger kill? Before we get into it, was it a nigger kill? CKJ3, let me know if it was a nigger kill in there.
I'm gonna have to figure out how to put a delay and a bleep.
Sorry about that. Was it a black man kill, CKJ3? Was it a black man? It's got to be a black man. Why would you care otherwise? Got to be a blackie. And if it's a blackie, I got a question for you. Again, I didn't have a problem with the Carmelo's bond being lowered. So okay, so I guess I'm being consistent here. CKJ3, was he black? He won't answer that question.
Oh, he said no blacks were killed. Okay. Officially,
okay.
He said no blacks were killed.
So what
he gave you a compliment.
So what is CKJ3's interest in this then?
I don't know.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know. I think he doesn't want us to talk about that.
Let me ask you this, CKJ3. Did they have a fundraiser for the killer?
Oh.
I'm asking. I don't know anything about this case. Was there a big fundraiser? How much did the killer raise in go send me, give send me, go, or whatever else? Before I get to looking into it, let me know.
I heard they bought a new house, man.
Actually, I heard they're renting it from some Indians. Red Dot, Black Certified. Let me ask you this question, HB. You see any correlation there between them renting from an Indian?
Oh man, I see. John,
you see anything there?
You really want to get me started, man?
Go ahead.
Listen, I think it's man. You go ahead first, John, because I honestly this whole case.
So what time is morning roast? Is it going to start on time at 11?
Oh yeah. I think
we're doing morning roast today. We're doing morning roast today.
It's scheduled.
Oh, okay. Well, I'm with it. God damn it.
Okay, yeah. Because I'll wait for the morning roast because I do got a lot to say about this.
On that.
Honestly,
I might do my own
thing. They did exactly what niggas do, man. Exactly what they.
HB, you saw that picture I sent you, right?
Yeah. Yep.
What you see in that picture? We hold it for the roast.
Yeah. But it's going crazy online right now. Everybody's talking about the new crib they just bought with the and you know, I think that's really the sad part about this. Because
let's get it correct.
Did you see the show title, by the way?
Nibbahs and Daggles.
Truism.
Yeah, I don't know truisms. He has his own language. I haven't really got
right,
into it
and
yet.
I call that language Ebonical baby talk.
You know, I didn't even think about this. That is correct. They are going to be sued for sure. I don't know if they can sue the family though. They can probably. Can they sue the family for the Child's Act? I don't know. But
oh yeah, I mean
that's interesting.
You can sue for anything nowadays. So
but I mean, can you sue?
I don't see how. I mean, again, that's a Juan question. Can you?
Like if you're driving your mother's car and you're a juvenile, clearly you can sue the mother. But if a
Right,
juvenile,
Yeah,
kills,
but I mean, if the knife belonged to the family, I mean, that's
yeah.
well,
was it a family knife?
no, I think they would be suing for the actions. They more or less holding the parents' accountable for the
Now
juvenile.
there is precedent. That kid in Michigan, but I think somehow or another, I don't remember the details, but the kid had a gun, and I think the parents gave it to the kid as like a Christmas present or something.
Well, but I think the difference is, hold on. I think the difference is that they held that parent criminally liable, which opens you up for civil. Or really it's a slam dunk for civil. In the case,
I don't know what Juan's here. He'll know.
Well, hey, can the parents of Carmelo be sued?
Well, you can sue anybody. I mean, the question is will they be found liable? I don't know.
For the actions of their child, though.
I don't know. That's one of those where it could literally go either way.
I mean, but can you legally do that? Can I sue you for what my can I be
you
sued
can
for
sue
my child?
anybody.
You can sue anybody. You can sue anybody, John.
But I can sue HB for what my child
You
does.
can sue him. Why don't you try suing him?
I could sue one for what my child does. Well, I think one is.
Hey, well, if I encourage your kid to do it, yes, you can sue me. I mean,
but if there's no evidence of that, you mean to tell me that they could just sue this family for what a 17-year-old boy did? Damn, that's crazy.
That doesn't mean the suit's going to stand. I mean, the other side's going to file to get it dismissed. But I mean, you can sue anybody.
You got to hire a lawyer to fight the motherfucker, right?
I mean, even too, like, think about how they're being kind of represented in the media. Like, everybody's calling them racist and shit, and calling their son a bully. I mean, you could sue for all of that stuff. That's defamation. Y'all making it seem like we racist and he a bully. They didn't even know each other. From what I'm hearing.
You're not there. No. That's
well, I don't know who you was suing.
They can call you anything they want to, as long as it's not causing, some sort of damage. I think you can make the argument that losing a son caused irreparable harm or something like that.
But Stanley, remember the dad said that he was being bullied.
He did? No way.
I'm pretty sure the dad said he was being bullied.
Well, that's an
I
opinion.
heard it in the Gibson Go or I saw it in the Gibson Go comments, but I didn't see that attributed directly from the dad, so I don't know.
And that's one of those interesting. That's one
I
of
mean,
those.
Even so, that's an opinion.
Now, that's one of those interesting things, HB. Well, that is kind of a slander if you say he's being bullied by that boy.
I don't agree. I don't agree that that's
maybe I shouldn't have used the word slander. The family, through a spokesperson, said that there was no bullying. They did not know each other. But that's interesting. Stanley, I need to hear that excuse and John explaining. CKJ3, I'm gonna look into this case, man, but you still have not answered any of my questions.
He's keeping his. I bet he's keeping his powder dry.
Well, he hasn't told me what time to do the stream, because I need you up here because you have that energy for this case. It's a long way from where you live, so there must be something about this case that you passionately want to talk about because you've been talking about it for 2 days now. We're gonna wait on you. We're gonna wait on you to get up here. I'm gonna do this just for you, CKJ3. Whenever you're available, have a stream. Put your name in it. CKJ3 discusses the Belton High killing. But before I get to look at that, CKJ3, let me know if there was a GoFundMe for the killer.
We also need to know how much money that GoFundMe, if there is one, has. Because that's the other thing that people are fighting over. They're saying, oh, well, this black dude got more money than the Metcaps. And I'm like, dude, they both got over $1 million. Stop. Like, you guys are fighting over bullshit, pardon my language.
Yeah.
But, but Juan, I've heard that certain types of cases, GoFundMes and things like that won't work. Kid's not been charged, so you can do a GoFundMe.
Well, they're on Gibson Go though, and that's the other problem. A lot of people are mad that he set up a Gibson Go, and I'm like, dude, Kyle Rittenhouse set up a Gibson Go when GoFundMe canceled him. I know I donated to Kyle Rittenhouse's bail fund.
Did you? How much? I'm just kidding.
About $25 when I can.
Well, you gotta be crazy, motherfucker, boy. It should be public record forever.
I don't care.
So what?
put my name out there like that, motherfucker.
You were not. Hey, you're a private citizen.
Shit, that shit public though, and that shit kind of gives people an idea where you coming from.
Well, that just
I don't
means
care.
he will be.
I would have cared if I were in my 20s, but as weird as this
Claremont
sounds, the older I get, the less I care about these things. I mean,
yeah, I don't blame you. You know what I'm saying? I think that I mean you can't donate anonymously. I think so. There's a
John,
reason.
all I have to say is that basically will secure him he'll be a fellow at the Claremont Institutes for that contribution.
for a $25 contribution that I gave.
At least it legitimize you there. They know you put your money behind the cause.
He will be the Kyle Rittenhouse Professor of Constitutional Law at Pepperdine University.
He have a university seat. Hey, CKJ3, come on now. Let me know now so I can set your stream up.
Antoine, salute, man. Salute.
What's up, Antoine? I saw you up there yesterday. Tell me that, man, Antoine, yo, bro. It was a nigga up on CT panel the other day, man, yesterday. Man, this one saying, like, bro, like, that knife, for the blacks that are taking this as along like a racial line, that knife is giving them niggas fits. You understand? And they're in their fit, they are hypothesizing or coming up with scenarios that really make it worse for the young man. They need to just let go. And let go of whatever it is that's probably going to be the best scenario. But they keep trying to come up with reasons to explain away the knife when it's against the law.
John and HB, what it is, have you guys ever gotten in trouble and you try to talk yourself out of getting in trouble with your parents and you talk yourself into worse trouble? That's what this is to me. Like, you got caught with your hands in the cookie jar.
And so yesterday it was a nigga up on CT panel. And again, man, this is really seriously a problem. We're doing on Morning Roast. But he seems so intelligent, bro.
Yeah, that's what's so scary. That's what's really so scary about this, John. It's like, I'm telling you, it's not a IQ thing. It's a morality thing. That's what's so scary about this shit, man. It really shows where people are morally. When you can
I tend to think you don't quite understand what morality
don't defend
is.
the guy. Don't defend this.
That is such a subjective thing.
Well, you didn't hear the guy though, Stanley. Like, let's just focus
I didn't.
on the guy. Let's just focus on the guy. Like, forget about anything else attacking each other. This guy tried his fucking best, and in doing so, he kept creating conditions of premeditated murder. And I'm like, bro, you're going to have to explain that night. You're going to have to explain it. And there are no good explanations.
Well, how do you shut him down other than ask him, are you a lawyer? Once he says no, then I'm done listening.
Well, even if he was a lawyer, some of these blacks are coming up with reasons.
And white lawyers don't?
Well, but again, what I'm saying is, Stanley, it's not based on any law. It's based upon Team Carmel.
Well, how do you know? You're not a lawyer.
Because again, because in their desire to defend this boy, they're creating conditions that are worse for him. That's how you know.
Actually, you bring up a good point. The desire to defend this boy is the problem.
Exactly.
Right. I understand. Like, they don't know this, Stanley. They don't know this boy. I don't know him. Right. I haven't called him a name.
John, I always say I really never understand this insistence for poking your nose into other people's business.
Well, Stanley,
he wasn't the only one.
This is their business. They see this as their business, right? One of Carmelo's spokesperson.
Hey, John, famously said by Barack Obama, that could have been my son. That's how a lot of these niggas think, man. That's how a lot of these niggas think, man.
And what's wrong with thinking that, HB?
Nothing. But here's the thing.
No. What's wrong with it is if you're gonna have a racial identity or belief or
Okay, whoa.
at
What
least
was
make it
racial? What was racial about it?
Barack Obama saying that could have been my son. There's nothing
Okay,
racial
you are
about that.
literally assigning an intent that his words aren't saying. He didn't say that could have been my black son. He just said it could have been my son.
Well, back to the Renaissance man, right? He was trying his best. I mean, he was just windmilling to come up with a good reason why the boy should come up with had the knife. You mentioned the law. Well, it's against the law, man. But he's a track star. He could be cleaning his cleats. I know. Okay. Okay. Right? It was just always something. It's like I mean, they're spinning their wheels to try to figure out some reason why he had that knife, which would justify him using it. They can't get past it, and so they keep digging deeper and deeper, trying to find something, because they are Team Carmelo more than they are Team Law and Order or Team Humanity. They Team Carmelo.
There are people who think defending Carmelo Anthony is a matter of law and order. Again, such a subjective argument, it really doesn't mean anything.
Yeah. Okay. And there we go.
Well, it's a racial bias. Black people think that this is.
How do you know it's a racial bias?
Because you see the comments.
Okay, I think that's subjective. I think that is a non-fact based opinion.
This is a white hatred.
Okay, dude,
right here.
It's a non-fact based HB kind of opinion. It holds no water.
There are people that are happy he died.
I know your opinion is important to you and some other people, HB, but I'm sorry, your opinion holds no more water than my opinion.
What's your opinion? What's your opinion?
Austin Metcalf is like the he's like the Emmett Till.
He's like your saint.
He's the Emmett Till of 2025.
Austin Metcalf could have been your son.
Hey, what's your opinion of the knife, Stanley? What's your opinion of the knife? Like, what's your opinion of the knife?
I think if it's true that he had been in trouble at school for bringing a knife, his parents should have nipped that in the bud.
But what if he hadn't been in trouble in school? Like, we're talking about just
you know what? 17-year-olds do shit their parents don't know about all the time.
I'm not talking about his parents. I mean, from the aspect of what happened here.
Obvious. He shouldn't be taking weapons to school or track meets or anything else.
Do you think there's a good explanation? I'm just trying to figure out how he
No. There is no explanation.
That's
if
what
it's against the rules, there is no explanation.
The only explanation that they had, and it got debunked in the police reports, was that it wasn't a knife, it was a tent stake. But in the police reports, Portia went over this a couple of days ago. The way that the cop described it, it was a knife, and it was not a tent stake at all.
Oh, hold on. Where did because I've heard someone else say this, and was there ever a tent stake mentioned in the police report?
No.
Okay.
He literally just said there was.
Okay. So my next question is, where did because I've only heard blacks say this, and I heard this on a panel, maybe Q Brother or something like that. They mentioned a tent stake. Where did this notion of a tent stake come from?
The Gibson Go comments.
Oh.
I mean, now I have heard of knives being used as tent stakes.
Oh yeah. I mean,
but that's half a joke and half serious.
You can use anything with a sharp end as a knife.
Exactly.
Do you think this knife was a tent stake knife?
Nah, hell nah. I wouldn't be surprised if it wasn't. I mean, to stab somebody in the heart.
I mean, hold on, man. Fuck all this. Why we beating around the bush? The damn police.
Well, I'm guessing that
backpack, right? Like, you see what I'm saying? Like everybody knew it wasn't a tent stake, but somehow, a lot of people are willing to take it. Maybe it was a tent stake. This suspension of fucking reality, man. Like, what the fuck?
Once again, that's morning roast material. I don't really care one way or the other. Second guessing people and their biases is something I try not to do. I don't really care. If people come up with all kinds of things.
But these are not biases. These are just people making up lies.
Right. And you know what? So what?
Flat out lies too.
What is it? Why would they want to lie?
Why would they care at all? I don't even get past that.
Because the thing is, let's say if it was a tent state, like, see, this is again where I think the blacks in their bloodlust, they create conditions that are worse.
Right. Well, you want to get into all this biological, psychological, psychology of blacks and all that stuff. Definitely a morning roast topic. Hint, hint.
It's because pro-blacks are really pro-white. They will hang this little boy just to get their revenge. They don't care about him.
Hey,
they don't care about Carmelo, man.
You know what? I think all that psychological stuff is right up the Negro psychologist Universal Jones.
It is true. That is true. Where is Universal?
That is
right now. Where you at, Universal?
The Nibbahs psychologist. Universal Jones.
Have you started using the anti-black boner yet, Stanley?
Oh, I use it all the time.
Ah, the anti-black boner.
I'm going to hell, but that was funny. I'm sorry.
The anti-black boner is hilarious. Oh, my bad, roller skater Texas girl. My bad.
Now you're pretty good, HB. Your volume sounds good to me.
I can hear it okay.
Yeah, I hear him pretty well. Hey, what time morning rest? I need to run to the store real quick.
Okay, it's supposed to start at 10. Well, 11.
No, I saw 11.
Yeah. Well, you're in
which
Eastern.
is 10 your time.
Right. I'm in Central Time, so I'm not sure if Universal's gonna pull up or not. I don't know. We gotta get Universal. Hey Juan, I do want to hear more of your opinion on this case, man. You are the lawyer here.
I'll be back, guys.
All right.
Okay, well this will be over by the time you get back.
Yeah.
Well, no, I'm coming up on 7 hours. So I'm
you are the lawyer,
I'm tired. I have to start respecting my age.
Not licensed yet. I'm sorry,
What's up,
HB.
Still. Hey, Untrackable.
Hey, what's going on?
Well, I got on earbuds dirty, so my volume is it's directly in my ear. So
yeah.
What's going on? Untrackable.
Well, I'm doing good. I hope
Good.
everyone else is as well.
Oh yeah.
Another day of life, so no complaints.
Untrackable, are you like some sort of Native American or something?
No, I'm super white.
Okay. I don't know why, but you give me this. Native American kind of.
It's that tomahawk that he's holding off camera, right?
I don't know. There's something about the way that you enunciate words.
It's not a tomahawk; it's a hatchet.
Something. You remind me of John Redwood.
Just joking.
Iceman's Inheritance. Yeah, what is that?
I've never heard of it. Let me look it up. Fred is my advisor here.
He must be a X-Men. He must be an X-Men enthusiast.
No, let me put it to you this way. Fred is my advisor on Black culture. And he's also from Alabama. So he's John's peer.
he's I've noticed you Southern boys sure like to, think about race a lot. You guys
Southern boys.
yeah, you guys think about race like all the time.
Boy just dipped. What the heck? Okay, I guess.
Yeah.
One thing that I was
Southern boys.
noticing, Stanley and HB, is a lot of people, because of the bond thing that everybody's all riled up about, are talking about segregation again. And on both sides, it's a weird paradox to me.
Yeah. It's gotten so, Juan, honestly, this and you need one of these cases every now and then to kind of really gauge where America is at right now as a country. But America has gotten progressively dumber over the last 10, 20 years.
Oh, you
And,
didn't? You're just noticing now?
No, but this is like one of those
That's
things
interesting.
where no, Stanley, but this is one of those things where it should be pretty obvious that stabbing somebody at a track meet is wrong. That should be pretty obvious. But
Okay, well, how do you? I mean, who said it's right?
there's a lot of people that are saying it's right, Stanley.
Yeah, that's the
you
problem.
mean as self-defense? I mean, even in self-defense, it's problematic, but it may be justified. I mean, see, the thing is just because now this is kind of edgy, and Juan is better at this than I am, but justified doesn't mean it's right. It just means it's justifiable.
Well, in this particular case, based on the police reports, it's not even justifiable. I mean, to me, unless something comes out that's going to surprise all of us, and I strongly doubt that it would have came out already, then at that particular point, I'm sorry, but you can claim self-defense, but I'm sorry, kid, go to jail, go directly to jail. Don't pass go. I'm sorry. It is what it is. And and people, it is funny because HB, some of the black people on Twitter, I guess you guys call it Black Twitter. I made the mistake of going into the Black Twitterverse yesterday.
You know what? I don't even have Twitter, so I mean, I've heard of it, of course.
You're not missing much, Stanley.
It's pretty sick.
I mean, I've literally never had a Twitter account. It never seemed something I needed.
Well, you're not missing much. But the thing is what I noticed is that the people that have my opinion, Lord have mercy, HB, like they'll jump on them. You're a coon, you're a sellout, you're this, that, and a third. And I'm like, whoa, like when did we become tribal?
Right. That's what's so I don't know, that's what's so sick about this case. Because it's nothing, it's not anything like out of the ordinary. People bring weapons to fights all the time. But like if you're just going by the police report, you know what happened. It was kind of egged it on. It is what it is. You can't claim self-defense if you're egging something on.
No, you can't. You lose that right, even here in Texas. The moment you're like, touch me and see what happens. Yeah, nah, you can't provoke somebody, man.
It's out the window.
Yeah, but I mean, he's 17. I mean, who hasn't said that?
Yeah, you got a point. But we're just talking legally now.
I mean, shoot, I double dog dare you. What is that?
Yeah, but you're not talking to somebody with a knife in their hand, Stanley.
Exactly, and to your point, Stanley, Austin's twin brother said that in his statement, he wasn't thinking that he was going to pull out a knife. Again, like I said before, it was supposed to probably just turn into a fist fight. That's it.
Yeah.
Okay, but you know what? Once again, having been 17, those many decades ago, taking a knife to a track meet is just that's just dumb. I simply do not expect good decisions from a 17-year-old. Never, ever. And I just had one a couple years ago. I don't, when they make a good decision, I'm always pleasantly surprised.
My kid made way better
I
decisions
never
than I did at
expected
17.
him
I
to
can
say
guarantee you that. At 17, man, I was the village dumbass. I'm not gonna lie.
Yeah. But
Fred,
none
Fred,
of us were killers up here at 17, though.
Fred.
Allegedly.
I literally covered it with a couple stories a few hours ago. So yeah, I've been concerned with it. As a matter of fact, we got all the way into rare earth
The rare earth material,
supply
the rare earth material.
chains, trade deficits. Yeah, I did a little bit of a below the hood or under the hood look at it. So
Hey, Stanley and HB, real quick, did you guys see how these Chinese companies exposed Gucci and Birkin yesterday?
Oh yeah.
I did not.
It's
They're
pretty
like,
much
UWs are paying $50,000 for a person. It only cost us $1,500 to make.
yeah. Pretty much yesterday, Stanley. All the like the cost basically to all these Chinese like damn, what would they be called? Juan? Like the
OEM manufacturers, I think, is what the term of art is.
Yeah, right. The Chinese OEM manufacturers, all their costs got leaked last night. So you found out pretty much what it cost China to make these goods, from all the way up to like Gucci bags, all the way down to like a fucking Air Force One sneaker. It's brutal.
No, I'll put on my what's up status, HB. You guys remember that song, HB,
Okay,
by the
well,
Notorious
hold
B.I.G.?
on one sec. I mean, why is that a surprise? I mean, you're paying for the trademark. You're not necessarily paying.
It's how much it's how much people are paying for the trademark. And you're right, Stanley. Like, I spent $200 on a pair of Nike Air Force Ones, which I don't mind. I mean, that's I don't care. That's my money. I'll throw it away if I want to throw my money away like that.
Right, but I mean, you never thought you were paying for the actual material. You're paying for the label on it.
No, I thought I was.
Look at generic drugs.
I was paying for the brand. I was paying for the swoosh and the Nike. But I didn't I knew this, but some people don't realize that they're paying like thousands of percents, Stanley. Like thousands and thousands of percent.
That's why I think Stan. That's why I honestly think it was like it was almost done like intentionally to kind of.
Oh, absolutely, it was.
Oh yeah, it was done intentionally. I mean, the TikTok algorithms changed, and like every other video was literally that.
I mean, take a look at this though. Bottom line is that some of these counter tariffs that Europe especially, they were targeting products made in red states.
Yes, they were.
I mean, these people, see, this is my point. I mean, Trump going and doing what he's doing, it's not like countries can't effectively counter tariffs. They were going to target red state stuff. Okay, that figured into some of Trump's, backtracking 90 days.
What it is, Stanley and HB, I think it's a freaking play. And I think it's the equivalent of watching a soap opera. And the reason why I say that is because we tariffed Mexico, right? And then we paused. But then I listened to Claudia Sheinbaum's speech. She was actually in Matamoros last Friday. And what she said when I was there was just, man, talk about chef's kiss. We all got played. Was when she said, when one of the reporters asked her about the tariffs, and she said in Spanish, los aranceles son para los empresas mexicanos que no son de Mexico. The tariffs are for businesses in Mexico that are not Mexican. And a lot of the country that set up all those businesses over the last year.
Of course. Of course it is. I mean, he wants those industries to come back.
Well, the country that they were targeting, though, Stanley, is not Mexico. It was China, because China set up all their businesses last year in Mexico because Mexican labor is cheaper again.
Oh,
and I'm like,
absolutely.
We're getting played. Like it's like watching these guys.
I don't think we're getting played. Look, even if, and I don't disagree that Trump is rattling cages. He wants to bring people to. One of the reasons he gave for delaying 90 days is 75 countries came to the negotiating table or expressed interest in negotiations. But my problem isn't what Trump's goals are. It is his method. Okay, I keep saying that. Trump, the goals, that Trump are setting. I may agree with some of them. I just don't like the method. I think there is a more deliberate and a more, at least give the impression that you're giving, like you're not doing knee jerk types of playing chicken, whatever the term you want to use. Okay, I don't have a problem with Trump deporting people who shouldn't be here. It's breaking up families that I have a problem with. You know,
I have a problem.
if you are an El Salvadoran who's here kind of dodgy, but you got a court saying, hey, he can't be deported. You have an American wife and you have 2 American kids and you are gainfully employed, you're hurting Americans.
And that's where I think the entertainment portion, this play that I think we're all watching, is coming around and hurting people, because DHS, when I looked at this case, Stanley, they overcomplicated that. This guy was was thought to be MS-13. It was actually disproven in the immigration proceedings, and he was ordered deported because he did not file his asylum in time. When you come to the United States, you have a year to file your asylum claim. If you don't file it on time, those courts are unforgiving, and that's all they said. It was untimely. However, they applied for what's known as withholding of removal under the Convention Against Torture Treaty. And what he said was, look, if I go back to El Salvador at that time, I'm a dead man. So, and the evidence was sufficient to grant him that stay. What DHS didn't do, and why I'm rattling my head as to why they didn't do this, is why they didn't just simply move to reopen the deportation proceedings and lift the stay on deportation, lift this withholding of deportation, because withholding of removal is not permanent. They can lift it at any time. And it's usually 2 prongs. It's either one, when the country conditions in El Salvador change, and boy, have they changed.
Well, let me also add that I haven't heard much talk, and Juan, this is what you're doing right now. I've heard nothing about changing the laws. Okay, you got a year. How about cut it back to a month? I mean, there are things that you could do in the statutes that would be discouraging for folks coming here. I haven't heard anything about that.
Well, and that's the thing, Stanley, and that goes back to what I'm saying also, because the second prong is, if another country decides, hey, we'll take them off your hands for you. I mean, the Dominican Republic did that when we wanted to deport Willie Falcon back to Cuba. Willie Falcon was like, Cuba's going to kill me. The Cubans will kill me. And he was right. But the thing is for starters, I don't think you need to write new laws. They just need to follow the ones that are.
Oh, no. Writing new laws, changing the laws, which I guess technically is writing new law. No, you amend them. All I'm saying is that if it's reverse them, repeal them. Yeah, I mean, I don't know that I agree with someone being here a year illegally before you declare asylum. I don't agree with that.
Well, you can't, but that's the thing. And that's why he was ordered deported, because he filed his asylum.
About, hey, if you're going to do asylum, unless you can prove it's dangerous to do so, you ought to be asking for asylum like before you even get here.
Stanley, I can tell you from my personal experience, people that are truly looking for asylum in the United States, whether they cross illegally through the river or whether they present themselves at a port of entry, when they have a true claim and somebody's looking for them, they have you guys ever seen military soldiers that are going through PTSD after getting back from Iraq and Afghanistan?
Oh yeah.
No, I don't know that. I've seen sailors crack. I don't know that it was necessarily PTSD, but maybe.
Could be, but they had people that are truly looking for asylum. They have that, like they've seen. Pardon my language, but they've seen shit.
Yeah.
You can tell the difference.
Stanley, Stanley, I told you I used to work at the VA hospital, and I worked in the bank. Yeah. Okay. Well, yeah. I used to work at the VA, and this was in Detroit, and I worked at the bank inside the VA, so I would literally be the first person. A lot of these guys, yeah, I would be the first person a lot of these guys would come see when they got back, and man, you could just tell the guys that saw action. You could see it.
Well, I can tell you from personal experience, after my first deployment, I got back like that first 2 or 3 days, shit, I didn't. I like had liquor in my in my BOQ room. I didn't come out of there for like 2 or 3 days. It does, even just a 6 month deployment. There's a little bit of a reacclimation there, because you have literally been going full throttle for 6 months.
Yeah, yeah.
So if you've actually like been in firefights and stuff like that, no doubt. I mean, even just deploying for 6 months, yeah, it's going to take you a day or two or more. So I have no doubt that you'll never get me to say, oh, it's all in your head. Oh, hell no.
Nah, I mean, they used to have different names for it back in the day. And they call it shell shock.
Shell shock.
I like that one better, honestly, but I guess it's not as politically correct today to say it. But yeah, it's
Say,
real,
what did
man.
you say?
I guess it's not as politically correct to say it now.
Shell shock?
Yeah, yeah, but I like that better than PTSD. It kind of takes.
Fred actually makes it, you know what though, Fred was in, Fred was Army. So, it's so funny, Fred. My father was on the front lines in Vietnam. Somehow or another, I don't know how, but I've never actually seen him. He's one of the most, this is why I actually say he's one of the most well-adjusted people literally I've ever met. He doesn't get rattled that easily. He does get pissed off, but rattled, I've never, and I mean, he was literally at forward fire bases, or forward airfields or whatever they were. When they went out to patrol to secure bases, or they were basically infantry, going out and protecting those forward bases. So he's told me some stories. I'm like, oh, Jesus Christ. So anyway, I'm kind of off the topic, but Fred saying you never fully reacclimate. I agree with that. I mean, I'm decades out of the military, and it's probably the most formative experience I had. Yeah, more so than high school. Probably the only more formative or more fundamental experience I've had is being, my parents, being reared by my parents. I would say second easily is the Navy.
Yeah. Yeah.
So, well, anyway, I don't know. Let's see, what are we at, 7:29? I'm going to go ahead and wrap this up unless anybody has something interesting to add.
Okay.
Have
Well,
you heard from Universal?
Yeah, nah, he just messaged me. He can't go today, so.
Oh.
But this is a good point though too. It is disrespectful to the turtles.
What are the turtles?
Yeah.
Oh, shell shock. Oh,
yeah.
Okay.
Whoa.
I take it now. Is it Genesee, New York, or Genesee the beer, Ben?
Genesee Ben. Yeah.
There is a brewery as well as the.
Yeah, the county too, Genesee County. That's Flint. That's Flint in Detroit, or in Michigan. Flint is Genesee County. He might be from Flint. You never know. Genesee County, Ben.
Ooh, this is an interesting story. Trump says he wants to give money and airplane tickets to immigrants who self-deport. That's mighty white of it.
Yeah, that is nice of him.
You think I'll be deported for saying that?
No. I mean, okay, so Universal said we're gonna go live tomorrow. Okay, all right. My whole
West
thing
New York, yep.
Okay. I think what Trump is really trying to do is trying to get people to buy those treasury bonds. I think that's what he's trying to do.
What?
Trying to get people to buy those treasury bonds. That's what usually when the stock market isn't going too well, people,
Oh,
rich
they go to
people,
bonds.
they go to bonds. Yeah, and
Was it people or actually funds? I mean, um,
funds. Yeah, funds.
depending, like I could see maybe as a trading position, but say you're doing a 401k and you're 25, that's actually the market going down is good if you're doing something like dollar cost averaging.
Yeah,
Dips in the
yeah,
market are good, but it depends on your age.
yeah, yeah, yeah. It does depend. It definitely does depend. But I'm talking about like the big whales, like the people who got,
Yeah,
millions and
yeah, the people
billions.
who actually like market movers.
Yeah, yeah. They're gonna take their money out if the market is looking bad across the board, and they're just gonna buy bonds. They're just gonna put it in the bonds. And
Yeah, but I mean, all they're going to do is like short term. They're not doing like 30-year bonds or anything.
oh no, 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 not at all. Not at all.
I mean, I actually also, and this is it's been decades since I've even thought about this stuff, but I wonder if, putting them directly into like, 1-year treasuries or something like that, or I think you can even do 3-month T-bills.
Hmm.
Yes, yeah. Why not? It's a good place to park your money, short term.
Yeah, yeah. I think that's kind of Trump's goal with this whole tariff thing. Uh oh wow, double pink eye.
You
Jeez.
must have been around a bunch of kids, Skater.
Yeah, Jesus Christ.
Did she say double pink eye? Oh my
Yeah.
god.
Yeah, I didn't even know you could get it in both.
Oh, sure you can.
Jesus Christ.
You know what? I told a story the other day about my son having a double ear infection. So I mean,
Ah,
you can yeah, that was a rough night.
was he a baby though?
Yeah, he was still in the crib.
Oh, okay, that's different then.
Now, where he would get it from, I have no idea.
Yeah, how do you
But
get
it
a
was that
I don't
one
even
night where
I don't even
my
know how
son
you
was
get an
kind
ear
of
infection.
strange. My son started sleeping throughout the night fairly soon. So that one night when he just was inconsolable, we knew something was wrong. So ultimately, we wound up taking him to the emergency room. So
Jesus.
yeah, but I mean, that's what parents do. It's gonna happen.
How do you even get an ear infection though? How does that even happen?
I have no, I have no idea. Probably just like a cold. Um,
What
you
the
know,
fuck?
um, babies get infections. He could have caught it from. He could have caught it from. From playing with other kids. He could have caught it. Could have even caught it from one of us.
Yeah, yeah.
Because I mean, what affects, kids' immune system, isn't fully developed right off the bat. So, what didn't affect, say, me, because I was generally the one out of the house. So it could have just been, hey, I forgot to wash my hands and picked him up. When he was first born, I mean, I was practically a surgeon. I washed my hands like before I even touched him.
Hmm.
But over the months, you get like just, you get more forgetful, you get more comfortable, you forget, some of the basics. So, he could have caught it from an adult.
Isn't it kind of good to let the kid catch a couple viruses here and there though? Just
I
to build
imagine
the
it is,
yeah.
but it's inevitable. I mean, putting your
Yeah.
kid in a bubble, funny on that topic, he never went to preschool. He literally went to, from home to kindergarten,
Kindergarten.
like public school
Ah, okay.
kindergarten.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
And that first, maybe even the first 3 years, kindergarten, first grade, second grade, yeah, he caught a lot of things. And
Hmm.
I kind of would recommend, even if it's just 1 or 2 days a week, even for a stay-at-home mom, you probably want to put them, you know, in a
Around other
daycare,
kids.
even if
Yeah,
it's just
yeah.
half a day, just to kind of get them exposed. Yeah, it was, you know, that first year, first maybe, well, 3 years, but definitely the first two. Yeah, I kind of regretted that. But at the time, it was like, hell, you know what? The other thing is kindergarten, there was a learning curve with him learning to share. So you probably, even if you were in a stay-at-home situation, you probably want to go ahead and get them, even if it's a 1 or 2 days. You know, A, the mother gets some rest, and B, the kid gets a little exposure. That wasn't, you know, but you know, at the time, I was a first-time father. I don't remember my wife ever proposing it, though. You know, so that's my, you know, dad lesson of the day.
Wait a minute. Roller skater says she was practicing her split slide and got very dirty. Oh, okay. I see what you're saying. Stanley, can't you do the split side?
You know what? Skating rinks were big when I was in high school, and I usually just went to, you know, hang out. I hate skating. I was never good at it.
Jesus Christ. I used to love skating.
Now, I hated skating because I wasn't good at it, not because it's not fun or anything like that. I just
she said
never
she sent
got
you
good
the
at
video.
it.
She said she sent you the video.
Oh, so that wait, hold it. Is it another video? Because I have a couple of them. You're talking about the one where you get let me find it right quick.
I'm not gonna lie, I would love to see this. I've never seen her like actually
Oh,
skate.
well, hold on. Let me find it.
She's kind of like a myth or something. Like I've heard
A myth?
she's like a siren.
She's like a she's like a
siren.
chimera. I think that's how you pronounce it. Let's see. Let me find. It's on my desktop, believe it or not. Here we go. I think this is what. Oh wait, I know what she's talking. Well, I'll just show them both.
Oh shit.
But I don't think that's the one she's talking about. I think this is the one she's talking about.
She's going too
Let's
fast.
see here.
You're going way too fast.
Oh, did you send me a new one?
You're going way
She's
too
an
fast.
enigma.
If you were
Way
my
too
kid,
fast.
yeah, if she was my kid, I would be, you better slow the hell down. What the hell?
She's not a kid. I think
I know,
maybe
I
this is
know.
what she's talking about. Nope. Is that what you're talking about? Or did you send me another one? Oh, you just sent it. Okay. Hold on one sec. Let's see here.
Jesus Christ.
Because I don't have the show email set up on my computer. I just haven't gotten around to it. There we go. Okay, hold on one sec. Let me upload it.
Jesus Christ. Roller skater Texas girl. You gotta be careful out there. This is
Well, she knows what she's doing.
yeah, she is a professional. Wow.
Oh, there we go. Give me one sec here.
Yeah, I'm gonna have to pull up. I'm definitely pulling up roller skater Texas girl.
Do you know how to skate?
Yeah, I haven't skated in years, but I'm guessing it's like riding a bike. Because when I did know how to skate, or when I did skate, I was one of those guys that could skate very well. Like I knew how to skate. Like skate, rollerblade, I could do all of it. What is it? Skateboard. I'm good of a skateboarder though, but skating and rollerblading, I could definitely do that. Xanadu. What is
Xanadu?
Xanadu. What the hell is that?
It's a mythical land. It's like
Oh, okay, yeah.
you don't remember the song? Oh my God! Holy shit!
Xanadu. Yeah,
Hold on one sec.
there was like the thing about skating, there was like a year, and I'm not sure what year it was. It might have been like 2001, where like rollerblading and inlines, like skating in general for men became
Excuse me.
it became gay before,
It
and I don't
became.
know.
Excuse me.
Yeah, like skating and rollerblading. I think it was like 2001 or 2002. But before that, everybody rollerbladed and skated, and then one day it just became gay. And I don't know what the hell happened. I don't know who made that a rule. I think honestly, I think it has something to do with 9/11. I don't know what the fuck happened. But if somebody I don't know. Oh shit, here we go. Wow.
Yeah, couldn't be me.
Oh no, CKJ. Man, bro, I still remember that Tony Hawk skater. I still remember the soundtrack like it's man. I used to play that. I put so many hours on that game. Stanley, I can see you doing this. Wow. Wow.
Yeah, I could see me in the hospital afterwards too.
Oh.
60-year-olds don't do things like that.
No way you're 58, roller skater Texas girl.
Oh,
No
really?
fucking way. Jesus Christ.
Well, see, she went from skilled to crazy in my estimation.
Jesus Christ. Yo, you're almost 60 more limber than me. Jesus. Yeah, I gotta start hitting the gym a little bit more. Jesus.
No, you need to be hitting the balance bar
Yeah.
or doing yoga or something.
That is amazing. Yo, shit.
And you got pink eye from that? I bet your knees are pinker than your eyes.
Yeah. Well, she's got knee pads on. Damn, 58? What the fuck? Yo, roller skater, I thought you were like in your 30s or something. What the hell is going on?
Yeah, I need to meet that 58.
Yeah. Your 60 and her 60 look completely different, Stanley.
She's 58, not 60.
Yeah, but you know what I'm saying. Like this is.
Oh no! I know she's shaking her head.
God. Oh man. Be careful, roller skater Texas girl. Yeah, you're wet. Yeah, don't. Jesus Christ. God. Sin says she got to practice when her daughter started having birthday parties at the rink. Yeah. She said her knees are a mess. I would assume so. Jesus Christ.
I wonder why.
Yeah.
Humble president says, I guess milk of magnesia don't crack.
Well, I'm gonna get out of here, Stanley. I think John
Yeah,
wants
I'm
to go
gonna.
live. So
Who does, John?
yeah.
Okay. Well, everybody, just go ahead. Make sure you subscribe to the John Gall Urban Landlord channel. Please make sure you hit the like button on your way out. Also, subscribe to the Stanley Cross 6000. It's at Stanley Cross 6000. That's my channel. And I do have a few video essays that I may get around to one of these days. So I enjoyed it. y'all come back again. I finally got my sleep schedule, my circadian rhythm back to where it needs to be. So I should be on at around 3:30 tomorrow morning. So stay tuned for that. We'll be talking some more Thomas Sowell, that website. I want to get into, see what's in there. It's got to be probably a treasure trove. So also make sure you support the channel, support your host, support Portia J, our executive producer, and we will see you tomorrow. Have a good day, y'all.
Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go. Go. Feel like I should go. Feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should, feel like I should go.